nationalists. Then we have the Make America Healthy Again, Nicole Shanahan, Bobby Kennedy, and then the parental rights movement, which has been just at the tip of the spear of this kind of revolutionary change to take back school boards and to take back education of our kids. Walk us through what happened yesterday, last night, and what we got on the store today.
Yeah, of course. Well, Steve, it's been an action-packed weekend here thus far. It's amazing to see what Moms for Liberty does. I'll be the first to admit I didn't know a ton about them, and I kind of thought when I came here, okay, I'm not a mom, so what am I doing here? But then I learned that Moms for Liberty is not just about mothers. It's about the entire parental unit. It's about the nuclear family. And Steve, I think as we think about what Turning Point USA has done for kids, for young adults, this is almost that next step. It's a natural transition to go from TPUSA to Moms for Liberty. Now you have a young family. I became a father, as I mentioned to you yesterday, 20 months ago. These are things I have to start thinking about now. So you look at the lineup of speakers even today. So Benny Johnson, James O'Keefe, Byron Donalds, probably the next governor of Florida, John Amanchukwu, Terry Schilling, Tyler O'Neill, our own John Solomon will be speaking today, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee, James Lindsay, Jennifer Say of XXXY Athletics. You know, they're talking about a lot of different issues, especially things like parental rights in the digital age, screen time. I have to be honest, I'm looking at that now with my own almost 2-year-old. In terms of reclaiming the rights of parents in the digital age. Education, obviously, huge. This organization was started by 2 women who were school board members in Florida, and they realized what was going on. And then you started seeing this movement happen all across the country. Chapters starting in Nassau County, up in New York, and then it went further and further and further. And I think it started, Steve, back in 2021. And you think about what's happened in 4 years and the things that mothers and fathers know now that they didn't know before then. I mean, you've known it, but a lot of parents didn't know it. And so Tina and her team and this incredible team here have inspired, they have empowered, they're educating parents for the next generation.
You know, we were the first, I think, show to pick them up on War Room in early 2021 because we were looking for people that had this intensity that they were going to stand up to what the Biden regime was doing. The Moms for Liberty were one of the first ones out of the box and very, very intense. But one of the things people are kind of worried about now, it's one of the reasons I came to Texas, is that because you have no kings today and no kings, and we're going to follow that throughout the day. They say there are going to be millions of people. I doubt it. But some folks are saying, hey, since people so love Trump and are so focused on Trump, President Trump's hitting on all cylinders, and we're going to get into it a little later, the geopolitics and capital markets of what he's doing, that since Trump is everywhere every day for these historical moments, that the grassroots will, you know, kind of some people are leaning on their rakes. And they're looking for where's the intensity of the grassroots, particularly as we build up to 2026. Talk to me. You got great speakers down there. Talk to me about the rank and file. How are the actual moms? Because these people have been fire breathers. I mean, they created a movement that really came out of the pandemic. It came down the shutdowns. These moms who are, many of them not MAGA. In fact, many of them were kind of never Trump, saw what was teach when their kids were sent home. They started going on the computer and say, wow, that's not what I was taught when I was a kid. What's the intensity of the rank and file down there?
Well, you know, as you said, in the pandemic, it was a watershed moment. A lot of parents got woken up. And I'll tell you this, and not to be confused with the word woke, of course. I think we have to use a different word for that. We may have even reached peak woke. I was talking with some folks yesterday who believe, as you look at some of the transgender movement, we've seen that study that says that it's maybe been cut in half, that maybe we have reached peak woke. I don't know what you think about that, Steve. I'm certainly hoping that that's the case. But then I interviewed Ryan Walters. I interviewed Ryan Walters yesterday. You may remember him. He was the Oklahoma school superintendent. He has now created an alternative to teachers unions. And I mean, you know, and I talked to him about it, and he was just, it was, you talk about the intensity and the inspiration. He's just now giving teachers, my mom was a public school teacher, Steve, for 38 years. He's given teachers an alternative now to say, you don't have to be choked by Democratic politicians in the teachers unions, and he's offering an alternative. It's a new alliance. I think that's inspiring. So you're seeing AI even being used for activism here. Moms are being very, very vigilant, and you mentioned it, I think, very, very apropos, is no one can sit back on their laurels right now just because President Trump is wheeling and dealing every single day. I think you have to take the movement now and put it into overdrive, and that's what Moms for Liberty is doing. And I got to say this too, it's for dads. Pastor John Amanchuku, Graham Allen, Benny Johnson moderating a whole panel on fatherhood. If you're a dad, you can come here too. And I think it's very, very important to recognize what fatherhood is, myself being included in that mix, that it's not just for moms here, that dads are getting included too.
So we have a lineup. Here's what we're going to do, Bo. You're there to do interviews. You let us know if anybody get guys coming by. We'd love to get some of those interviews. We also have so many major hitters. Our own John Solomon's going to give one of the keynote addresses. You got James O'Keefe. You got Benny Johnson. You got Byron Donald. So there's pipe hitters all day long, and we're going to go to the main stage to hear some of the speeches. Also, Tina Deskovitz is going to kick it off, and President Trump's in a special video to see it. So for the audience, we're going to be dipping in and out of Orlando, Florida with our anchor, Bo Davidson, throughout the morning. Bo, thank you so much. As soon as you got somebody, let my producers know. We'll come back to you guys.
Absolutely, and I think we do have Byron Donalds at 1:30, but you might have already flipped over to coverage for Marine 250, but we'll make sure we make that interview available to you as the day progresses.
I don't know. I think one of that you might slide in. You might tell. I told my producer this morning, make sure Amanda knows, because throughout the day and for the Real America's Voice audience, I know we're streaming entirely, but for the main channel, you got so many great people down there. We got to figure out some way to juggle this. It's just intense, and doing these sidebar interviews is fantastic. We're the official media sponsor for Moms for Liberty, so we'll juggle through the day. But thanks for anchoring down in Orlando, Bo Davidson.
Yeah, you bet, Steve.
So here, it's kind of the trifecta today. I came to Texas because Texas is the railhead of kind of the MAGA movement and the MAGA grassroots, the populist nationalist grassroots. There's a lot of issues going on here in Texas. Texas monumentally in this term took the first shot in the redistricting war, and this came from not from Abbott. He's trying to take credit now, and hey, he's a politician. He's allowed to do that. But it really came driven by the grassroots. And to be brutally frank, the grassroots, a lot of this organized around the political action group around Patriot Mobile. And this is one of the reasons they target Patriot Mobile all the time, and one of the reasons that we're so proud to be associated with the Patriot Mobile team. But to come down here and really to look at how we go next level in Texas. Like I said, Texas led the way in redistricting, 5 seats. Look, we could have gotten 8 if you listen to the grassroots, but we got 5 seats. And I can tell you that inspired, with Alex DeGrasse and the team, that inspired really everybody in the country, from Indiana to Missouri to Ohio to Florida, to go through and get ready for this major redistricting war we're going to have. California's about to put a shot back on us. If we can't stop that proposition, they're going to get 5 seats to kind of even the scorecard. So we have to go from there. In addition, the moms movement, the parental rights movement, so important, and that's why we've decided to take the last 2 days and to really focus on the Moms for Liberty, Moms for Liberty, Moms for America. A couple of these groups are really the ones that have organized this parental rights, particularly about taking back school boards. That is a absolutely central part of our coalition. And of course, the Make America Healthy Again in a couple weeks. We're going to be there with the Children Health Defense. They have their big conference in Austin, Texas. We'll be covering that nonstop too. What we're doing here at the War Room and what we're doing at Real America's Voice is trying to make sure we're a platform for the grassroots movement that makes up MAGA, because MAGA is a coalition. You talk about Turning Point, all these things doing with the young people. You pull this coalition together and keep the intensity, we can't be beaten. It's impossible to beat us. It's just keeping the intensity, keeping the focus on the issues of the day. And I'm so proud that we're going to do Marine Corps 250, Amanda Head and the team out in Camp Pendleton to anchor all that. So you got a full day here at Real America's Voice. Just sit there, enjoy it. We're also going to be checking out the No Kings. Remember, this is their big resistance to Trump, that Trump's an autocrat. What President Trump is trying to do is to set things right. The country's out of control because they stole the 2020 election, and Biden was an illegitimate regime, and Biden let in 10 to 15 million illegal alien invaders just on his watch. Ran up massive deficits, debt out of control, the country literally out of control. That's why you saw gold blow through $4,300. They backed off a little overnight. Like I said, this is going to happen. You're going to go up, get a base, then move up again because of geopolitical concerns and over leverage. It's only $38 trillion of debt in the world. Unbelievable. Birchgold.com. Text right now, Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for gold and precious metals. Do not forget silver, folks. Short break. Back in the warm in just a moment.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement. Trump himself, of course, did muse about becoming dictator for a day. He has also said that his supporters, maybe they don't need to vote again if he were reelected. And in February, the White House even posted this image reading, "Long live the king." So, definitely not a king, right?
Super not a king.
Super not a king.
The amount of unkingliness emanating from this White House is truly stunning. I think that Trump does understand that being called a king in America is bad. He understands that part at least. The problem that he faces is that he wants to be, he wants to have all the powers of kingship. He wants to have the sort of autocratic, my way or the highway, what I say goes, about how to run the country. He wants to be able to throw people in the dungeon for disagreeing with him. He wants to be able to loot the treasury as though it were his personal treasury and dole out cash without Congress's approval. He is, if he is not a king, then I feel like he is at the very least emulating Bad King John, who gave us the Magna Carta all those hundreds of years ago. I think that he is someone
We're getting some really deep historical cuts here.
It's Friday night. We're going to deep cuts. And I really think that he knows that to be called a king is bad, but he is not willing to not act like he wishes to.
Some are pointing out that the way Republicans are slandering these rallies is just proving activists' point that his administration doesn't allow dissent. How do you see it?
Right. Well, it's a pretty fundamental American impulse to argue against monarchy. After all, that's where we started. This is, in many ways, the most American thing you can do is stand against authoritarian, autocratic power. For all of our failings, for all of our imperfections at the beginning of the life of the Republic unto this hour, we have attempted at our best to prove that Thomas Paine was right when he wrote in Common Sense and The American Crisis, the vital early revolutionary pieces, that in America there is no king but the law. The law is the king, because the law can't be temperamental. One of the reasons we have the Constitution, one of the reasons we wrote the Declaration of Independence, was to stand against the vicissitudes of a government by the strong. And that is the fundamental American, it's the animating American impulse. And I think to stand up against overreaching power is about as American as it gets.
Wow. The second part, I thought that it was the people, not the, I don't know. Anyway, that historian, he's always totally confused. But I want to go back. This is how over the top it is. President Trump is using his Article 2 powers, ladies and gentlemen, as chief executive of the U.S. government. He can hire and fire who he wants. He can, because the appropriations bill is a ceiling, not a floor, that the president decides that the money should be impounded, right? He can impound money or go and do pocket rescissions or go back to Congress and ask for rescissions. As commander-in-chief, he needs to repel invasions, which he's done. You had an invasion, not of a couple of, like when Pancho Villa came up in early 20th century and attacked, I think it was Columbus, New Mexico, with a raid. There were, I think, maybe a dozen people killed. It was a raid by these Mexican revolutionaries or bandits. You take your pick. And they sent Blackjack Pershing down, and that was a short intrusion to kind of shoot up a town and grab what you could grab and show the Americans, the Yankees, that Pancho Villa could strike where and when he wanted to strike. Under Biden's illegitimate regime, we had DHS says 10 to 12, 10 to 13 million. President Trump says 15 to 20 million people. And look what this is all about. They're trying to stop the deportation of illegal alien invaders. In particular, these guys are out there don't want the criminals to go home. This no kings thing is that's absurd. So it's commander-in-chief. And then the one they bristle the most, the one they hate the most, is President Trump as chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer. In fact, the folks over at Raw Story, which is kind of a left-wing site that, like Media Matters, they monitor all the shows, the podcasts, and they spend particular attention to the war room. We light their hair on fire, every day. They picked up, I think it was yesterday's discussion with Brian Harrison, where I went through once again, as we've done over and over and over again. This is just not within the Constitution. This is kind of what the Constitution kind of outlines as the office of the president is supposed to do. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the Justice Department and FBI are hived off as post-Watergate. Remember, Watergate, all the stuff you read about Woodward and Bernstein, that's kind of all the Hollywood version. Jeff Shepard walks you through how it was really the first big effort of lawfare, of the administrative and deep state, to take out a president they didn't like. They used lawfare, hardcore lawfare, to take it out. And in that process said, heretofore, going forward, the president, the office of the president, is going to have really no contact with DOJ, no contact with the FBI, no contact that any law enforcement has, because the lawyers wanted to run the deal, the progressive legal structure. And this is why you have today all these radical judges. These universities got radical undergraduates. They send them to these radical law schools who are just filled with neo-Marxists. You've got these radical Marxist judges. You got these law firms that are filled with Marxists. Remember, I didn't say communists. They want to grab as much money as they can, but they're atheistic. They hate America. They hate the Judeo-Christian West, the underlying tenets of the Judeo-Christian West. They're total nihilist, narcissist, atheist, and they're trying to destroy the country. And they've done it by hiving off the legal. And this is how they've suppressed. And the constitutional conservatives went along with it. So don't sit there and tell me, oh, I'm a constitutional conservative. You know what that shows me? You're controlled opposition, because you sat here for 50 or 60 years and just accepted as we became a post-constitutional country. So don't throw out constitutional conservative because you didn't do anything. When you're in power, you didn't do anything. When you're out of power, you didn't do anything. And it took a hammer like Donald Trump to kind of come back after all you. First off, the constitutional conservatives hated Trump. Right? They absolutely hated Trump. Tel Aviv, Levin and his entire crowd, Ted Cruz, they hated Trump. They had that embarrassing thing at the convention when they tried to steal the nomination from him. They didn't really support him in the campaign, particularly when he was running behind. Only at the very end did a handful of them get on board. And after Billy Bush almost, all those guys were the first ones to abandon Trump. Just go back and look at the record. I was there. I know all the names. I know exactly what they tried to do. The President Trump in the first term, they all came to suck up to him because they knew he was in power. But as soon as things got tough, they all once again ran for the hills because they're all gutless. They're all gutless. This is why don't tell me about all this constitutional conservatives and limited government conservatives. All you guys, for years, you're just controlled opposition. It's like being in a system with the Bolsheviks. And remember, in China and the Chinese Communist Party, they allow a couple parties. Oh yeah, we want democracy, we want freedom. It's all joke. This is why the Republicans have been tapped on. This is why I'm in Texas. You look at the grassroots down here of what they're fighting for and what they're doing, is amazing. I tell you what, we're going to take some floating breaks here. Let's go ahead and take a break, and here's why. When we come back, Tina Descovitz and the leadership down there at Moms for Liberty are gonna take the stage in Orlando. We're gonna kick things off early on a Saturday morning. Here in the War Room, Real America's Voice. Short break. We'll go back to Orlando, Florida in just a moment.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, I talked about a coalition. That coalition is the MAGA hardcore populist nationalists, been with Trump from the beginning, and we picked up a couple of coalition partners in the interim, both kind of driven by the pandemic. One is the Moms for Liberty, the parental rights movement. The moms throughout the country were shocked as their kids were home from the pandemic or what they actually saw on the computer, what they were being taught. Then they had all the problem with the mask mandates and all the psychological torture the kids were put through, and became a driving force. The parental rights movement delivered, quite frankly, the governorship for Glenn Youngkin. Now, he screwed up everything he touched, but they delivered that for MAGA and the parental rights movement, a huge victory in 2021 for Youngkin. The other part was Make America Healthy Again, Nicole Shanahan, Bobby Kennedy. But the tip of the spear, and like we're doing in Orlando for Moms for Liberty, I think the first weekend in November, we're going to be in Austin, Texas, wall-to-wall coverage for Children's Health Defense. Honored to have Mary Holland on here. Mary, what is your message? You're like the tip of you're the Moms for Liberty equivalent for the Make America Healthy Again part of our coalition. What is your message today to the moms down there in Orlando?
Thanks, Steve. Our message is very similar, right? We are basically a parental rights group. We are about the best people to protect children's health are the parents. No state, no government, local, state, federal, cares for your children, loves your children, knows what they need better than the parents. No medical mandates. Medical mandates are essentially a form of tyranny where you have no control over your own body and that of your kids. That's what we saw during COVID, as you're saying. We've got to move away from that. And thankfully, Florida and Idaho are setting the pace of no medical mandates. But in the interim, we've got to have real medical exemptions and real religious exemptions for children throughout the country. And we've got to end the ability of a government to declare emergencies like they just did during COVID. We've got to end this emergency declaration that de facto lets a government do whatever it wants, Steve. This is really the road to tyranny that we're on.
Because the No Kings movement today is saying President Trump is a tyrant, and quite frankly, MAGA, Make America Healthy Again, and the parental rights movement is epitomized by Moms for Liberty. That we're actually the tyrants. What's your response to the No Kings crowd today that's going to meet and have you hung in effigy?
Man, Steve, it's like, why do you think Trump campaigned for 4 years to get back into the Oval Office? Is that what kings do? Do kings campaign? I just find it, people elected this president to do certain things, including to change the whole medical model with Bobby Kennedy. They did it legitimately. They did it legally. And to call these people tyrants, I think is offensive. And I think it's wrong. And I think they should really take a step back, get out of the Trump derangement syndrome, and look at the positive things that these people are doing for the whole country.
Let's go back and let's level set for a minute about the arc of where we come with Bobby. Of course, we were huge supporters of Bobby Kennedy in the campaign. We were so blown away that he was able, and you guys were able to kind of join the MAGA coalition and drove to this massive victory. How do you think it's gone since he's been in there? And are we going down the critical path of what we need to go through? Because I will tell you, if they take the House, the first thing they're going to do, is Hakeem Jeffries is going to do, is impeach President Trump. The second thing he's going to do is impeach Bobby Kennedy and try to shut down everything Bobby Kennedy's been doing. Their number one target is not even DHS. It's really HHS, since they're on the payroll of Big Pharma and so many other outside groups. What are your thoughts on where we stand with the arc of what we're trying to accomplish?
You're 100% right, Steve. Bobby Kennedy is a threat to a $2 trillion industry. There's no question about that. So far, I think they're doing great. 2026 is absolutely a pivotal year. It means whether they can keep doing what they're doing or basically everything grinds to a very ugly halt. So I'm totally with you. I think the coalition is hanging together. I think that Kennedy and Trump are making remarkable strides. To think that they've only been in office 9.5 months and gotten done what they've gotten done is absolutely phenomenal. But there's a lot more to do. Let's be real. I mean, there's so much more to do on every front, but I know that they're rocking it. I know they're doing everything they can. And I'm very hopeful about the 2026 election, Steve.
Last question. I got to go to the main stage, but quickly, the reason we're covering this all day, the reason we're coming to Austin, Texas with you, the reason I'm in Texas today with the grassroots, there's a word out there that Trump is so overwhelming and on TV every day, and Bobby's on TV, that some of the grassroots or just some of the people out there are leaning on their rakes. What about what do you see about the intensity?
Oh, it's amazing, Steve. It's so heartwarming. I mean, this is grassroots America. These are people who came from all over the country to be with their tribe and to say, we're here to make a difference, and we're here to stand for founding principles of this country, which is freedom, free exercise of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom, freedom, full stop. And so it's really heartwarming. This is, Trump and Kennedy and all the others are in their places because of a groundswell. They are not tyrants. They were elected into office, and the failure to recognize that is disturbing.
Mary Holland, what's your coordinates on social media? How do people find out more about Children's Health Defense?
childrenshealthdefense.org. We have an enormous amount of material. I'm at Mary Holland NYC on social media, and we're at Children's HD on social media on X.
We're going to cut to the main stage for Mary Holland's speech later today. Mary, thank you so much. Appreciate you always. We'll be in Austin, Texas with Children's Health Defense, Real America's Voice, I think the first week in November. More details on that later. Let's go to the main stage right now. Let's hit it.
With freedom as our song, may the fire of liberty keep burning in me. Stand tall for what is right, and what we see is not our fight. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. To victory.
All right. And now, please rise as we welcome award-winning international singer Mary Milben to sing our national anthem.
Well, hi, Moms for Liberty. It is Moms for Liberty 2025. Are you enjoying Summit so far? I said, are you enjoying the Summit so far? I said, you all are real patriots to get up at 8:30 in the morning. I said, you all love God in America. I would have shown up around 9:30. Amen. It's good to be back with you all this year. I tell you, I just love Moms for Liberty. It's fun. Sit for 30 seconds and I'll make you stand up again. It's fun when you can do something annually, how we go to church or temple every Sunday, or you do things weekly or annually. But I just love that I get to come and be with all of you all every year. It's such a blessing because I've been able to see this organization and many of you since your origin, and to see the impact that you are making, moms and dads and grandparents and guardians, in our country and now across our world. I tell you, hats off to you. Give yourselves a hand. Yes, you all work so hard. And there's so many people that have been elected, policy that has been enacted because of every single person in this room. And so I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you for your spirit and your hearts, your tenacity. Thank you for your perseverance through sometimes difficult times to make a difference in our great country. So stand up with me again. You got a little rest before we sing the anthem. There's no better way than to start off this morning than to honor God and honor our great country. And before we do that, let me just honor my dear friend, your leader, your fearless leader, the co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tina Descovich. Come on, let's hear it for Tina. T-I-N-A, Tina Descovich. Come on, let's hear it for Tina. T-I-N-A, Tina Descovich. Tina is one of my longest friends, and I'm so proud of her. I really am. I want you to know that, Tina, wherever you are back there. I'm so proud of her. She's done a wonderful job with this organization and her spirit and her heart. I see it all in this room. And so, You all are just amazing women and men of God, and it's an honor to be here to celebrate you all. So let's celebrate God, and let's celebrate America. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ring clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proofs to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave. Oh, America, I say it every year, it's the greatest country in the world. I said, America, it is the greatest country in the world. Yes, it is. And still we can see as the years have gone by, there's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning, and a lantern of hope from the harbor still shines. Those who seek freedom's dream to its light are still turning. Now we look to the sky and we lift up our eyes, for we know with the dawn we shall see our flag rise.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, I think we're about to have Tina Deskovitz and our own John Solomon up on the main stage. But if we don't, I'm looking at our producer. Let's go to, but we got Bo Davidson and an activist at our studio at Moms for Liberty. Bo, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Steve. We've got Alex Bauer here. Alex is chapter president, I believe, for Moms for Liberty in New Jersey. What's the county?
Bergen County, New Jersey.
Bergen County, New Jersey. And you were just telling me before we started that New Jersey has a lot of school districts. There are a ton of them, which makes probably your job a little bit more difficult. But tell me what you do on a grassroots level for Moms for Liberty.
Yeah, so basically we're just teaching parents how to empower themselves, right? When I got started with this, first of all, I'm an esthetician, right? Skincare, if you don't know what that is. And I just didn't know what my rights were as a parent. And that was kind of scary. I was like, I don't want my kids to wear masks. I don't want forced vaccinations. And I just didn't know what my rights were. So I had actually seen a commercial from Moms for Liberty. And I said, okay, these women look like they have it together. I gave them a call and they gave me the tools to empower other parents. So we speak at board meetings. I speak with parents. We travel all over the state, and not just the county. We help each other out, and sometimes even other states. And we help parents, if they need a religious exemption, if they need a medical exemption, we help them find the strength and courage that they need to stand up for their kids.
So, Alex, you're in obviously a blue state, blue district. I imagine your work is pretty heavy at this point. Give me an example of some of the work you've done as your chapter president. Give me something that's happened maybe in the past 6 months to a year where you had to put pressure on particular administrators or people at the school where you were effective as a chapter president. How does that work?
Sure. Well, for example, in New Jersey, we have a lovely policy called Policy 5756, and it does two things. One, it's a policy of secret lies. So, for example, if a student, let's say Johnny, wants to be Susie in school, yes, the teachers are not allowed to tell the parents. So they are literally not allowed to communicate what's happening in school to the parents.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Yeah. So a kid wants to identify as a different gender, but the teachers cannot communicate that if that student was not even if the parents didn't know, they cannot tell the parents that this is happening.
Correct.
Due to New Jersey law.
Well, it's not a law. It's a policy.
Policy.
Yes. They were telling schools that it was a law, but it wasn't. So we did some digging.
Okay.
And we realized, hey, guys, this isn't a law. It's a policy, and you can get rid of it. The second part of it is boys and girls locker rooms and sports. So we all know President Trump said, first of all, there's two genders, okay, and boys are not allowed in the locker rooms, and they're not allowed in the sports. So what we've been doing is we've been going to we did pretty much a call to action, and we educated parents, and we said, first of all, this is not a law, it is a policy. They want you to do it, but you don't have to do it, and let's get rid of it. So we are traveling literally school district to school district and speaking at the Board of Ed meetings, sometimes helping the parents, sometimes we're speaking as well, and we're getting rid of them.
Has there been resistance at the board level to your action, or are they saying like they're going to change it all, or are they being receptive to your ideas? How's that going?
They're definitely more receptive now that we have President Trump as our president. And we've been talking to the state of New Jersey and saying, listen, they're in violation of this executive order. So some of the schools are listening to us. Some of them are definitely pushing back. But we're trying to teach them. You know, for some of the board members, it's just speaking on their level. Some of them don't understand the policy of secret and lies because their kids aren't maybe transgender, right? But you know what spoke to some of them, especially the dads? Boys being in their girls' locker rooms. So I would tell people, learn who's on your board. Learn about their lives. Get to know them. Have a conversation. Even if you guys disagree, just get down to their level, because really we're all just parents that want the best for our kids. No matter what we think, that's ultimately why they're probably on the Board of Ed. So get to know them and talk to them on their level. They'll probably see that, hey, we don't need this policy.
So there's a certain amount, I imagine, of legal action that can be taken as well. Yes, Steve. We need to go to a speaker.
Yeah, we got. But real quickly before we go back to the main stage, I want Alex to tell us how's this translating into this governor's race in New Jersey, because this is the one we see as a target. Are we translating like we did in 24, the parents' movement into actual political muscle?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We are totally backing Jack. I would say there's two candidates. You have Mikey, or Rebecca is actually her real name. Not really sure why she does that, but she has flat out said she will not allow opt-outs. And the most important one that she definitely will not allow an opt-out in is anything LGB plus. She said that's too important. Again, our scores are plummeting. Kids are not reading on grade level, right? 22% are proficient in math. 35% are proficient in English. Yet that's what she's worried about. And she wants to force vaccinate. So we are feeling it in New Jersey that parents said, first of all, we all showed up to the polls to vote for President Trump because we want freedom. We are the ones that ultimately decide what our children are taught and what goes in their body or on their body. And they know that Jack backs that. So they're going to show up for the polls.
And real quick, Alex, where do people go in New Jersey if they want to contact you? Oh, yeah. Steve's got a question for you, too. Go ahead, Steve.
No. Social media. I want to know how to get to her. She's dynamic. This is the kind of
I want to make sure we can get in touch with you. Exactly. Especially for those parents out there, those moms, exactly out in New Jersey. How would they reach you?
Yep, perfect. So you would go to momsforliberty.org, and there's a fun little map. You just click on it. You find your county, and it will connect you to one of us. And if your county's not on there, pick the next county. Or if you hear me and you want to talk to me, I'm in Bergen County, New Jersey. I'm happy to help anybody in the United States.
All right, there you have it. Alex Bauer, Steve, doing some great work on the grassroots level in New Jersey and Bergen County.
Alex, do you have social media? What's your social media coordinates?
Yes, it's Alexandra B444 on Instagram. You can tell how old I am with that handle. There's also Moms for Liberty, Bergen County, New Jersey. Same with X. Same with Facebook.
Thank you, man. Bo, great. Alex, thank you so much. We're going to go to the main stage. Let's cut right to the main stage right now.
Thank you.
And now, a special message from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hello to all of the incredible patriots at the 4th Annual Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors Summit. What an incredible group of people you are. With your help, we won the most important election in American history in many ways. A lot of people are saying that on November 5th, 2024. And from that moment on, I've been keeping every single promise that I made, as you know, better than anybody else. I made a lot of promises on the campaign trail, and I kept them. Less than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. On day one, I signed an executive order getting radical gender ideology and critical race theory. I got it out for you. We banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of children. We ended so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and private sector. And we got men out of women's sports, of course, and we made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. It sounds pretty simple, but believe it or not, there are lunatics that feel differently. We're once again teaching our children to love America and restoring patriotic education for our youth. And we're standing up for religious freedom and the rights to pray in public schools. Just a few months ago, I also signed the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. And we permanently increased the child tax credit. We passed a dramatic expansion of school choice, and we created Trump accounts for all newborn babies. Together, we are restoring common sense to our society. We're ensuring that our children grow up in the nation that we know and love. This will be a golden age of America with the help of our brave Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty are so wonderful, and you endorsed me, and I won't forget it. So thank you to all, and have a great, great summit.
Please welcome back Tina Descovich.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warrior National Summit. We are so thrilled that you are here. Yesterday was a fabulous day if you were with us, and we really focused on liberty. We heard from leaders from around Florida that espouse liberty, from Dr. Ladapo, our Surgeon General of Florida, who stood against COVID tyranny and ultimately is standing now against vaccine mandates for children in schools, all the way to education leaders that believe in education freedom because they know we need that for true liberty in America. Today, you are going to hear about truth. As I was looking at the schedule this morning, I noticed every single person speaking today has had an option in their life to take the easy road, but they actually ended up standing and speaking truth. And there is always a cost to speaking truth. I served on a school board in Brevard County, Florida from 2016 to 2020. I loved being a school board member. I really thought I had found my calling in life. I was serving in my community, which I grew up in and I loved. As a matter of fact, we were making learning gains, which you just don't hear of in public education anymore. We were making learning gains in the lowest performing schools in the poorest areas. I was so proud of the work we were doing, but I was so naive. I thought if I did the right thing, if I made the right choices, and I spoke truth, everybody would like me, and I would win my re-election, and I could just keep doing this great job. I was so wrong. I learned it first shortly after I was elected during the Marjory Stoneman Douglas massacre. It was just 2 counties south of me, and I was a current school board member. I was so concerned about making sure what happened there didn't happen to the 75,000 students that I was responsible for. I studied every second of what happened in that massacre. I learned where every break, every fault was, every decision that was made, every policy that led to that happening, and I wanted to be sure it didn't happen in our district. I started speaking out about these things, trying to have civil conversations with my community, and you know what I was met with? Protests. Thousands and thousands of people started attacking me online. This is the first time I'd ever experienced that. I held a town hall thinking if I could just talk to the people, if I could just talk to my community and explain all that I know now and let them know what we need to do here. They showed up in the thousands to protest me. Kids laying on the ground, pouring ketchup on their body. You're going to kill us. You don't care about us. News reporters showing up. I'd never seen anything like it. We started having to have security bring us to and from and in our school board meetings because of it. Because I was speaking truth. I was sharing knowledge that I had gained. And then 2020 happened. I'm up for re-election in August of 2020, the height of COVID fear. It's like 2 to 3 weeks before my election, and we get to vote on mandatory masking for children. We have a break before our vote. I go out to my car, call my political consultant. What should I do? He says, Tina, masking is polling at 85% even in our red county right now. If you vote against mandating masks for children, you will lose your election. Thank you, political consultant. I had spent weeks, our entire school board spent weeks, talking to epidemiologists, talking to doctors, reading research papers on mask effectiveness from 10 years ago and 5 years ago. We followed the data of every child that was hospitalized in our county due to COVID. We have a county of 500,000 people. Do you know how many kids were hospitalized? 0. Everything in me knew what the truth was. And yet I was going to lose this job that I loved, and I was impacting families and children and changing lives. I marched right in there, voted against the mask mandate, and I lost my reelection, just like he said it was going to happen. Because there's consequences for standing for truth. Every single mom and dad in this room that has stood for truth knows those consequences well, too. That's why you're here. Whether you're saying that girls shouldn't or boys shouldn't be in girls' sports, whether you're saying there's only 2 sexes, whether you're saying that there shouldn't be pornography in schools, none of this is controversial. But the attacks and the threats that you are under from that just keeps growing exponentially. Why? Because truth is under attack, not just in America, but around the world. And you guys should be so proud of yourselves for standing in truth, even when there's consequences. The one thing I learned serving on school board and going through COVID and going through the Marjory Stoneman Douglas massacre is that when fear is present, no one can hear truth. When they are so afraid that they're coming up to the podium and they're crying and they have all this fear, they can't hear you. They can't listen. We have to shake off the shackles of fear, and we have got to teach those around us that we love and in our communities and our friends and our neighbors to shake off fear and stand for truth, or we are going to lose Western civilization as a whole. So some of these consequences, let's talk about those for a second. Because I'm looking around this room and I'm seeing some of you and I'm thinking of the consequences. You have lost family, you have lost friends, you have lost neighbors, you've lost jobs, you've lost whole careers, you've had to switch. You've been swatted. You've been added to the SPLC hate map. Maybe that one's not so bad. You've had the DOJ and the FBI after you. If you live in Massachusetts, every single police officer in your state's been trained that you're a hateful person and dangerous because you're standing for truth. Think about historically who has been attacked for standing for truth. I Googled that last night. ChatGPT, who's been attacked for standing for truth historically? Galileo. Socrates was killed for speaking truth. Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. I think we're in a good crowd. Our friend Charlie Kirk was murdered for truth. Jesus Christ was killed for truth. So when you're weighing, is it worth it? I promise you it's worth it. All of those things and more can happen. But at Moms for Liberty, our number one value, and has been from the day we launched, is we will stand for truth. So I hope you enjoyed today's program. We have some really amazing things planned for you, as if Mary Milben and Pastor Shines wasn't enough already. It's going to be a great day. I think we have about 100 TPUSA students in here with us today that we're going to honor. Enjoy your breakfast, joyful warriors. You have earned this break. Enjoy getting your cup filled today. May God bless you. May God bless our country. And may God bless all of our speakers today, that we have a great program. Thank you.
Okay, right there, Tina Deskovitz, very inspirational. We stand for truth. When fear is present, folks can't hear the truth. Well, I got to tell you, there's no fear down there in Orlando. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return the second hour of our coverage, Real America's Voice, the War Room, from the National Summit of Moms for Liberty. Back in a moment.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Please welcome founder of Just the News, John Solomon.
All right, my friend Brad. Hello, everybody. Good to be with you. Happy Saturday morning. I want to first start off by welcoming the Real America's Voice audience. I have been blessed to be among them the last 5 years, and it is such a special group. I know a lot of you watch it. Thank you to them. And then today is a very special birthday. Today is the 250th birthday of the U.S. Marines. So any moms and dads of U.S. Marines, anyone who served, happy birthday. The greatest fighting force in the world. So I want to tip my hat to them. All right, I want to talk for a few minutes about what matters to me, which is truth, because I believe right now when people ask me, what are we in the middle of? And the answer is we're in a war over truth. And I'm going to get to that in a second, because I have a fun story to tell you. I was on the way to the airport yesterday. Actually, I was in the airport, and my phone rang. I picked it up, and it was President Trump. And I'm always humbled when this happens, because the natural way this conversation goes is, what you up to, Mr. President? And then he rattles off things like, well, world peace and getting rid of terrorists, blowing them out of the water, and signing executive orders. And I never have anything to counter that's even close to what he does. And so that's how it goes. What you doing, Mr. President? Oh, I just got off the phone with Vlad Putin, and now I'm going to go see Zelensky. We're going to make world peace, and I'm not going to do this, the missiles, and I'm feeling really inadequate. And then something pops in my mind, like, he doesn't know yet that I'm going to Moms for Liberty. He's going to be impressed. So he says, where are you? There's a speaker in the background. He's like, where are you, John? I'm like, I'm in the airport, sir. He says, are you with anyone? I'm like, I'm with my wife. He said, put him on. So my wife starts talking to the president for like 20 minutes. They're solving world peace. I'm sitting there just watching. He says, he tells my wife, would you please put John back on? I said, okay. So Mr. President, thank you. He said, all right, I want you to deliver a special message to those amazing ladies at Moms for Liberty. He said, first, thank them, because I know they helped me win the election last year. I could not have done it with them being in the trenches, right? You know it. He knows it. But then he went a little step further. He said, but first I want to thank them for stepping into the void in going to those school board meetings and making sure that their children were safe, that they were not indoctrinated, that they wouldn't run into pornographic books in schools, that they wouldn't have to stand on a podium with a man when they were a girl in women's sports. They stepped into the void, and there is no more fearsome fighting force than a group of moms. And so from the president, from this reporter, I want to pass that on. It was pretty fun and organic moment. All right, back to the business at hand. So my business is to try to give people a little bit of truth here and there. We're often denied it in Washington. And I've looked at the last 10 years, and people say, well, what has been going on the last 10 years? And at its core, what's going on is that there is a war over truth in America. There is an element of American society, sometimes backed by foreigners, that want to eradicate the core truths in America. They want to tell you that a man could be a woman. They want to tell you that Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't real when it was. They want to tell you that Donald Trump was a Russian spy when he wasn't. And we've gone through this. My profession, at least the profession I used to be in before I left it, has been a major perpetrator. But the war on truth has a greater and bigger goal. And I said this a few weeks ago, and some of my Democratic friends sent me like, hey, John, you've gone off your rocker. I said that at the end of the day, this war of truth is designed to eradicate the ultimate truth that we all have in American society. And that is that our Creator endowed us with certain inalienable rights. And if they can destroy those other truths, they'll eventually destroy that truth. And my Democratic friends say, oh, you've lost it. You've gone MAGA, John. What's wrong with you? And then a guy named Senator Tim Kaine got up and said, hey, no, we don't get our liberties from God. We get them from government. And I said, bingo. I sent that back. I said, I think Senator Kaine's gone MAGA too. But think about that. A Democratic senator said out loud what the real goal of the war on truth is, and that is to one day eradicate what our nation was built on, that our Creator gave us inalienable rights, particularly the right of freedom, the right to raise our children the way we choose to raise them, the way we believe God wants us to raise them, the right to believe what we want to do. And this war on truth began a decade ago. It started with the ridicule of Jon Stewart. It eventually escalated to the business of censorship. I was censored. Many of you were censored. It then went to deplatforming and debanking, trying to ruin our businesses. Then it went to prosecution. President Trump charged 4 times over the course of 2 years, and 90-plus charges. And even when that didn't work, what have they moved to in the last? Some in the left have moved to the notion that execution is the only option, and you saw that with my good friend Charlie Kirk. We have to win this war on truth. We have to end this persecution of what is the great American dream, that we all have freedom. Now, we've made a lot of strides. Actually, you've made a lot of strides. What has gone on in the parents' movement in America is one of the most extraordinary political things I've seen in my 40 years as a journalist. And people say, well, why is it so powerful? And I say, it's really simple. If you've ever been hunting in the woods, or if you own a cabin in the woods like I do, you know the scariest sight in the world is being between a mother bear and her cubs. And I think you've shown that in the world of politics. You've taken what every hunter knows and you brought it into the political realm. You have made it an incredible force to say, my children were given to me by God, and I will defend them, and I will raise them the way I want. No government, no school board, no teacher, no teachers union is going to get between me and my cubs. And I think it is such an extraordinary achievement, what you've done. It really is. And it feels like you've been around 200 years, and in many ways you've been around 250 years, because the liberty of these moms are the same liberty that gave the passion to our founding fathers and founding mothers to get this country started. But in 4 years, you've moved the needle a long way. But we have a large fight still ahead of us. In the minutes I have left here, I just want to share a couple things, because I think it's becoming clear to me from my own reporting that this fight isn't just from enemies among us in American society, the far left that wants to change America. It is fueled and funded and pushed by our foreign adversaries. And I want to share a story with you that happened a few months ago, and then I'll tell you something that Kash Patel told me in an interview the FBI director told me a couple days ago. A few years ago, I got the chance to interview a Cuban spy. He'd been a Cuban spy for almost 50 years. He started with Castro. In the early days, it was Castro and the Soviets, and near the end of his career, it was the Cuban regime with the Chinese, with the Venezuelans, with the Iranians, with the North Koreans. The evil axis inside of Cuba just kept expanding. And he said his goal was to wage a psychological war against America, to make America fall from within without Cuba ever having to fire a shot. And I said, well, what was the playbook? And he said, it's simple. It's like 5 simple principles. The first is that it's really hard to change older people's minds. So don't bother doing that. Start with the youngest generation. Prey on the children and young minds of America. Think about what's gone on the last few years, and you can see a lot of that going on. The second he said, and this was surprising to me, but when we think about it, it's going on a minute. One of the plays in the playbook is to make the abnormal normal. Make the abnormal normal. Think about that. It's kind of abnormal to have a guy on a women's sports podium, but that's what's been going on, right? It's kind of abnormal to tell us that we didn't have the liberties that our Constitution and Declaration of Independence say we have. The normalization of the abnormal is right out of the playbook of the Soviet Empire, out of the Marxists, and it's being played out today by their advocates here in America, teachers' unions and far left groups. The third thing he said is it's important to create a constant sense of crisis, to constantly have a crisis. And so climate change is a crisis, till it isn't. We have all the other things that we're told every day. Today, No Kings will be out, or the No Kings Antifa protests will be out there trying to tell us there's a crisis in America. It's ripped out of this playbook that this Cuban spy enumerated to me. The fourth thing is you have to create division. You have to create division. You have to put people against each other. And think about what your children were being taught until you stepped into that void, that there's only two types of Americans, oppressors and oppressed. That is right out of the Marxist, communist, Soviet playbook. And so this Cuban said, well, what's the fifth one? He said, oh, that one we got taken care of a long time ago. I'm like, what is it? And he said, oh, you just use the American media. It's so simple. And I realized what a profound thing, that how easy it is for our enemies to take the media and to turn it around us. And instead of it being a vessel of truth, it has become a vessel of misinformation designed to carry out that war on truth. And I think today we have found, just like you have created a way to create a competitive apparatus to go into these school boards, into these school districts and change the world. We're beginning to build a new truth serum with a whole new industry in America that tells people the truth, that trusts them to make up their own mind. If you just give them the facts, you don't have to indoctrinate them like the New York Times and the Washington Post do every day. That competition is beginning to fill the void. And I think we're at an extraordinary moment in history. And yesterday I saw a mom, a grandma, and a young daughter here, 3 generations of amazing ladies. I realized that because of the work you have done just in the last few years, somewhere this weekend there'll be a young boy or young girl doing their homework, and they won't have to worry that they're going to be forced to read a pornographic book. They won't have to worry that they're going to have to stay on a stand or go into a locker room with a male when they're a woman, because you stepped into the void. You became that vessel of truth. You became that vessel of action. What you've achieved in the last 4 years is nothing short of extraordinary in American politics. It is one of the most amazing. Yeah, give yourself applause. You deserve it. It is amazing. A long time ago, I got to see the power of a woman. My young wife and I were sitting in a doctor's office, and we were holding our baby boy, our son, in our hands, and the doctor came to us and said, I have to tell you this now. I want to just be real with you. Your son's never going to talk, and he's never going to walk. And I watched my wife's eyes well up with tears for a second, and she got up out of the chair. She looked at the doctor. I'll leave the bleeping words out and say, Doctor, I am going to prove you wrong. And today my son walks, he talks, and he does everything that the doctor didn't think he could do. That's the power of a mom. That's the power of what you've accomplished. And so to all the moms in the room, to all the truth seekers and truth tellers, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. My good friend Charlie Kirk, I spent some time with him just a couple of weeks before he passed in Colorado. And we were on stage and we were joking, we got a country to save. And he looked me in the eye and he said, no, John, we have Western civilization to save. That is our nation's clarion call. That is your call. You're already well on the way, as President Trump recognized, to accomplishing that. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for having me here. Have a great conference. God bless you all. Thank you.
Our own John Solomon right there. Fantastic. And he sent a special message from the president. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return to the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, Florida. Back in a moment.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
When you
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement. Trump himself, of course, did muse about becoming dictator for a day. He has also said that his supporters, maybe they don't need to vote again if he were reelected. And in February, the White House even posted this image reading, "Long live the king." So, definitely not a king, right?
Super not a king.
Super not a king.
The amount of unkingliness emanating from this White House is truly stunning. I think that Trump does understand that being called a king in America is bad. He understands that part at least. The problem that he faces is that he wants to be, he wants to have all the powers of kingship. He wants to have the sort of autocratic, my way or the highway, what I say goes, about how to run the country. He wants to be able to throw people in the dungeon for disagreeing with him. He wants to be able to loot the treasury as though it were his personal treasury and dole out cash without Congress's approval. He is, if he is not a king, then I feel like he is at the very least emulating bad King John, who gave us the Magna Carta all those hundreds of years ago. I think that he is someone
We're getting some really deep historical cuts here.
It's Friday night. We're getting deep cuts. And I really think that he knows that to be called a king is bad, but he is not willing to not act like he wishes.
Everyone's been trained in de-escalation. And that's very much, among the folks who are going to be out there demonstrating what happens if the escalation comes from the National Guard or from the federal officials, the federal law enforcement folks who have been in Chicago and other places. Then what do you do?
I think that what's going to happen today is that millions of people across the country are going to be out in the street, coming in peace to say, we believe in democracy, no kings, never again, never. And we're not planning to respond in kind to any provocation. We have people trained in de-escalation. If Trump sends in his thugs to create turmoil and tumult, well, then he will, but we will be there in peace. We will not fight back. And the abuses of power, the attempt to militarize our cities will not be allowed to continue without the people standing up and speaking out. We are what democracy looks like. January 6th is not what democracy looks like. We are the people, and I believe that even people who voted for Trump believe in democracy, love democracy, and when you get right down to it, believe in the right of every one of us to engage in First Amendment activity, the right to protest. I love your comment. Courage is contagious. We're going to be out there and spreading an epidemic of courage for democracy.
Courage is contagious, man. They're ripping off the war room. That's okay. Lady, we won a sweeping victory in November. And we're going to win a sweeping victory in the midterm and in 28. So note to self, we believe in democracy, and you guys don't. And also with the redistricting fight that we're in the middle of, it's going to make it very tough for you guys because structurally, because of demographic shifts in the country, it's going to make it very tough for you guys to come back. But that's what we need, the enthusiasm of the grassroots right now to make sure that we win the redistricting war in all these various states. It started in Texas. That's why we're here. We're going to toss to Moms for Liberty, a grassroots organization, by the way, also Children's Health Defense in early November. And don't forget AmFest. Begin Moab. AmFest still got a few general mission seats there. They're selling out quickly. We want everybody to support the Turning Point USA team in mid-December, I think December 19th in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll get to all that. Let's go to the main stage of Moms for Liberty.
The future of America. I don't want to block you guys. Can the few of the leaders I was talking to earlier come on up? So Charlie and I were texting just, 5 days before he was killed. I said, Charlie, we need you for the keynote. We'd been going back and forth for weeks on that. And so it just seemed fitting that this year the award would go to Charlie Kirk. And I know that you and I have met so many times now. And Caden came to our community in Brevard and helped with Ashton Braid down there, put on a memorial on the beach of Candlelight Vigil, which was beautiful. And so I thought it was perfect to have the local TPUSA kids come accept on the behalf. So we present this to you. We hope you'll give it to Erica and Charlie's family. On behalf of Moms for Liberty, we are so grateful, not just for Charlie, but for all of you, because we know that you are going to carry on his work and you are the future of America. Thank you. Thank you. Take a picture. Thank you. Did you want to say a few words? He said he was only going to say a few words if you guys said speech, speech, speech.
There's so much I could say, but I'll make it quick. Man, having the privilege to work for Charlie has been by far the biggest blessing of my life. And I've gotten countless messages recently of people just saying, I've lost family members, I've lost friends, but this one's different. This one's really different. And I've had a month to kind of think about it and really try and understand why that is. And I think it's because the line was really drawn between good and evil this time. And, I get to go to sleep at night knowing I'm on the side of good. And I think everybody here can agree. The thing that I think made Charlie different than a lot of us here is I think a lot of us use truth. For him, it was the word of God as a shield, and we kind of use it as our get out of jail free card and kind of on defense. But Charlie understood, ironically enough, that truth in the word of God should be a sword, and that sometimes you have to play offense. And, I think that's something a lot of us need to get better about, and that's something that I think all of us here are working better at doing every single day. And I know people have said it before, and I'll say it again, but rest easy, Charlie. We got it from here.
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. Let's get you this stand. You got the sword? Thank you. Do you want this out still?
After this.
Okay, we're about to see a video. That's the Turning Point USA. I think the 125 young people from Turning Point USA are at the Moms for Liberty National Summit in Orlando, Florida. We're about to see a video. I think a video tribute to Charlie Kirk and the work that he did. There we go, right there, live shot. Isn't that great? Those kids are the best. Here we go.
You're about to embark on something that is much bigger than yourself. So check your ego at the door. This is not about you, okay? I don't care about your feelings. If you're having a bad day, go figure that out yourself. This is about us. This is about the country. And the eyes of the whole nation are again on Turning Point. We do the best events in the movement. In fact, we do the only event. Are there any other events in the movement? No. We've got to put everyone else out of business, right? So we are the only standard of excellence. And so we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't do mediocre around here. We try to raise the level of excellence because we are constantly trying to push the conservative movement and the country to a place it's never been before. You guys know this. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country, period. Find me another organization that's been able to move millions of people the way that we have, that does the events, that does training. Nobody does what we do at Turning Point USA, but it starts with all of you guys. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. And if this type of intensity bothers you, well, then don't go work for Turning Point USA. You can go work for the Department of Labor or something, okay? Because here we do excellent things. We do big things. We make history here at Turning Point USA. It's going to be early mornings. It's going to be late nights. But you all get to know that you're doing something rewarding. That is not just, a career and you check the box. But lives will be changed. How blessed are we that we get to be here celebrating the country and this is our job? It's pretty awesome. There's the one thing that I hear from speakers throughout all the years. Your team is so impressive, and they're so young. Why is it, everybody? Because for us, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. This is not just another DC gig. This is about saving Western civilization. We are the most important organization in the country. You are part of it. It's something bigger than all of us, and it will have ramifications across the country. I'm so thankful for you guys. You guys have really defied gravity, and let's continue to make history here.
Please welcome CEO of the Benny Group, Benny Johnson.
Yo, what's up, Moms for Liberty? What's going on? What is happening this morning, Orlando? Hey, I feel the energy. You can hear it out back. That's amazing. What is it, 9 o'clock? Everybody's rip-roaring. Good energy. Got that spiritual revival energy in the country right now, right? We got my Dads for Liberty also in the house. We got Dads for Liberty. Do we have that? Have we started that group yet? Can we start Dads for Liberty? Can we start it up live on stage? Kind of racist that we don't have Dads for Liberty, right? You'll see the difference between my speech and a Charlie Kirk speech. We love Charlie so much. What a martyr. What a true Christian martyr in the true Christian doctrine tradition. God bless Charlie and his incredible family. The voice of the martyr grows stronger. Any moms in the audience? We got moms? We got grandmas in the audience? Do we have wannabe moms in the audience? Oh, come on. All right. I think I heard my wife backstage saying, "Number 5, let's go, baby." Got any trad wives? Okay. Got any Maha moms in the audience? Yeah. Yes. That was strong. RFK's like, "I will go hiking with you in jeans." You see that photo? How does he do it? What is the alternative to the Maha mom? Like, exactly. Like, what do the libs have? What is like a seed oil Karen, right? Is that the alternative to the Maha mom? We don't like being healthy. I'll show you the alternative actually to the Maha. The alternative to the Maha mom is actually the View and Dylan Mulvaney. That's what the libs have. That's what libs have. This is what libs. These are the women that libs are offering to the culture. Everyone's so happy here, like, right? Because we're like, they're so miserable and we're happy. And so we've already won, right? And we're happy because we do the things that actually provide purpose and meaning in life, like being a mother. And that's something that is, physically impossible here in this image. It's also physically impossible because nobody wants to have kids with the women of the View. Right-wing moms are just happier, right? Libs are miserable. Right-wing moms are happy. It pisses them off so much. We're happier, and we live in a happy country. We live in a joyful country with purpose. We live in a center-right country, and I'm tired of pretending that we don't. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what our country looked like in 2024. This is the shift. You live in a red kingdom, actually. Trump won 90% of the counties in America. Trump won all 7 swing states. Trump won the popular vote. You live in a red kingdom. But media and Hollywood and the entertainment industry doesn't reflect that, do they? They try and psyop you. They lie to you every day. They lie to you and tell you that you're on the wrong side of history, that you're in the minority, and that you should be ashamed of what you believe. And that's it. They lie to you every day. They lie to you and tell you that you're on the wrong side of history, that you're in the minority, and that you should be ashamed of what you believe. And that's it. I'm a very simple man. That's what we are going to deconstruct today. We are going to go directly at that lie. I am going to disembowel and destroy that lie forever. We are on the right side of history as our movement. We are the inheritors of the American gift from our forefathers. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we are the party of purpose. Do you know that Trump won? 90% of the, I know I said it before, 90% of the country, the landmass of the country, voted for Donald Trump. The image is right there on your screen. That's the nation that you live in. What is the description of that nation, according to our founders? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is what the people that constituted this nation described the purpose of this country for being. And I want to establish, in the destruction of the lie that we are on the wrong side of history, that America First, that our movement is the movement of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And there is no other. Let's go. Life. Who gives life? God. God is the author of life and death. Do you know that belief in God for Republicans is at 92% of our party? 92% of our party believes in God. Yes. The other 8% is Elon Musk. We're working on him. Okay, we're going to get him. All right. Whew. Elon Musk's arc to Christianity, I think, is actually happening, and we should pray for that to happen. You can see it. That man is pursuing truth. Do you know that only 60% of the left believes in God? That's it. That's the end of the speech. That's it. Speech over. That's the descriptor of your problems right there. So you have one party with over 90% belief in God and one party with 60% belief in God. If you believe in God, what do you intrinsically believe in? That God maketh man. and woman in his own image. You believe in the value of life. You believe that life is precious because God created life. And if God created life, then it has intrinsic value. And that value can be seen in God's first commandment to all of us. God's first commandment to us in the first book of Genesis was what? It wasn't the 10 Commandments. It wasn't the Beatitudes. It wasn't the Sermon on the Mount. God's first commandment to us was go be fruitful, multiply, go make babies. Go, they said they have a voice of God back there. Can we do the voice of God? Go make babies. This was the first commandment. This was God's first commandment to us. Go be moms for liberty. That was the commandment. Go, boy, go. Who makes babies? We do. It's like, first off, have you ever seen a lib? Nobody wants to make babies with them, right? The yellow teeth, the blue hair, the obesity. But also, the self-loathing. And I'm not just talking about the cast of The View. But the data shows, actually, that 55% of American parents are Republicans. And that number is growing exponentially. If you're over the age of 30 and you don't have kids and you're childless, there's a 72% chance that you're a leftist. We are the party of parents. We are the party of children. The left has to indoctrinate because they cannot procreate. And I think that's very important. That's why they're coming for our kids. Do you know the greatest piece of data that I've seen probably in my lifetime in politics is that according to a new Gallup poll, the number one priority for young men under the age of 30 who voted for Donald Trump is, I want to have children. I want to become a father. I want to make babies. I want to be a man. It's like the best, man. That's so awesome. We are the party of life. We are the party of liberty. In Galatians, it says, because we are the party of God, let's read the Bible for a second, okay? Galatians 5:1. For it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm and do not let yourselves be burdened again by the yoke of slavery. We are the inheritors of a country that sacrificed so much to end slavery, more than any other nation on earth. All men are created equal and endowed by what? Their creator. You couldn't write that if you didn't believe in God. And if you don't believe in God, how can you possibly believe those words? Because then what makes you endowed by anything? What makes you valuable if you don't believe in God? We're the ones who truly believe in liberty as a movement. We can prove that, obviously, if you go back to the bonds of slavery 150 years ago and Abraham Lincoln and abolitionists. You can believe that through the scriptures, but you can also believe it in the near term. Everybody remembers what happened 4 years ago. How did both sides respond to COVID? Which side was in favor of slavery? Sitting in little circles. You remember those Joe Biden events, right? When they had little circles, kind of like these tables, and everyone had to sit in their circles, stand in line at the grocery store, double mask. Do you see people wearing masks, even libs wearing masks today? Do you still see them? You're like, ew, like gross. Like, what is wrong with you exactly? How intrinsic is liberty in humans, in our movement? How woven in is it? I have a video of you of the height of COVID. This is my firstborn daughter. She is 6 months old at the time. This is me being forced to wear a mask at an airport. And ladies and gentlemen, this is my newborn daughter who can barely talk, who can't talk actually at this point. This is her reaction to it. It is natural. My 6-month-old is smarter than Dr. Fauci. And then, Eloise, what do we do with that mask? We take that filthy thing and we throw it in the trash. Yes. It is inborn in us, our desire for liberty. Moms for Liberty, right? Yes. We know it because we have children. We choose these things that provide meaning and purpose in our lives. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the pursuit of happiness. Philippians says, rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I say rejoice. Are you rejoicing this morning? Are you proud and happy to be Americans? Do you live lives of joy? Were you proud to be an American even in 2020 and 2021? Like even through the darkest days, did you still have that joy and that light inside of you? And why is that? And this is what I have to say in conclusion here. The reason why we keep that eternal joy inside of us is that Republicans, people of our political party and our political ascension, we choose something. We choose something greater than ourselves. While the left is constantly focused inward, what do I feel like today? What do I feel like? You know, I feel like a cat today. I'm going to use the litter box. I spilled my soy latte in the litter box. Oh no, call Dylan Mulvaney. Like, while libs choose to look internally, constantly worried about themselves, we choose to look externally. We choose to spend our time purposefully in our faith, building community with our families, making babies, having children, having grandchildren, doing the thing that science proves time and time again provides true, lasting joy and meaning to your life. That is why we are the inheritors of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is why we are America first, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted to show you one final photo here as we close. This is, she's grown up. She still hates masks. That's little Eloise right there now. She just turned 5. And yeah, let me tell you what, they were tearing it up in the hotel room this morning. If there was a mask, it's been thrown in the trash, all right? Along with Dr. Fauci. She's probably taller than Dr. Fauci actually now. I want to spend this final offensive moment of the speech giving just a word to my friend in heaven who's smiling down on us. His name is Charlie Kirk. When I first met Charlie, it was a decade ago. And that man constantly witnessed to me. I was unmarried. I was a degenerate. I was every bit addicted to alcohol and some very bad things. And through Charlie's example in my life, he Christ-centered me. After Charlie's witnessing to my life, I got married. And then after being married, I would get a constant text message every single morning, a harassing level of text message from Charlie. I literally wanted him to wear an ankle bracelet, like stay away from me, like, you know, a restraining order, stop asking me to have kids. But he did, every single morning. You gonna have kids? You gonna have kids? You gonna have babies? And just last week, my wife announced to Elon Musk on X, without my knowledge, that she wants baby number 5. So that went viral. I'm not having babies the way Elon does it, okay? It's a little different. But I still get it, all right? And that's Charlie's power. That's Charlie's effect in my life. I witnessed an actual miracle. We all witnessed a miracle. We've witnessed miracles with the birth of our children, is that correct? But we all witnessed a miracle in Charlie's life. And that miracle profoundly lives in me. Ladies and gentlemen, if Charlie Kirk helped Christ center your life or somebody you know, a young man or a young woman, this morning, can I get an amen? What a lasting legacy. And what a beautiful thing for us to be witnessing right now, what I believe is a spiritual revival. And it stems from this, that God so loved us that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in Jesus Christ shall not perish but have eternal life. And through our children, our grandchildren, through our pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness that, ladies and gentlemen, we will win. God bless you. Thank you.
Wow. That may be one of the most important witnesses I've seen about the life of Charlie Kirk, right there from Benny Johnson. Absolutely incredible, incredible. And Benny Johnson's 100% correct. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr. Remember that. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr. And just powerful witness from Benny Johnson about the impact that Charlie had on his personal life. And that's what Charlie Kirk was like. Just want to make sure before we get a break here, and we're going to go back, we got John Solomon, Tina Deskowitz, hopefully Benny for interviews. Charlie, AmFest, December 18th to 21st in Phoenix, Arizona. It's always been the must-stop place for the MAGA movement. Some tickets are still available, general admission. Go to amfest.com, promo code War Room. The War Room's going to be there, as we always are every year, as a media partner and broadcasting from Real America's Voice, the booth there, and we're going to be bigger than ever. Make sure you continue on Charlie Kirk's legacy at the incredible AmFest. 18th to 21st, amfest.com, promo code War Room. Think you saved $90. Do it today. Charlie, love to have the War Room posse. Let's have a big representation. Short commercial break. We're going to return to Orlando in the Moms for Liberty National Summit.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kivo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let's go back to Orlando. We got our own John Solomon, who just gave the morning keynote address. Tina Deskowitz also going to join us after the 10 o'clock hour. Benny Johnson, a lot of the main stage people. So, John Solomon, I want to get to you talking to the president in a moment, but I got to ask you, compare and contrast. You're in Orlando at the National Summit. You can feel the energy all the way back here in Texas. We got the grassroots in Texas. Amanda Head's got the Marine Corps 250 at Camp Pendleton. On the same day that there's No Kings, right? The No Kings rally. We played some clips from the left melting down last night. How do they have a No Kings, John, with everything President Trump's doing to bring world peace and prosperity, and the fact that we won a sweeping victory, as Benny Johnson just went through? What is this whole No Kings nonsense, sir?
It is the ultimate capitulation that the left has no answer to what President Trump did or what those moms in the room did. Just think of the contrast on a Saturday afternoon. American patriots here celebrating raising our children, getting them a better future, solving the country's problems, and then in the blue cities where failure is the norm, these hateful protests connected to foreign influences. That's something I want to touch on in a second. Denigrating the American experience. That's the difference right now between liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans. Democrats are the party of division and hatred and intolerance, and Republicans very quickly have become, under President Trump, the party of solutions and optimism. That Reagan optimism revived after a dark decade of failure in America. And you couldn't just have a better contrast, and you couldn't see the contrast better unless you were watching Real America's Voice, because we're capturing it in real time. We're going to celebrate the Marines this afternoon with my amazing co-host Amanda Head. We celebrate what makes this country great, while the other side tries to denigrate what makes this country great. And there's no greater contrast in American political history than what we're seeing right now. And I want to touch just for a second. There's been some reporting today, even CNN, I think it was, acknowledging this, that there are some connections to foreign powers and some of the people, these anarchist groups that will be here with no kings. That is a very important thread. Kash Patel did an interview with us on Wednesday night, and he said, we're starting to see evidence that these American nonprofits are coordinating with foreign powers to create this and foment this unrest in America. The people on the street that work with foreign powers, they're betraying their country when they do so. And that's another element of this I think is going to become more clear in the next few days. We just had the first indictment of Antifa. I sent it to all my Democratic friends who said, Antifa is not a group. We got to sell in Texas. We proved it. A grand jury bought it. But I think the next element of this extremism is linking it to foreign powers like Iran, Venezuela, China, Russia. And I think that's going to be an eye-opener for the American public.
Wasn't that this whole reason that President Trump signed the Antifa, designated him as a terrorist organization, at least first a domestic, and I think later we're going to get a foreign terrorist organization, to actually get to the money? Are you saying right now that you feel pretty confident from what you're hearing behind the scenes, given how well sourced you are, that there are going to be some connections between foreign intelligence services, between foreign money and foreign donors, maybe even foreign powers, in the Antifa movement, which is clearly some subset of the No Kings movement?
Yeah. Listen, but Kash Patel said it on the record. No doubt about it. He's clear that we're finding those connections. We did a story just a couple of weeks ago about one of these anarchist groups in Salt Lake City, right? Near where Charlie was killed. And they were in Cuba in July, hanging out with the Cubans and the Iranians and all the bad people that consort on that aisle. We're seeing they're doing it in front of our eyes. And Joe Biden's FBI and Justice Department turned a blind eye. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi not turning that blind eye. And I think the IRS, the FBI are working together. I think there are two likely scenarios we're going to see by the end of the year. Some revocations of some of the nonprofit tax-exempt status of some of these groups involved in fomenting violence. And then two, possible criminal coordination between foreign powers and Americans to unleash unrest in America. Those would be two epic moments long overdue in the Justice Department.
So you think Bessent, there was a reporting by the Free Press on Bessent's Treasury Department getting worked up, the group, the anti-terrorist finance group, money laundering, terrorist finance, and then the IRS at the same time standing up both these groups. So you believe they're already starting to show some fruits of their labor?
They are. And I reminded everyone that IRS is under the stewardship right now of the former IRS whistleblowers who had the courage to take down Hunter Biden and ultimately prevailed over the Biden machine. They got Hunter Biden charged and convicted. Gary Shapley is leading that department right now. He's one of the very best investigators the IRS ever did and follow the money. And so he's doing some great stuff there. You got FinCEN at the Treasury Department doing great stuff. And then Kash Patel has some of his best people. He said he created a whole unit now to just focus on these foreign connections and the money flow to these anarchist groups. I think you're about to see epic cases. I think Wednesday night's indictment in Dallas of a couple of the terror cell members in Dallas that attacked the ICE facility in July, that is a tip of an iceberg, and there's going to be several prosecutions in the next few months.
John Herron, for 1 second. We got about a minute. Bo, the energy. We did the whole block of the Turning Point kids coming on stage, the video Charlie, and then the Benny Johnson witness, which I thought was insanely powerful. What's the energy like right there of the Turning Point element that's at the Moms for Liberty Summit?
Well, even John Solomon mentioned it in his speech. He saw 3 generations of ladies out there. You're seeing, daughters. You're seeing future moms out there. When John was speaking, especially when he gave a big shout out to the RAV crew, everyone went nuts. We're outside here. We can hear what's going on in the auditorium. I'm hearing a rancorous amount of applause, energy, and to see the generational component, John, I think is pretty unique. You mentioned that. It's palpable, Steve. No question.
There's a lot of war rumors out here too, Steve. They love you, buddy. They love you.
Solomon, we love you. What's your social media, John? You are at the tip of the spear of breaking all this news. So where do people go?
Thank you. Yeah, Jay Solomon Reports on all platforms, buddy. Thanks a lot.
Hey, now, I've always said Amanda Head carries the biggest weight in your show, and this afternoon we're going to see that. She's doing Marine Corps 250.
It's true. It's true. I plead guilty.
Brother, love you. Bo, we'll be back in a while. John Solomon knocked it out of the park. Say hi to the president. Okay, short commercial break here. We're going to combine. We're really juggling. We're going to juggle the Marines. We're going to juggle the Moms for Liberty Summit, and we're going to come and get some good old grassroots fight in Texas. Short break. The war room's about to start in just a minute.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot at all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 18 October, Year of our Lord 2025. We're here in Texas today, north of DFW. I've got Brian Harrison joins me for this hour, and because we're focused on grassroots in Texas, we've also got Lee Wams Wamsgans is going to be with us. She's running for the Senate. She's going to join us co-host for the next hour. We're also juggling all the information we're getting out of the Moms for Liberty Summit down in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to be going shortly about Marine Corps 250. The 250th anniversary celebration, commemoration in Camp Pendleton today, an amphibious assault. You're going to get to see live that Amanda Head, John Solomon's partner, is going to be out there hosting that. We're going to get all this. Michael Pack, the great filmmaker, is going to join us in a moment. One of the best filmmakers about the United States Marine Corps. I want to go back to the summit. Tina Descovich. Tina, quite frankly, you teed it up yesterday for us, but man, this thing is on fire. The energy, you can feel it. The multi-generations, the Turning Point. We took the whole segment from the Turning Point kids coming up to the Turning Point video to Benny Johnson's just amazing witness. Talk to us about your feelings this morning as your summit is literally on fire.
Oh, it's been such a powerful morning. Unfortunately, I've had too many tears already this morning through the Charlie Kirk tribute. Having those kids on stage, seeing the future of America here with Moms for Liberty this year has been very moving and remarkable. Right now on stage while we're out here is Benny Johnson with our Dads panel. And I was in there for the first few minutes of it. The crowd just keeps going crazy in there. So I think they're doing a really good job. I know Terry Schilling is out there and on the stage, and he has 7 kids. And he just announced that number 8 is on the way, and the crowd just went wild.
Unreal. And then Benny committed to, I think, number 5. Tina, what do you want to see come out of this? You've got great speakers, high energy, a broad range of folks, but what's the purpose? What are we trying to drive towards?
Well, ultimately, we're here to educate and empower, to give parents the tools they need to go back in their communities to save not only our country, but we're realizing Western civilization. It's becoming a much bigger, more broad mission as we do this work. And so that's the grassroots hard work that's going on here. But at the high level, it's just great to be together with your people that believe the same, feel the same, have the same mission. That's what brings the energy and the excitement and the inspiration and really fills all of their cups to be able to go back and do this.
What was it that you did in starting this parental rights movement that so triggered the teachers' unions? I mean, obviously, we got to be blunt. You've got an enemy in the teachers' unions. They've targeted Moms for Liberty as one of their single biggest problems, and they want to make sure you never get another school district seat, that you're driven out of the schools, you're driven out of the libraries. What was it that you guys brought that drove the teachers' unions to go absolutely nuts?
I think it was that first year when we won like 200 and something school board seats out of the blue. They were panicked. They've had such a stronghold on education for decades. You know, when you go in and you meet school board members, I served on a school board. I was shocked at how many were former teachers union members. You can't be a member while you're on the school board, but you still have the same ideologies in your brain. And what was happening is you actually were negotiating. So if you're a teachers union member and you leave the teachers union once you're elected and you're negotiating with the head of the teachers union for everything, salaries, taxes, when school starts and stops, all of these things, you're just negotiating with yourself. There's nobody at the table. There's nobody representing kids or parents. And it's my opinion that that's why education has just tanked in America. So Moms for Liberty comes on stage. We're like, oh, not anymore. Parents are taking this back. And started with the school board races. You know, we've upset all of their policies and their agenda. We call them out for their nonsense. And of course, they're our enemy.
Bo, you talked yesterday when we started that broadcast with you anchoring for us in Orlando that you're a new dad and you're there and you keep looking for the dads for Liberty, and it's become pretty big, right? Benny's on the stage right now. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means a lot. Tina was just talking about that, saying she was catching some of the panel. I think it's a big thing. For one thing, and I think, Tina, maybe you could address it too, is there a future for Dads for Liberty? Will there be? That Benny has intimated it, maybe it'll happen. But I'm thinking about, Steve, just the things that I need to be thinking about as a new father. School choice, parental rights, parenting in the digital era, screen time, all the things that are being discussed here. So as I mentioned to you yesterday, Steve, it is a learning experience for me. And so I kind of want to just ask Tina as well, in terms of being a new dad And for all those new dads out there, as I look to my school choice for my kid, what are the 2 or 3 things I need to be thinking about right now in preparation for what's coming for me?
Yeah, number one, it's actually very basic. Is the school using phonics to teach your child to read? For at least a decade now, America's been on this quest for a new way to teach reading, and obviously it's not working. We only have a third of kids in America that can read proficiently by 4th grade. And so number one question when you walk in is, are you teaching phonics? Like, how are you teaching my kid to read? And so, you can go to momsforliberty.org, and we launched m4lacademy.org, where we are that's where all the tools and resources are located. And we put together a back to school toolkit. There you can see the questions that you should ask the teachers and the school to try to select not only where your students should go to school, but, what's happening to your child in that school. We also provide opt-out forms. So if there's something that's going on there that you don't want to participate in, we've given you sample forms and letters that you can use to opt out of the things that might be not in alignment with your values.
Yeah, and Steve, I also think that in line with what Tina said, being here in Florida has set a standard. It's set an example, I think, for what the rest of the country can follow. And I got to say, Steve, thank God I'm in this free state of Florida to raise my child. But these are things I've got to be thinking about now. And I know there's a lot of dads out there that may not even know what Moms for Liberty is. But as Tina just said, you can go on the website and find the resources that you need right now. And that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Tina, your social media, the website, where do people go? We're going to be covering this all day. It's absolutely amazing, but I want to make sure people get the inside baseball.
Momsforliberty.org is our website. I'd ask everybody to join and become a member. It's free, and you can be a dad and be a member too. You don't have to just be a mom. So do that so we can stay in touch and we can tell you the things that are going on within our organization. You can catch us on all social medias, Mom4Liberty, and I'm Tina Descovich on all socials.
Tina, thank you so much. Bo, we'll come back to you. I know we got a bunch of interviews, and Bo, make sure you fill out that your membership of Moms for Liberty today.
Brother. I'm gonna do it in the break.
Okay, we'll come back to you guys as well. Tina,
have you filled out the membership form yet?
Let's roll. So the free state of Florida, we have 2 anchors in the MAGA movement. And look, Ohio's amazing, Georgia's amazing. You got all these amazing states. That Arizona, we got the bedrocks, right? But the foundational elements of Florida and Texas, and you guys are very competitive with each other. Competing. Now, I assume that none of these problems we're talking about, it's because folks that I know so many Texans, and it's kind of their own republic. They're so proud of the University of Texas.
Used to be, yeah.
They're so proud of Texas A&M, University of Texas. They brag all the time about their education system. So I know that all the issues that Tina's talking about in education couldn't possibly be in the state of Texas.
Now, as a native Texan who loves this state, who likes to believe that the state of Texas is or should be number one in just about everything, I hate to say it, as an elected official here in Texas, Florida is just straight up kicking our butt.
Is that serious?
They're running circles around. You mentioned the Moms for Liberty thing, school choice. Florida has been leading the fight against teacher unions, and the state of Texas, I think just passed probably the biggest teacher union bribe in the history of America last session called HB2. Almost $10 billion.
No, impossible.
For the teacher unions. Yeah.
And do that. How could that possibly be?
Because it's how we do.
This is the Texas Republic of Texas.
I know.
It's a right to where you guys hate unions.
We are, well, the people do.
Yeah.
But the government is all about the teacher unions here in the state of Texas. And Florida, talk about empowering parents. I mean, they started the parental empower movement, and then 30 years ago passed education freedom to let parents pick where to choose to send their kids to school. Texas, I think the only Republican state left that didn't have anything until a few months ago. But unlike Florida, where it's actually universal and every parent can get to send their kid where they want, in Texas, our school choice bill, only 1% of parents even get to benefit from this thing, and all the rest of the money was shoved over to the teacher union.
Since you've paid, you're paying the teachers union, you've done this $10 billion bill. The results must be amazing. It's worth the cash you're giving them.
Oh, it's you either laugh or cry, but it's an existential crisis, and that's why I'm so grateful for what the movement Moms for Liberty, not just in Florida but across the country, because we have liberal indoctrination. Everyone knows about this. You talk about it all the time. But it's not just the liberal indoctrination is going up, but the fundamentals of education are plummeting, and even in Texas, this breaks my heart. It makes me angry, actually. Only 24% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in reading.
Full stop. Not in the state of Texas. Not as proud as you guys are.
Only 23% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in math. So it's a generational crisis.
How can Abbott and these people, how can the local class in Austin accept that?
Because the reality is, for too long, the teacher unions, which again, the state of Florida has been doing battle with, and the state of Texas, by the way, should be leading the fight against the liberal, Marxist, leftist, progressive teacher unions. Instead, we're taxing Texans out of their homes to subsidize the teacher unions and oppose literally everything that Trump supports.
Walk me through that. Connect those.
Yeah. Okay. So the way it happens is, so people pay property taxes wherever you are in Texas. You don't
have a state income tax. So
you don't have a state. So the property taxes, right? We have them, but they don't have to be the highest in the country. We have the highest effective property tax rate in the country. So wherever you are in Texas, when you pay your school property tax bill, I'll walk you through this. What happens is your local districts, they don't take that money and do what you think they're doing with it, which is give it all to the teachers. Right? We should be prioritizing the teachers in the classrooms. What they're doing, they're taking that money and then handing it to liberal extremist organizations like the Texas Association for School Boards, the TASA, these groups. And what they do, they take this taxpayer money and then they weaponize it against conservatives' values, against their beliefs, against their children. And they pay for lobbyists to go down to Austin to lobby for more money for the teacher unions, to put boys in girls sports, to have, men in girls bathrooms. This is what you're paying for. When you pay property taxes in Texas, these school districts are handing it over to these taxpayer-funded lobbying organizations, and they are lobbying the state government to do everything that conservative Republican Trump voters oppose.
We got a minute or two before we go to break. We're going to bring Michael Pack, the great filmmaker of the United States Marine Corps, is going to join us to kick off the coverage from Marine Corps 250, which we're going to pass the baton to Amanda Head at noon here on the War Room. What do people do here in Texas to fight that then? If they're going to sit there and go, hey, we want great education. We don't want the unions driving thing. It's ridiculous that Florida and Texas are the leaders of kind of the freedom and liberty movement in the country because they're the railhead of MAGA. How can you possibly have this in Texas? How do you break it?
Well, I tell people all the time, the most important, and I think Moms for Liberty, I think they would agree with this. I think the most important, most impactful political office in America today is your local school board. So number one, we got to have real conservatives run for local office. That's super important. But number two, demand that the governor of Texas, lieutenant governor, and the Texas legislature stop giving even a single penny to the teacher unions. And then we've got to stop this egregious practice called taxpayer funding lobbying, where we take property taxes and hand it over to liberal extremist lobbyists to force the Texas government to, again, put money back in the hands of teacher unions.
You're paying for your own demise. I mean, this is what's unbelievable.
Yeah, right? we're funding the very destruction of the next generation, the indoctrination.
It's almost like a Greek tragedy where the hero's strength is actually used against him to destroy him, right? The great prosperity and entrepreneurial spirit and the hard work of the populist nationalist MAGA is actually used against to destroy their children and their grandchildren.
And it's happening without the knowledge of Texas voters. Because Texas voters wouldn't stand for this if they knew about it. And that's why I'm so grateful to the Posse and War Room crowd for raising awareness. Because when Texas voters and voters across the country, when they see the truth, they don't stand for it.
That's why we're down here in Texas. Okay, we're going to take a short break. I want to make sure you go to Birch Gold this weekend. President Trump, I think, has stopped any more, what I call it, going up the escalatory ladder in Ukraine, as he's trying to make a deal with Putin to put the guns down and stop the killing. And also, Scott Bessent's en route to over to Asia to meet with the Chinese finance minister, I think in Singapore, prior to the meeting President Trump's going to go over to. So President Trump's working overtime for peace and prosperity. Go check out Birch Gold, the end of the dollar empire. This whole thing's about a de-dollarization move of the Chinese Communist Party and the BRICS nations. It's had a pretty big impact, but gold is on fire. Find out why. You need the process, not the price. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. End of the dollar empire. Get that and make contact with Philip Patrick and the team. Short commercial break. Michael Pack on the other side.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medications, so I need prescription drug coverage.
And what do you want?
You know, I'm not exactly sure.
Would you like help figuring that out?
Absolutely.
If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to listen to your questions and help you find health coverage that meets your needs. Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans provide medical and hospital coverage, plus Part D prescription drug coverage. You get everything in original Medicare and benefits such as dental, vision, and hearing. And once you're an Aetna Medicare Advantage Plan member, our trained service representatives will be there for you, ready to provide guidance and support.
Having a conversation with our members should be like sitting down talking to a fellow family member. How do I want my mom to understand this? You know, it's not all just business, because at the end of the day, they're not a dollar sign. They're not just another customer. They're a member.
When you call our toll-free number, you are under no obligation to enroll. You can speak with an agent, ask questions, and get the answers you need.
Get Medicare coverage that's right for you and fits your budget. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Many Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans offer Part D prescription drug coverage with a $0 copay on Tier 1 prescription drugs at preferred pharmacies. Plans also offer a $0 copay for preventive services like screenings and tests when you see in-network providers. Plans may also include dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
And what about your insurance company? What do you want from them?
I want to be treated like a human being, not a number.
And you?
When I need help, I want to be able to get on the phone and talk to a real person, somebody that actually cares.
As an Aetna Medicare Advantage member, our dedicated service representatives will listen to your needs, answer your questions, and provide help.
When you call in, you don't have to do anything. I'll do the work for you.
What about you? What do you want from a Medicare Advantage plan? To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. Annual enrollment ends December 7th, so pick up the phone and call for a free Medicare coverage assessment today.
Call 1-844-788-5204 to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. That's 1-844-788-5204.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
So I arrived about 20 minutes, 15 minutes after this fight had begun. And it was at, I guess I would call it a bit of a stalemate. And the reason I say a stalemate is because wounded Marine inside. Staff Sergeant Chandler organizes a rescue party. They run in the room, try and shoot everything that moves so they can pull this Marine out. As soon as they run in, what do the enemy do? They're smart. They throw grenades in the room. As they walk in the room, they blow up. Now I've got 2 more Marines wounded. The other 2 wounded Marines fall into the kitchen, and they're trapped in this kitchen. So now I got 4 Marines trapped in the house because no one can go in this living room without getting blown up. Another rescue party goes in, led by a corporal, Corporal Wolf. Goes in with a sergeant, and they try and go in. Corporal Wolf gets shot in his flak jacket, falls on the floor. Sergeant Byron Norwood gets shot in the head, killed instantly.
Then First Sergeant Brad Castle realizes that there are men in extremis hurt. He can hear the screams. He enters the house. He grabs Marines nearby, takes them in with him, begins to develop the situation inside the house, and in the process of maneuvering to an empty room, engages and kills a man at close quarters and is wounded in the process by a enemy above him. And in fact, he and his partner, his buddy Lance Corporal Nichols, both are stitched down their legs with AK-47 fire.
These guys are in a very good position, the enemy. There was not a very easy way to get to them. And at the same time, all of these rooms, this structure is very solid. The construction in Iraq is very sturdy. Steel rebar, reinforced concrete, and sometimes triple layer brick. You couldn't shoot a missile through some of these walls. And so we couldn't bring any heavy weapons to bear, couldn't bring any grenades to bear because we had too many of our own men wounded on the inside. So basically all we could use was our hands and our guns. So another Marine, PFC Boswood, and myself started taking this sledgehammer to the steel grate of this window.
So the lieutenant goes in without their protective vests and plates on, etc., through the bars of a window that they managed to pull aside. This all in extremis. There's firing going on. There are grenades being thrown in the house. There's groups of Marines separated and trapped by this very effective defense scheme. Grapes goes in with Boswood. They identify the threat above them. They work out a scenario to suppress the enemy above them.
We got 4 or 5 guns pointed up at these positions, and just like you'd imagine with a countdown, okay, you ready? I'm not sure. Okay, well, we're gonna go on 3. Make sure you don't run in front of our guns because we're gonna be shooting. And the old, ready, set, go. And then we start unloading on these guys upstairs, and these 2 selfless Marines run across this kill zone, not once, not twice, but 4 times to pull Marines out of there. And we had some Marines in some pretty bad situations. Lance Corporal Nick, or PFC Nickel, was bleeding really bad from his leg. First Sergeant Katzel was carried out by those 2 Marines who aren't carrying any weapons, but still holding his weapon, ready to fight. They were in bad shape. So we had to get them out of there as quickly as possible. But we still had these 2 guys in the house, and they weren't going anywhere. And we weren't going anywhere until the job was done.
They managed to get everybody out of the house alive, and Byron. They managed to get Sergeant Norwood out of the house.
I was honored to be the executive producer of, I think, and I've been told by many Marines, one of the most powerful films ever made about the Marine Corps, The Last 600 Meters. The writer and director, Michael Pacht. And Michael, you chronicled, which I think is so important, these kind of forgotten battles, which are huge, really, if you look at them, huge in Marine Corps history, in Iraq, in the Iraq War. The first Battle of Fallujah, the Battle of Najaf, and then the second Battle of Fallujah, which is kind of the Mac Daddy, one of the most intense battles in the history of the Marine Corps. You do it through the eyewitness account of the Marines that fought there. Tell us about it.
Well, in fact, you're right, Steve. Fallujah and Najaf are the biggest battles America has fought since Vietnam. And the purpose of the film is to tell the story, the ground truth, in the words and deeds of the people who fought there. Not whether the war was right or wrong, but what happened in these battles, to tell it as a battle story, as if it were Gettysburg or Iwo Jima. And I think the right way to honor the men and women who've risked their lives for us is to celebrate what they did in battle. That's how they want to be remembered, not discussing PTSD or anything else. They want that to be remembered in a fair, truthful way. And as you know, Steve, we don't really sugarcoat these battles. They were horrible meat grinders, and we depict them that way. And that's what counterinsurgency urban warfare is like. And the film is, as you know, Steve, we completed it a long time ago, 17 years ago, and for PBS, and finally they're putting it on this year, but it's actually more relevant than ever. Now that, if you look at wars in Gaza or Ukraine, they are very similar, and future wars will be like that too. And we need to honor these men and women. They're mainly Marines. It's the Marine, you're celebrating the Marines today, but Army, Air Force too, but mainly Marines, and they are heroic. You can see it in that clip. Jesse Grapes, he never would say this. It takes Willie Buell to say it. Imagine going into Hell House where your fellow Marines are pinned and taking your Kevlar and armor off to go in. It's mind-boggling.
Then know the heroism. That's why today we're going to have a celebration of this film after over a decade, 17 years. PBS is finally put. I got to give it a little history. In fact, I'm going to hold you through the break. I got to juggle this with Mom Salur, but I got to tell the story. So he's first off the longest standing guy that hung in with President Trump in the first term, 3 years, would not bend to Mitch McConnell. They destroyed Michael Pack and say he's my hero because they destroyed Pack every day when he was going to take over Voice of America and everything. And he says, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to get confirmed. And eventually Trump says, stick in there. We're going to get you confirmed. It happened. But in the Bush administration, Michael was put in to basically be the content, because it was so out of control, to be a content guy. The left went nuts. The Bush administration folded, as they always do. But going out the door, they told Pack, hey, we'll give you as much money as you need, or money to go shoot the phone book if you want to. And Pack came, he had this idea that, hey, this war in Iraq, it's so high tech. You got, everything from Schwarzkopf, now it's more advanced. Oh, make a thing about the high tech part of the war. And Pack goes and does his research. He comes back in about 6 months and goes, hey, you know what? I actually realized I'm wrong, that this war is going to be fought at the gunman to gunman. It's going to be down to 600 meters. And that's why this film is so incredible. You actually see what Marine rifle squads go through. This is, when they call them grunts, you're seeing the grunt work. I mean, Michael, it's so intense because it's all eyewitnesses accounts of these battles in Iraq that really the media never covered, particularly the urban warfare that they had to go through. Sir.
I think that's right. And that accounts for today, the veterans of these wars are not adequately celebrated. I'm glad that you're doing it. Whatever you think of the war, these young men and women risk their lives for us. So I'm really happy that they are getting a chance to be celebrated. And their efforts were heroic, as you see in that clip, but throughout the entire 90 minutes of the film. And it's we see it from the level both of the people on the ground and the people, the grunts, there's corporals and sergeants, but then a couple levels up, up to the one-star generals that were actually in the field, no one back in Washington. Yeah, we think it's ground truth, what it's like in these battles. And that's the way to celebrate the Marine Corps, is to understand what it's like to fight. So I think it's great that PBS is putting it on. It's going to be on the day before Veterans Day, November 10th at 10 p.m. all around the country. So I think it's a great time, a great slot. So we're happy to do that, and we're happy to celebrate the Marine Corps.
November 10th, it's also the Marine Corps' official 250th birthday.
Correct.
We're going to be doing a lot with Michael. We're not going to be out in Pendleton today, but we're going to do a lot around the 10th. Also, aren't we doing on the October 30th, aren't we doing a live screening of this in Washington?
We are indeed. We're screening it on October 30th, and we're going to try to get a lot of the veterans to come. My wife, who's my business partner and was an executive producer along with Steve, is working to reach out to all of them, and a lot of them want to come. Not all of them are even in the area. I mean, it's been a long time. We were lucky to be able to interview them 2 years after the battle when their memories were fresh, and they look like they do in the footage now, 17 years later. They've all had their own complicated lives, but many of them really want to come, and those that aren't coming want to watch it and tell their families to watch it. And you're right that even though it's never been broadcast on PBS, it's sort of, people have heard about it, people have talked about it. You and I, Steve, took it to a bunch of military bases a while ago to raise money. So people have heard it, they've been waiting for it, people remember it even 17 years later. I think its broadcast and its screening will be a big event, and I hope we can get some of the veterans from the Trump administration to come too.
We're going to do it big. Michael, hang on for 1 second. I gotta have you tell the story when you come back on the day of Marine Corps 250 out in Camp Pendleton. Just extraordinary. Michael Pack is the nicest, gentlest, calmest guy. Why they hate his? Why are they so fear his content? They threw him out the first time, right? They won't show his film after 17 years. They've never put it on PBS, and they paid for it. And 3 years of torture to get confirmed, by the United States Senate in President Trump's first term. Short commercial break. We're coming back to Pack. We're in Texas with Harrison. We're going to the Moms to Liberty Summit in Orlando, Florida. Back in a moment.
Do you have an ugly, outdated, maybe even unsafe bath or shower? You could remodel it the hard way. Or you could do it the easy way by calling Jacuzzi and get the beautiful bathroom of your dreams installed in just 1 day. That's right. It doesn't take weeks or months, just 1 day, and you won't need to break anything, not even the bank.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering zero interest with zero payments for up to a year. Jacuzzi is the trusted name in bath remodeling. We've been making water feel great for over 70 years, and we can bring you the bath or shower of your dreams in just one day.
Jacuzzi is a full-service company. There's no contractor that could pull that off.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple. Our local design consultants come right to you with exclusive, genuine jacuzzi features and designs to help you create the custom bathroom of your dreams. That's easy to clean and even easier to love. And everything we install is backed with superior craftsmanship and the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty.
The warranty gave me a big peace of mind. You want to have something that they're going to stand behind, and they do. My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
The Jacuzzi Bath Remodel team went above and beyond.
It is amazing.
Now you can experience the Jacuzzi Bath Remodel difference affordably through this exciting limited time offer. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. Call or go online right away and see for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need with the quality and trust that only Jacuzzi can deliver, backed by an unbeatable lifetime warranty. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait to schedule your free design consultation today. Call now.
Let us convert your old, outdated bath into a stunning, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat, so you can enjoy enhanced safety in style. And best of all, you can have it all installed in just one day.
It was one day. It's like, how do you do that? How can you take out a whole bathroom tub and shower and install a new one in one day? Jacuzzi quality.
You deserve the luxury of a customized space that makes you feel great. So choose the smart way and call Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today.
Don't wait. Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. See for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need directly from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water. Let us make your dream bath a reality in just one day. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call today to take advantage of this incredible opportunity.
Call 800-384-7949. That's 800-384-7949. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, today in the War Room, we're in Orlando with the Moms for Liberty Summit. We're here in Texas, talk about the grassroots movement, this burgeoning grassroots movement in Texas. We're also going to be at Camp Pendleton, Real America's Voice, Amanda Head for Marine Corps 250. I want to go back to the Marine Corps' official birthday, which is 10 November. Michael, you got to be so proud that 17 years ago, they financed this film. As soon as they saw it, they go, no, we're not showing this because it's not about the politics of Iraq. It's about the heroism of this young generation, and they wanted no part of that. But to select you to be what they're going to show on the evening of the 250th anniversary, the commemoration of the Marine Corps, is very powerful. And here's how powerful the film is. When we took it around to bases and we showed it to Marines, and they loved it. It had an impact on them because it said, look, this thing doesn't put it, it's no phony glory here. This is not a Hollywood production. This is just grit and determination and true the essence of courage when you have to do it against all odds. You're just going door to door, and you can tell the entire time this is a thankless job, right? So you took it around though to Force Recon. Now, the Marine Corps, they don't have a special forces. They say they're all special forces, but the special forces of the Marine Corps is what's called Force Recon. And these are the ones that hit the beach, particularly in the Pacific, early. You took it around to, I think, a gathering alumni of Force Recon. These guys got to be in their 80s or 90s at the time. And Pac Joseph calls me afterwards and says, he says, hey, I'm taking it to the bravest of the brave. All these guys sit there and go, I couldn't do what these kids do. And Pac's sitting there going, hold it, hang on, you're the bravest of the brave. What are you talking about? And he said, hey, in World War II, we were hitting the beach. We clear cut everything. You don't give up an inch. You're not taking any prisoners. We're just going, right? Because with 17 and 18-year-old kids, what these guys did, men and women, had to kick down those doors and go in, and 250,000 people in Fallujah. They sucked them all in. They wanted all the bad guys from Chechnya. They wanted all the bad guys in one place. And they had to go door to door, room to room, to clear it. Michael Pack, your thoughts about the greatest generation's greatest saying that this was more powerful than anything they had done.
It was very moving. I wish the veterans of the film were there with me. They were saying that, when they were clear island hopping in World War II, when they were at Iwo Jima or any of those islands, they were sent to the islands ahead of everybody else, right? They're forced recon. But they said, as they used a politically incorrect word, if we saw a Jap, we killed them. That was it. We didn't have to think about it. These guys have to sort stuff out. Who's civilian? Is this woman, with carrying water, feeding her family, or is she hiding an IED? They have to sort things out that they would never have been able to do at 17. And they were really amazed by their courage and by the sophistication required of these young men and women. It was really moving. I mean, after we showed the film, there was silence. I thought, well, I wonder what they're thinking. And then they came out with all the stuff, and they all agreed. Absolutely every one of them felt the same way. And so I think the audience will feel that way too. By the way, Steve, you're always saying I'm a nice guy, but I do think that the opposition to me, both when I was working for President Trump and previously, at CPB and elsewhere, wasn't personal. I never thought the people who were out to get me didn't like me personally. Most of them didn't know me. I think it was all about maintaining the left's complete control of the media, and they did not want to give an inch. And in many of these cases, I represented a little bit of a crack, and even a little crack was not enough, and was too much rather. And they wanted to destroy me for that reason, not because they disliked me. It was never personal, and you know that as well as anybody, Steve.
Michael, you're a true hero. Where do people go to get to the company, to your content, social media? And once again, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the 250th commemoration of the birthday of the Marine Corps, November 10th, nationwide on PBS. And then give the October 30th what we're going to do and how can people possibly get tickets for that?
Well, my social media is Michael Pack _, on X. But I recommend they go to our websites. The one that for the last 600 meters is Manifold Productions, MANIFOLD Productions.com. And the one for our more recent work is Palladium Pictures, PALLADIUM Pictures.com. But you can navigate from any of them. And we have a lot of other content, including other ones about war, but about politics and history. And a lot of them are free or streaming somewhere. And I recommend them all. And we have this event on October 30th. It's at the Navy Memorial. If people want to come, they should probably reach out via our website. My wife is in charge of those invitations, and they're going kind of fast. And maybe, Steve, it's an event you could even cover. But yes. Of course, you will be there, so that'll be good. And veterans will be there, too. So it'll be a way to honor people in person. And we hope we can get Pete Hegseth or Tulsi Gabbard or someone from the Trump administration that was a veteran to come, to honor these veterans that are there and sort of in advance of the anniversary of the Marine Corps and Veterans Day.
To the tip of the spear, Michael Pack, thank you so much. Honored to have you on here this morning.
Thank you, Steve. Great to be on your show.
Let's go to Bo. We're going to go back to the summit. We've got some very special guests. Bo Davison is there for an interview. Bo, what do you got for us, brother?
Steve, you're going to love this. We talked earlier about the generational component, the generational legacy of Moms for Liberty, and I'm joined now by Reagan and Owen. These are two junior patriots, and I just found out about this just minutes ago. But basically, they've started a pilot program for Turning Point USA for middle schoolers. So we're talking about even the generation even younger than what we see at typical Turning Point USA events, which is incredible. And they've got these Build-A-Bears, which we'll get to in a minute. But Owen and Reagan, I want to talk to you guys first. So Reagan, you're the president of this new chapter, and Owen, you're the vice president. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So Reagan, why did you start this?
Well, so I went to SAS this summer and I met Charlie and I not hung out with him, but I talked with him for 4 days. And then I brought it up to him, why don't we start a middle school chapter? And it was at first. And then it was like, okay, then we'll start the program and we'll try it. And so if everything goes well, then it will be open to pretty much the whole world next year if everything goes well this year.
And it's going well so far.
Yes, it is.
And this is in Land O'Lakes, right? Land O'Lakes. Okay, Owen, tell me more about it and your role as vice president.
Yeah, so we started a meeting last week ago. We were at the meeting. We were doing just grouping up, seeing all the people who joined in, and then we celebrate Charlie Kirk's birthday after. And when we post it on our Facebook and social media, it went really viral.
Wow, that's incredible. Reagan, tell me about, you got to meet Charlie. You got to hang out with him for a bit. I'm so glad you got the chance to meet him. What was that like? And what did it mean to you now since you've been inspired to start this new chapter?
It was very special for me. So a fun thing was, I was listening to him speak, and then he actually signed my 4-H jacket on air, because it was the first time that 4-H was represented at a TPUSA SAS event, and it was just not mind blowing, but more than that, it was life changing for me.
It's kind of funny that you had to convince Charlie to do it, because I would think he would see this and be like, yes, 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 we need to do it. But thankfully you have started it. It is a pilot program, and I want to get to these bears. So, Owen, you go to Build-A-Bear, and everybody knows you can go Build-A-Bear any kind you want. But these are special. These are like Charlie Kirk bears, right?
Yeah.
So explain that.
So we went there and we got bears. We found a suit where he wears his all things.
Let's take a look at it. Yeah. Go ahead.
And then we have his shoes, his
the red tie, the microphone, the Starbucks. Can you see the Starbucks cup?
Yeah.
That's awesome too. Okay, so that's your design.
In there.
All right. And then some of them actually play messages. So Reagan, you have one, if I could see it, that when you press the button on his hand, and I'm going to put this as close to the mic as I can. Here's what happens. Pressed it. Do it for me, Reagan.
It's time that we start talking to the next generation, not talking down to the next generation. And that's what we're doing.
It's time to start talking to the next generation and not talking down to them. That's what's in there. So, Steve, you can hear that in these Build-A-Bears, the brilliance of this. They've not just designed the Build-A-Bear, they have actually put an audio recording of Charlie's voice. The level of innovation, of charisma, of leadership of these new Junior Patriots is blowing my mind right now. The fact that they would think to not just start the chapter, but then have this tool, this educational tool of a Build-A-Bear.
Hey, Reagan, let me ask you a question, because I knew Charlie, extremely well, and he was obviously a very unique guy. He followed us on Real America's Voice for 4 years, and knowing how Charlie thought, because he's always thinking about how you mitigate risk, how you do things and drive organizations, but Charlie was very thoughtful and thinking through. How did you talk him into it? When he originally said, I don't know, I got to think about it. What did you tell Charlie Kirk to sell him on the idea?
Well, so it was a maybe idea at first, like I said. And then, so what happened was he was like, okay, let's do it. We'll give it a try. We'll see what happens. And so that's how it got started. And so far everything's going well. And we had our first meeting on October 14th, actually. So...
Amazing. Guys, just fantastic. How do we they have social media? Is there a website? Bo, where do we go to follow them?
It's a good question. I don't know. With Junior Patriots, I don't know. Do you have social media?
We do. We're on Facebook and Instagram for Club America Junior Patriots.
Club. Yeah.
Okay, they froze. Okay, well, let's just make sure we get it up. Amazing. Talking Charlie Kirk into something. Charlie had a certain way that he rolled. I just think it's great. That's one of the best stories I've heard. It's also one of the reasons I never work with kids or dogs, right? They steal the scene. No, absolutely fantastic. And I think it's so great that they came after Michael Pack. And you talk about the sacrifice. And this is what I say. The reason, even as dark as you think it is, the reason I think, and I said this on the Tucker interview the other night, I feel absolutely great because you see this younger generation. I think the young men are the most based generation in the world. And one of the reasons I said, guys, from 18 to 30, the reason is what their uncles and brothers did in the Iraq and Afghan war. And you see this, you're going to see this in the last 600 meters. When you can impress the Force Recon Marines at Peleliu and Tarawa, and they sit there and go, hey, what these kids did is much more, it's much more powerful than what we did because we were just clear cutting and told you don't back up an inch and anything in front of you, you're just going to get shot. These kids had to do it differently. That's passed down to America. And you see these kids right there just doing a great job. Okay, we got Harrison, a lot of news report out of Texas. We're going to get to it. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to make sure everybody, Birch Gold, take your phone out right now. With gold blowing through $4,300, it's time, I think, that you need to know the process. It ain't the price of gold. It's how it got there. And remember, the biggest change, it went from a hedge, which we've talked to you folks about, how it's been a hedge for 5,000 years. Something's changed, as Philip Patrick and the team has walked you through. It's now becoming a central asset. Like back in the 19th century of money center banks, and particularly central banks, as they think through fiat currency. Make sure you understand it. Birchgold.com, promo code War Room, or promo code Bannon, I guess, in this regard. You get access to that in Philip Patrick and the team, or take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. You get the free and ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Do not forget silver. Short break. Back in a moment.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medications, so I need prescription drug coverage.
And what do you want?
You know, I'm not exactly sure.
Would you like help figuring that out?
Absolutely.
If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to listen to your questions and help you find health coverage that meets your needs. Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans provide medical and hospital coverage, plus Part D prescription drug coverage. You get everything in original Medicare and benefits such as dental, vision, and hearing. And once you're an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan member, our trained service representatives will be there for you, ready to provide guidance and support.
Having a conversation with our members should be like sitting down talking to a fellow family member. How do I want my mom to understand this? You know, it's not all just business, because at the end of the day, they're not a dollar sign. They're not just another customer. They're a member.
When you call our toll-free number, you are under no obligation to enroll. You can speak with an agent, ask questions, and get the answers you need.
Get Medicare coverage that's right for you and fits your budget. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Many Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans offer Part D prescription drug coverage with a $0 copay on Tier 1 prescription drugs at preferred pharmacies. Plans also offer a $0 copay for preventive services like screenings and tests when you see in-network providers. Plans may also include dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
And what about your insurance company? What do you want from them?
I want to be treated like a human being, not a number.
And you?
When I need help, I want to be able to get on the phone and talk to a real person, somebody that actually cares.
As an Aetna Medicare Advantage member, our dedicated service representatives will listen to your needs, answer your questions, and provide help.
When you call in, you don't have to do anything. I'll do the work for you.
What about you? What do you want from a Medicare Advantage plan? To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. Annual enrollment ends December 7th, so pick up the phone and call for a free Medicare coverage assessment today.
Call 1-844-788-5204 to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. That's 1-844-788-5204.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon
Okay, welcome back. I want to thank our production team, everybody working in Denver today, also my production team here on the road in Texas. Just a great job juggling things. Of course, we're going to be tossing to Amanda Head and the team out in Camp Pendleton. So today, across the country, doing all this live, and I want to thank Harry and the team at the summit, just doing an incredible job. The reason I wanted to come down here, I felt I needed to come down here to Texas, all the great sponsorship we have of the Texas people, and we have a huge audience in Texas. And every time we've asked them to do something, whether it's fight in the Paxton impeachment effort, or recently in the redistricting, which would not gotten done without this audience, and really putting your shoulder to the wheel with the other grassroots. Texas is under. People understand the centrality of Texas in American history, in American culture, in American mythology. Remember, John Ford said, when the legend becomes fact, print the legend, right? Texas is known all over the world, right? Not just for Westerners, but for this ethos of what Texas is about. It's the reason that Texas is a target. Now, we just had this Antifa thing John Solomon talked about. I want to talk to you about that internationally. They're coming, but also internally. We make a big deal here how we thwarted, because when I was at Breitbart, it was, Soros is coming to Texas. He's putting $300 million. You got Beto O'Rourke and all these folks. And we said we beat that back. But in the process, I learned in beating it back, there was something deeper than just Soros. We have a problem that's deeper than just Soros's money. We have a culture, and there's no place in this country with a bigger divide between the MAGA grassroots populist nationalist base and the political culture, not even just the politicians, a political culture. So walk me through that first, and I want to get to this Antifa.
Well, something I know you and I have spoken about many times, Steve, and the posse gets this. I mean, we need to never lose sight of what time it is in America right now. We're in a battle for nothing less than the future of Western civilization. And I firmly believe, as goes Texas, so goes the nation. As goes the nation, so goes the world. And even though the state of Texas, you talk about the divide between sort of the rhino, weak liberal establishment and sort of the Trump-supporting conservative, pro-liberty base voters of Texas, it's just as big a divide between the perception of Texas. People believe Texas is the #1 state for liberty, freedom, low taxes, low regulation, small government, prosperity. But the reality is we've just been coasting on that reputation. And even though Texas isn't talked about as a battleground state politically very often, make no mistake about this, I firmly believe Texas is the crown jewel in the left's plan to conquer our nation. If we lose the state of Texas, we'll never have a conservative Republican in the White House. And then Texas voters got to know this. We're not always going to have a bold, strong president like Donald Trump in the White House. And it's going to be incumbent on the big states to hold our country together, especially the next time we have some leftist progressive in the White House like Joe Biden, who was, undermining law enforcement, throwing the border wide open to bring in 10, 20 million illegals and terrorists and drug cartels and everything else. So Texas is the line of the sand. It's a straight line, but from Texas to the future of our country and the future of Western civilization. And we've got a weak establishment, liberal sort of core body of people that have been controlling this state for a generation now. Too long, if you ask me. And they're totally lost touch with the Texans and with our ethos, rugged individualism, self-reliance, freedom, liberty. These are the principles that made our state and our country great. But far too often, establishment, weak Republicans are selling out the voters of the state of Texas. And in doing so, they're selling out the future of our country.
No, this is why it's more insidious than just, the money of Soros and Soros's kids in these left-wing groups. Right. Because you can kind of see that coming. Mm-hmm. But to know that they already really control the school system here, that it's not an independent school system. You got the teachers unions who are some of the worst. You've got this infection has hit the, people in Texas are so proud of the University of Texas system, Texas A&M system, Texas Tech, and the private schools. And you see that this cultural Marxism is so deeply embedded. All the work that you guys have done, and still they're doing and only if you out them, only if you go in and say and show video of these professors. Right. But that's just the surface of it. It's a systemic problem.
Right. I mean, why does it take people like me going on shows like War Room and showing undercover video and audio of leftist progressives who have been put in charge of our most cherished institutions like my alma mater, Texas A&M. But, I mean, here's the bigger question. Why the hell are leftist progressives being put in charge of anything in the Texas government? It's absolutely outrageous. So not only are we not this low-tax state like people think, I mean, highest effective property tax rate in the country. I have people in my office, Steve, all the time in tears. They don't know how they're going to be able to stay in their homes and their property that have been in the family for generations, have paid for. And for what? So the Texas government can fund but what's basically the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Hakeem Jeffries agenda of DEI and transgender indoctrination. Hell, we give it $1.5 billion. We voted this last session to liberal Hollywood. I mean, the worst type of crony corporatism and corporate welfare is going on down here in the state of Texas. Taxpayers are being forced to fund the indoctrination of the next generation, all at a time when education rates are plummeting, and we've got to, people got to take their heads out of the stand. And unlike in D.C., where sort of the teams identify themselves, radical Democrats, left-wing media, in Texas, people think if an elected official calls themselves a Republican, that they support President Trump, they support the principles of our founding, they support freedom and liberty. And the reality is I've never seen anything as undermined, as duplicitous, as dishonest as elected Republicans who campaign saying, oh, vote for me, I'll stand up to the radical left. I'll fight the Democrats. But then when nobody's looking under the pink dome in the capital of Austin, they vote to empower those very Democrats and collude with them to destroy liberty in our great state.
Brian had one of the most powerful jobs in the first term, which is chief of staff over at HHS, because that's such a behemoth. One lesson we've learned here in the war room in Texas, if you expose it, people jump on it and go, no, that's not going to happen. We've had huge victories. It all comes from the same thing, getting information out to the Texas grassroots. Once you get them on something, they can't be stopped. They can't be beaten. And the establishment in the state knows this, and the left knows this. I've asked Brian to stick around for the top of the next hour. We're also going back to the summit. Hopefully Lee's here. She's out door knocking today, as every candidate should do. We're trying to get Lee. And then obviously we're going to do a transition to Amanda Head and Marine Corps 250 live all day today, all afternoon today from Camp Pendleton, California, where the Marines are going to show you what an amphibious assault looks like. I think three things will be blowing up today. So if you want action, stick around on Real America's Voice. We're going to take a short commercial break. Make sure, take your phone out for our sponsor, Birch Gold 958, Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 958, Birch Gold at 989898. Text that right now. You get access to Philip Patrick and the team in the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Do not forget silver. That's where we wrote it up for both. See you back here in a moment.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies failed. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Saturday, 18 October, Year of our Lord 2025. We're going between Orlando, Florida, with the Moms for Liberty Summit, to Texas about the grassroots fight to save, I don't know, maybe the most important state in the union. And then we're going to go out to California to watch the Marine Corps 250, Amanda Head, Real America's Voice, where they're going to be doing a major amphibious assault so the American people get to see what the Marine Corps does up close and personal. John Solomon was on here, and Cash, and he had Cash on for an interview. I talked to Cash also. One of the biggest developments in President Trump's law enforcement effort in this designating Antifa a terrorist organization happened in Texas, and didn't get enough play because the left-wing media don't want to talk about it. They actually indicted these Antifa people for, guess what, attacking, shooting, and killing of ICE agents in the line of duty on beginning the mass deportations that stopped the invasion of our country. Walk us through that.
Yeah, it's really historic, and it's a massive shift from 4 years under Joe Biden, where our law enforcement, CBP, ICE agents were just systematically undermined by the leftist president, facilitating what I believe was an invasion for 4 years, to now President Trump. First, let's back up a second. Remember how serious President Trump has taken this issue. He signed an executive order to basically give himself new authorities. He designated for the first time ever Antifa as a domestic terror organization. And so because he did that, they drew upon these authorities and indicted multiple people now for the first time in FBI's history, two Antifa-affiliated individuals on domestic terrorism charges. And this is the president saying, I am going to not tolerate this anymore. And yes, this happens in the state of Texas, as so many things does. And I think I'd be remiss, Steve, if I didn't take 2 seconds and just say to the brave ICE, CBP, and every other law enforcement official involved in securing our border, just on behalf of millions of Texans, thank you for what you do. The state of Texas has your back. Millions of Texans have your back. And now, as we're seeing what's come out of Kash Patel and President Trump's Department of Justice, the president of the United States has your back. And I got to say, this one ICE agent that you meant, he was shot in the neck. This man's a hero. Even after he was wounded, after this Antifa thug shot him in the neck, he didn't stop fighting. He crushed down and then still managed to get off return fire. So even after he was wounded, not knowing if he was going to live or die, wow, he still stayed in the fight to the last second, fighting back against these Antifa thugs. And they've been indicted now, and it happened 2 days ago, first time in American history, terror charges against Antifa.
And here in Texas, too. I mean, think about
Alvarado, Texas.
You guys got to understand they're coming for Texas, because so goes Texas, so goes the country, so goes the country, so goes the world. Amen. Last thing I want to ask you, today in Texas, they're going to have, they're saying it's going to be big in Dallas and in Fort Worth and San Antonio, Houston, no Kings. What does no Kings represent, you think, to the folks in Texas?
Well, first of all, we got to almost, you either have to laugh or cry at the total irony and hypocrisy of the left talking about no kings after what they basically had was an imperial president, Joe Biden, shredding
an illegitimate imperial president.
Right, and who's somebody who had no problem shredding the Constitution on a daily basis to do things like, I don't know, politicize federal law enforcement against their political enemies. So yeah, we're going to have this. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as big as what it's going to feel like if you only get your news from the liberal mainstream media. I mean, they're going to zoom in ultra tight. It'll be a crowd of 35 people somewhere, right? But they're going to zoom in super tight and tell you there's, millions of people there. Look, there are going to be some crazy people show up. There is unfortunately a contingent of leftists, many of whom have controlled the Texas government for a long time. You'll see some of them show up, but I do not think it's going to be as big as the mainstream media wants you to believe that it is. I'll tell you something, Texans love this country and they support our president.
You're the Associated Press for the Texas grassroots and MAGA movement. Where do people go for your social media?
Oh, yeah. Appreciate the posse amplifying what we put out there. There is no real conservative media in the state of Texas, so please help us out, help the cause. On X, at Brian E. Harrison, at Brian E. Harrison on X. I think it's safe to say the single most hated Twitter feed in the capital of Austin, but at Brian E. Harrison on X. I like communicating direct to the people, not having to go through the lens of the liberal mainstream media.
Disintermediation, it's called. Okay, Brian Harrison, thanks for taking time yesterday and today to join us. We're going to go to main stage. I think we got Mary Holland speaking from Children's Health Defense at the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, Florida. Let's cut to the main stage.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here with these mama and papa bears. There is no stronger force in the universe than parents for their children. So we're kindred spirits. I'm president of Children's Health Defense. And we were a group of moms with vaccine-injured children that really created this organization. And we were very fortunate back in 2016 that the current Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., founded Children's Health Defense. So the organization was founded to end the epidemic of chronic childhood disease. Over 50% of our children today, way over 50%, have some kind of serious chronic condition, be it severe allergies, asthma, ADHD, autism, diabetes, bipolar, dyspraxia, anxiety, obesity. You name it. These are terms that we didn't even have in our vocabulary, OCD, 50 years ago, and yet they are incredibly prevalent. Over 70% of young people could not qualify for the military if they wanted to because of their physical and mental health. There's something wrong, as John Solomon was saying earlier today, the abnormal has become normal. It is not normal. It is not normal to have so many sick kids. And it's our job as the moms and dads and the adults to turn this around. So Children's Health Defense works through 4 different pillars. We have education, advocacy, science, and litigation. And we believe we are not a medical organization per se. We're not going to tell you what to do medically, but like you, we believe in the truth, and we believe in liberty, and we believe that parents armed with the truth and liberty will make the right choices for their individual children. So we as an organization oppose all medical mandates. As I think the Surgeon General, Joe Ladapo of Florida, told you yesterday, I don't know if he said it yesterday, but he said it in the press conference with the governor not long ago, any medical mandate drips with disdain and slavery. And that is the reality. It is literally the state, whether it's the local, state, or federal government, telling you, we control your children, we control your body, you don't own your body, you don't own your children, the state does. And that is a form of slavery. What we have when it comes to medical mandates is medical tyranny, and we who stand for liberty must oppose medical tyranny. So, although we stand to end medical mandates, and the states of Florida and Idaho are at the front of the curve, and we are so grateful for them setting the pace, In other states in the country, in the majority of states, 45 states, we have religious exemptions. And parents can assert religious free exercise rights to say, no, my kid is not going to get a vaccine. Because we do believe that the science shows, the meta-analyses that we have show that unvaccinated children are by far and away healthier than vaccinated children. They don't have the same chronic health conditions. So sadly, in 5 states today, we do not have religious exemptions. In California, New York, Maine, Connecticut, and West Virginia, we do not even have religious exemptions. And that is catastrophic for those families that do not want to vaccinate their children at all. And other states, blue states, unfortunately, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and others are at risk of losing religious exemptions. So I'm going to come back to what our legislative fix is on that. But I want to tell you about a case that we funded in New York State very recently, just to show you how important this is. We represented through council a 16-year-old girl, Sarah Doe, who lives on Long Island. And Sarah, in 2019, when New York State, in its wisdom, repealed the religious exemption, this girl wanted to stay in school like any normal kid. And so her family, regretfully decided to catch her up on the vaccines she had not yet received. And she developed several life-threatening autoimmune disorders. And she then was told that in order to stay in school, she needed a 3rd dose of a hepatitis B vaccine, which is a disease that is contracted through sexual contact and through IV drug use. And the irony is that under federal law, if you have hepatitis B, you can go to school and be in the workplace. But without her 3rd dose, her school district was prohibiting her from coming to school. And her school district was overriding her medical exemptions. And she had 7 of them from different doctors. And we had to take that case to court in order to have a federal judge tell the school district, you have to admit this child with 7 medical exemptions. She deserves her place in school. And the judge ruled that way. But it's to show you that medical exemptions have been perverted according to the incentives of the medical system, and religious exemptions have been denied in these 5 states. So I want to encourage you. I know Moms for Liberty are incredible activists at the grassroots, incredible legislative agent. There are 3 bills in Congress right now that I would commend to you if you care about medical liberty and health liberty. One is the GRACE Act, introduced by Representative Stubbe of Florida, asking that every state must have a religious exemption. It's part of free exercise. It's the First Amendment. Let's get our legislators to support it's called the GRACE Act. And as a former speaker said, grace is so important. It's the GRACE Act. The second one is from Representative Gosar of Arizona. That is end the vaccine carve-out. Basically, in today's world, the doctors and the vaccine manufacturers have no liability, and the states can compel vaccines. When you have compulsion and no liability, let me assure you, you do not have safety and effectiveness, as they say. So this bill is called End the Vaccine Carve-Out. We need to restore some level of liability for the doctors and for the vaccine manufacturers so that actually they are made safe if people are going to take them. So end the vaccine carve-out. And the last but not least is a bill by Tom Massey of Kentucky, repeal the PrEP Act. The 2005 Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act is what made COVID possible, what led to the creation of your powerful, wonderful organization. Basically, we would not have had the emergency use authorizations tests or the masks or the gene therapies without that PrEP Act. So Tom Massey has a very important bill, repeal the PrEP Act. So bottom line is, you as parents, as moms and dads, need to be the ones to make decisions for your children. Only you can fully, truthfully act in the best interests of your children. We are completely aligned on that. Through our education, we have an online newspaper that's free, The Defender. We have online streaming every day. And as I said, we do science and litigation. And our conference is coming up in Austin, Texas, beginning of November 7th to 9th, Moment of Truth. I know you stand for truth. We stand together. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return to Texas in the grassroots fight to thwart the loss of one of the greatest states in the union. Next in the world.
Do you have an ugly, outdated, maybe even unsafe bath or shower? You could remodel it the hard way. Or you could do it the easy way by calling Jacuzzi and get the beautiful bathroom of your dreams installed in just one day. That's right. It doesn't take weeks or months, just one day, and you won't need to break anything, not even the bank.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering zero interest with zero payments for up to a year. Jacuzzi is the trusted name in bath remodeling. We've been making water feel great for over 70 years, and we can bring you the bath or shower of your dreams in just one day.
Jacuzzi is a full-service company. There's no contractor that could pull that off.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple. Our local design consultants come right to you with exclusive, genuine jacuzzi features and designs to help you create the custom bathroom of your dreams. That's easy to clean and even easier to love. And everything we install is backed with superior craftsmanship and the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty.
The warranty gave me a big peace of mind. You want to have something that they're going to stand behind, and they do. My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
The Jacuzzi Bath Remodel team went above and beyond.
It is amazing.
Now you can experience the Jacuzzi Bath Remodel difference affordably through this exciting limited time offer. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. Call or go online right away and see for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need with the quality and trust that only Jacuzzi can deliver, backed by an unbeatable lifetime warranty. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait to schedule your free design consultation today. Call now.
Let us convert your old, outdated bath into a stunning, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat, so you can enjoy enhanced safety in style. And best of all, you can have it all installed in just one day.
It was one day. It's like, how do you do that? How can you take out a whole bathroom tub and shower and install a new one in one day? Jacuzzi quality.
You deserve the luxury of a customized space that makes you feel great. So choose the smart way and call Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today.
Don't wait. Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. See for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need directly from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water. Let us make your dream bath a reality in just one day. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call today to take advantage of this incredible opportunity.
Call 800-384-7949. That's 800-384-7949. Call now.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Is that better? Okay, welcome back. We're back in Texas. We're going to go back to Orlando when we get some more interviews or to the main stage. Also, hopefully to Amanda Head, they got to do all kind of security sweeps there. So out in Camp Pendleton as we get ready for Marine Corps 250. Lee, our audience got to know you years ago with Patriot Mobile. It was about Tarrant County.
Right.
And I think this is a lesson also for people throughout the country, the MAGA movement. They will target certain areas of certain states, understanding that they see that it's a base of real Trump supporters, but there's vulnerabilities, right? And that's why they become a target. So we've known you for 3 or 4 years now on your work in Tarrant County. Tell us about that, but tell us particularly why they targeted Tarrant County and how close they came, because you flip Tarrant County, you flip Texas. You flip Texas, you flip the country.
Right, because of our electoral votes, right? You lose Texas, we'll never have another Republican president. So Tarrant County, for perspective, Tarrant County has over 2.3 million people.
How many states? That's bigger than...
It's larger than at least 14 states, maybe 15.
15 states.
Yeah, larger than 15 states. So because of that, it's the #1 target, right? We have my Senate district that I'm running in is half of that county. So the Democrats have really zoned in on this Texas Senate District 9 race. They really want to take it. And because this is a special election, there's no primary. Special elections, when people resign midterm, get very interesting because there was a Democrat in the race, I got in the race, and then another Republican got in the race, not caring about splitting the vote. So we've been on the ground for many years. You may recall in 2020, Trump did win Texas, but he lost Tarrant County by 1,800 votes.
That's amazing.
That's, in fact, it was...
Is that a wake-up call for everybody?
I hope it was. I was trying to wake people up because in 2018, the Democrats focused on Harris County, and they took out all of their Republican judges. And they were trying to replicate that, do that blueprint in Tarrant County in 2020, and we worked very hard. This is before I was at Patriot Mobile. We worked very, very hard. I mean, we set up a call center and a tech center. We had hundreds of volunteers come every day. We did tens of thousands of voter contacts every day, and we saved all 11 Tarrant County Republican judges in that 2020 race where Trump lost by 1,800 votes in our county. So it's been a battleground. It is a battleground. If anyone says Texas is not a battleground, they don't understand politics.
That's what Brian just said here. He says, look, you think of battlegrounds like Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania. Texas is a battleground. Why is that?
Well, a lot of it was because so many people were not voting in Texas. So many conservatives took for granted that it was red. And that's why...
Including a lot of evangelical Christians and traditional Catholics.
Well, the Christian base, as we know, only 75% of them aren't registered, and only half of those vote. So it is huge. We've been targeting churches to explain biblical values in voting. We've been training. In fact, Charlie Kirk's Faith Initiative was very positive in training pastors. First Liberty does the same thing. They actually have a guide on their website telling pastors what they can and can't do. And now that it's been ruled by the IRS that churches can endorse candidates and not lose their nonprofit status. That's the truth is winning. The truth is winning. So that's really exciting. We've been working hard on the churches. We've been working hard to explain biblical values, our Republican values. And, Jesus is not on the ballot. We have to choose the candidate that is most like our values.
What about in Tarrant County? Let's go back in time, because you worked on tons of initiatives before you joined Patriot Mobile, and then we met you on Patriot Mobile. There were so many other things in Tarrant County, like in the schools and putting the commandments in. Walk us through what you did in Tarrant County just as a grassroots leader.
Well, sure. And before Tarrant County, I did my first congressional race in 1994 for a Republican in Colorado. I was recruited to Texas, worked for the 104th Republican Revolution, 104th Congress, was recruited to Texas in 1996. And in fact, I was recruited by your buddy, Brian Harrison's dad, Ed Harrison, when he ran.
Oh, so that's when you knew Brian as a young boy.
He was I was taller then, taller than him. So I've been working volunteer ever since 2019, when they were trying to pass red flag laws in the state of Texas. I was the only candidate in this race that went on their roadshow and testified. I spoke about how unconstitutional they were and how they violate.
What was your fear about red flag laws? What was it? Because you got very involved in this. What was it?
Well, the constitutional amendment, our Second Amendment, is our ultimate right, right? That was my initial passion for getting into politics.
Really? With Second Amendment?
My dad was a police officer. He taught me how to shoot when I was 6 years old. I outshot every boyfriend I ever had till I met my husband. He outshot me, so I married him. So that really is my passion, because if we lose our Second Amendment, armed citizens are citizens. When you're not armed, you are subjects. So if you lose your Second Amendment rights, you can lose all of your other rights. And so I'm really passionate about that. Also, Steve.
But people also think, I think when you think of Texas, you think that, hey, it's got to be the most friendly, firearm state in the country. You're saying that's actually not true.
Well, it's not true, but we are making progress. This session, we did pass the bill banning red flag laws, and I've been working on that for 20 years, testifying, writing op-eds, talking truth to power. The addition
20 years of work to get it done.
Yes, but that's, you know what? That's where Democrats beat us, is they accept incremental wins instead of going for everything, losing and taking their ball and going home. It's exhausting. Right? But you just can't stop. And that's what patriots do. You just can't stop. I wasn't paid for any of this. This was all volunteer. I was an elected precinct chair for 20 years in Tarrant County. I was appointed, I was a state delegate to the state convention 5 years. I worked on our Senate District 9 Resolutions Committee and our state platform committee that creates the platform which determines Republican priorities.
Is the platform did they actually push for that in legislation, or is the powers that be just use that as a sop for the grassroots?
You have a little bit of both, and then you have bills that say, oh, we're doing this because it's on the platform, but it really doesn't do what the platform says. So
yesterday I was in a meeting with the grassroots leaders, and they said that 9,000 bills were brought up to the Texas legislature. I thought Texas was kind of a libertarian, self-reliant state. Isn't that a little bit too much legislation? Now, obviously, all of them don't get passed, but just the mentality of putting that much up, is that just all the Democrats, or some of the Republicans do that too?
All of it. And when you see the bill numbers on the legislation, you know which ones have priority.
What do you mean by that?
So the lower bill numbers get in first.
Ah. Right. Very smart. Very smart. What did you learn from being grassroots? Because all your 30 years grassroots are in politics somehow, but never ran for office.
Right.
What was it that, because a lot of our audience is the same way, they've started to become precinct chairman or precinct, they come to the precinct strategy, they then become chairman, they go to the state, and as you know, there's huge pushbacks on the precinct strategy in places like South Carolina and Georgia, some of these states, even in Florida, where, the established order in each of these counties don't want to see Trump volunteers showing up. What was it about learning over 30 years that you finally decided, hey, I've got to step up here and actually run for office?
Well, some of the things I learned that will be useful in this office and will be useful to your audience is when there are bills, if the prettier the name is, the more dangerous it is. So be very careful. And there's not ever just two sides to any bill, right? So we finally got the China being able to buy Texas land bill passed. However, in the very late night before it was about to be passed, an amendment was slapped on it to, they can't buy Texas land, but they can lease it for 99 years.
Are you kidding?
So yes,
who slipped that in?
I don't remember, but I know the hero that knocked it out, and it was our state representative.
I mean, that amendment was knocked out before.
It was knocked out, and so that was killed. Steve Toth, the hero there, but. So here's what I've learned, and here's what I want people to pay attention to. The unintended consequences of bills is more dangerous than leftist legislation. So look for the hidden things. When someone carries a bill for you and they're acting like the hero and they say, oh, well, it got killed in committee. Well, those backroom deals in committees are the most dangerous ones. You have to hold people's feet to the fire. There are all kinds of deals made in the back rooms, and you see it when you're there at the Capitol until the wee hours. But most importantly, it's important to keep an open dialogue with your representative staff, and it's very important to go to Austin. Even if you're not testifying, you can go, almost more important than that, more effective.
You can go in and sit in and just
go door to door. Yeah. I recommend calling and making appointments. If they won't make an appointment, you can still go.
Show up and say, hey, I want to see the.
You can call and make an appointment and say, I want to see what time can I get in. And go from office to office to office. And that's what I do, just having conversations. You
would just show up and just wander around?
Well, that's kind of what we do. I mean, that's what's effective, right? That's what we did for the red flag law bill. That's what we did for the Texas Women's Privacy Act bill. And so we had success with those.
I want to get to the privacy bill in a second. Also, I have a question on the other side. I'll tee you up for it. No kings. They're looking for Texas. You just had the Antifa indictment, which, Cash told John Solomon, who was on earlier, One of the most important things was the indictment of Antifa here in Texas. It also shows you how both the radical left, right, and of course Soros and what they're trying to do with the political culture down here. But no kings. All day on media, they've been talking about Dallas and Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth. That's going to be a massive turnout. We're going to ask Lee that on the other side. Short commercial break. We're juggling between Orlando, Florida, and the summit in Camp Pendleton, California, where they're doing a security sweep even as we speak. We're going to try to get Amanda ahead. Talk about our coverage today, but stick around all day on Real America's Voice. We're going to leave Texas and head to Camp Pendleton for a Marine amphibious assault and some Navy fighter, Marine fighter, attack bombers, everything, helicopters, all of it. Short break, back in a moment.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medications, so I need prescription drug coverage.
And what do you want?
You know, I'm not exactly sure.
Would you like help figuring that out?
Absolutely.
If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to listen to your questions and help you find health coverage that meets your needs. Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans provide medical and hospital coverage, plus Part D prescription drug coverage. You get everything in original Medicare and benefits such as dental, vision, and hearing. And once you're an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan member, our trained service representatives will be there for you, ready to provide guidance and support.
Having a conversation with our members should be like sitting down talking to a fellow family member. How do I want my mom to understand this? You know, it's not all just business, because at the end of the day, they're not a dollar sign. They're not just another customer. They're a member.
When you call our toll-free number, you are under no obligation to enroll. You can speak with an agent, ask questions, and get the answers you need.
Get Medicare coverage that's right for you and fits your budget. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Many Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans offer Part D prescription drug coverage with a $0 copay on Tier 1 prescription drugs at preferred pharmacies. Plans also offer a $0 copay for preventive services like screenings and tests when you see in-network providers. Plans may also include dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
And what about your insurance company? What do you want from them?
I want to be treated like a human being, not a number.
And you?
When I need help, I want to be able to get on the phone and talk to a real person, somebody that actually cares.
As an Aetna Medicare Advantage member, our dedicated service representatives will listen to your needs, answer your questions, and provide help.
When you call in, you don't have to do anything. I'll do the work for you.
What about you? What do you want from a Medicare Advantage plan? To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. Annual enrollment ends December 7th, so pick up the phone and call for a free Medicare coverage assessment today.
Call 1-844-788-5204 to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. That's 1-844-788-5204.
Trump himself, of course, did muse about becoming dictator for a day. He has also said that his supporters, maybe they don't need to vote again if he were reelected. And in February, the White House even posted this image reading, "Long live the king." So, like, definitely not a king, right?
Super not a king.
Super not a king.
The amount of unkingliness emanating from this White House is truly stunning. I think that Trump does understand that being called a king in America is bad. He understands that part at least. The problem that he faces is that he wants to be, like, he wants to have all the powers of kingship. He wants to have the sort of autocratic, my way or the highway, what I say goes, about how to run the country. He wants to be able to throw people in the dungeon for disagreeing with him. He wants to be able to loot the treasury as though it were his personal treasury and dole out cash without Congress's approval. He is, if he is not a king, then I feel like he is at the very least emulating bad King John, who gave us the Magna Carta all those hundreds of years ago. I think that he is someone
We're getting some really deep historical cuts here.
It's Friday night. We're going to deep cuts. And I really think that he knows that to be called a king is bad, but he is not willing to not act like he wishes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make sure that because of the MAGA base, I know they're very, as we talked yesterday, very focused on election integrity in Texas, because they know that Texas is a swing state.
Yeah.
Media doesn't want to talk about it. So, and I know they're very, in 2020, particularly Tarrant County, they blow me up all the time that, hey, there's no way Trump lost that. So I know you guys have been on top of this. My point is he won in 16. They steal it in 20, right? You come back in 24 for a big victory. What's more democratic than that? What's more the things of working for democracy than going out and putting coalitions, doing that hard work in those interim years to have Trump come back and have this big victory and this huge victory in Texas, which the spread was so much bigger than people thought. And yet these people, the no kings people here, and today they're counting on Texas, they're counting on Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and Fort Worth to have a massive turnout. What are your thoughts about the whole process of what you guys had to do, the pick and shovel work of true democracy to make sure President Trump and a sweeping victory here across the board, and particularly in Tarrant County, and then the kind of the insult it is to you guys to have this no kings, that President Trump's some sort of autocrat and that you are really the supporters of fascism.
Well, the interesting thing about No Kings is this is coming from a party who usurped their primary process to appoint a queen. I think she identifies as female. That is what's the hypocrisy of it. I do want to point out that I think Trump's Truth Social was the best that won the internet about this. His truth post is
and you're quoting.
I'm quoting, I'm reading because I'm old and I need glasses. A huge thank you to all the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I'm still your president. Good job, all.
That's a great troll.
It was great. It was great.
What do you think is going to be a big turnout in Fort Worth, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston? Is there a big effort for this?
I do. I think there will be. And, you know, we're used to this. And everyone said, you know, we're having our event today. Are you afraid? Well, I don't live afraid, obviously, by my track record of my life. You know, during the BLM rally, people drove by my house with bullhorns screaming my children's names. My best friend was told that her 13-year-old received a text and it said, I can't wait to watch your faces. I put my 7-inch blade in your mom's throat. I mean, that's what we deal with as conservatives in Texas. And you know what? We don't let them win. We keep fighting.
That's incredible. What you can see from Antifa, this indictment, and from the No Kings rally, Soros and the left has targeted, forget the political culture or the business thing of just doing trade-offs all the time to sell us out. But the left very much is focused on Texas as a target, not just to be a swing state, but to actually, what are your thoughts on that, particularly now that the first indictment we've had comes in Texas for Antifa?
Well, it's definitely a target. That's another reason why we fight for our Second Amendment rights, right? It's also, we are fighting so much money. Our last school board races, several school board candidates lost. We did some post-data analysis, and some of those nonprofits involved in that. We traced $1 million, and that's just what we can trace because most of it is.
You mean the not-for-profits are coming after the parental rights kind of movement to have the parents want to be in charge of the school boards.
Yeah.
Now that they won one term, in the next term you come back and you got dark money coming after them?
Yeah, and let me give you a couple of examples why. In Southlake, Texas, you know, we took over that school board. We have great conservatives on that school board. Our school board sued the Biden administration's unlawful and overreaching rewrite of Title IX and won. So we left the Texas Association of School Boards. We would not allow boys and girls sports before our state ruled that. So they come after, they target at the local level. And that's something that the left has done for a very long time. And even if you don't want to run for school board, some of the most effective things your listeners can do is get on those committees in your municipalities, in your cities, and in your schools. Because, I mean, let's face it, being on the health committee didn't used to sound sexy until you start to think about where are the sexual transitioning drugs given? Where are the decisions made to let Planned Parenthood come in and do your sex health classes? Those health committees are critical. Masking, all of the above. Your budget committee is huge. There are school districts all across this state and across this nation giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to these liberal nonprofits that are only doing indoctrination, and that money needs to be going to educating these kids.
Do you agree, Brian's statistics, like only 25% of public school kids in Texas in the 8th grade read a proficiency, only 23 are math literate. It's stunning how bad. And he said he thinks the most important offices in Texas are school boards, because he says that's where the nastiest fights and the most important fights about the future.
Well, they are. And a part of that is it's so close to home. So the attacks are direct. And when I fought a school tax, this was 20 years ago, my children were attacked in the school by a teacher.
Were attacked because you were fighting for
reasonable taxation in my district. Because it's so close to home. In fact, I know a person running for state office right now, and he said, this is so much easier than running for even state senate because the local races are so volatile. They're personal. And you think about my race, it's half of Tarrant County, and Tarrant County is the #1 target in the nation. That's what I'm up against.
And the scale of it, how do you, on a special election, let's talk about what this audience, how they can help. What do you need to do? Because this is all about turnout, right? This is all about turnout. How today, before you came over, you were actually out with your door knockers talking and getting them pumped up. Today, we're going to have a rally. But talk to us about what do you have to do to guarantee turnout of the voters that'll support you, and how can this audience help?
So first of all, constitutional elections historically have low turnout. So many conservatives don't know that there's an election even happening. So door to door, and I think yesterday was when I was on, I told you we knocked 7,800 doors. Those numbers were several days old. Met with my campaign manager today, and we have now knocked 10,400 doors as of this week. And that is, a ton of volunteers giving up of their time and treasure to do that. That's the critical thing. The reason this is a turning point in Texas is the liberal left has always poured a lot of money into Texas, but they weren't used to conservatives fighting back. Now that we have been fighting back for several years, they were turning Tarrant purple. We took it back to red. Now they are really pouring in the money because their money is endless. The Pritzker Group and the sexualization, the Pritzker Group created the sexualization of children in public education. And you know how much money they have. So we are up against a lot of money. So the only way to win this is to be patriots, giving of your time and treasure, getting everyone, bring 10 people with you to the polls to vote. We have some really important constitutional amendments. We have 17 constitutional amendments, and they
on the ballot.
And they do everything from stopping capital gains, stopping taxes on property, from increasing our homestead exemption, meaning we're taxed on less of our homes. It's a really important constitutional amendment if my race wasn't even on the ballot. So it's really, I just can't even express how important this election is.
So hang on with us. By the way, where can people go right now for your campaign website and social media?
LeeForTexas.com.
We're going to come back. Lee's going to stick around with us. Do we have Ben Harnwell in Rome? And we're going to go to Ben Harnwell in Rome. I am told by Lee, I have to be very specific. That's Rome, Italy, the eternal city, not Rome, Texas. So, Ben, give me a summary. Huge developments yesterday. Zelensky, I heard from sources that it was very heated in the cabinet room where they had that lunch about the situation with Tomahawk missiles and the overall strategy of Zelensky on the prosecution of this war. What do you got for us, sir?
Morning, Steve. Morning, Lee. Well, I'm delighted to come onto the War Room, Steve, today. and basically pay tribute to the power of the War Room audience, the power of Real America's Voice audience, because I would suggest that the constant pressure has had an effect. Pressure and indeed prayers. President Trump, as you say, magnificently held the line and said no to President Zelensky. And better than the in-your-face no is the reasoning behind it, Steve. He said, and I quote, "Because the United States does not want an escalation." That was his justification. He also said that giving the Tomahawk missiles to Zelensky would be, and I quote, "a big deal." He said that the US needed them for its own defense. This is, Steve, I could not go back and change what the president said to make it better. It was absolutely perfect. And this is what we've been in the run-up to Friday's meeting every day on the War Room, as we've been covering this. This is exactly what this audience wanted to hear from the president. No attempt at escalate to de-escalate. President Trump is concentrating now on this meeting that he's going to have in Hungary with President Putin. Date still isn't set for that. And he didn't want to push President Putin into a corner before that meeting took place. But the important thing is, and this is the interpretation that we've had on the War Room, giving these Tomahawk missiles to Zelensky wasn't simply a military strategic objective on behalf of Zelensky. It was his attempt to lasso America into this war, to support him in this war of attrition. And that is not, at least for now, that is not going to be taking place.
So Marco Rubio with Lavrov this week, and then open, it looks like the following week, potentially, if things have the momentum that President Trump was driving, it'll be in Hungary. Viktor Orban will be putting that together with Putin and with the President of the United States. Is that our critical path here?
That's the critical part. Look, I don't want to preempt that meeting because I don't know how much room President Putin himself intends to give on this. But we'll read the tea leaves and the run-up to the meeting, and obviously afterwards. Steve, I have to say, for me, the important thing about this meeting is that it's taking place in Hungary, in Viktor Orban's Hungary. There is not a member state in the European Union that has been more that has refused more to play the Ursula von der Leyen line, and I'm just thanking God that President Trump didn't ask to have this meeting here in Rome, Italy, and under the support of the Prime Minister phony Meloni. That would have been absolutely awful. The fact that he's given it to Orban is a massive sign of support in Orban. He's very isolated here in the European Union, and I'm very grateful for the president for having done that as well.
Ben, social media, so then get your beady-eyed cynicism over the weekend.
Oh, my beady-eyed cynicism is on maximum now for the next weekend. It's Harnwell, my surname Harnwell, on Getter, my social media platform of choice. Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
Love you, brother.
Great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Short break. Back in a moment.
Do you have an ugly, outdated, maybe even unsafe bath or shower? You could remodel it the hard way. Or you could do it the easy way by calling Jacuzzi and get the beautiful bathroom of your dreams installed in just one day. That's right. It doesn't take weeks or months, just one day, and you won't need to break anything, not even the bank.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering zero interest with zero payments for up to a year. Jacuzzi is the trusted name in bath remodeling. We've been making water feel great for over 70 years, and we can bring you the bath or shower of your dreams in just one day.
Jacuzzi is a full-service company. There's no contractor that can pull that off.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple. Our local design consultants come right to you with exclusive, genuine jacuzzi features and designs to help you create the custom bathroom of your dreams. That's easy to clean and even easier to love. And everything we install is backed with superior craftsmanship and the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty.
The warranty gave me a big peace of mind. You want to have something that they're going to stand behind, and they do. My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
The Jacuzzi Bath Remodel team went above and beyond. It is amazing.
Now you can experience the jacuzzi bath remodel difference affordably through this exciting limited time offer. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. Call or go online right away and see for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need with the quality and trust that only Jacuzzi can deliver, backed by an unbeatable lifetime warranty. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait to schedule your free design consultation today. Call now.
Let us convert your old, outdated bath into a stunning, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat, so you can enjoy enhanced safety in style. And best of all, you can have it all installed in just one day.
It was one day. It's like, how do you do that? How can you take out a whole bathroom tub and shower and install a new one in one day? Jacuzzi quality.
You deserve the luxury of a customized space that makes you feel great. So choose the smart way and call Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today.
Don't wait. Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. Right now, we're waiving the installation costs, all with zero down and no interest or payments for up to a year. See for yourself just how affordable it can be to choose all the safety, style, and features you need directly from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water. Let us make your dream bath a reality in just one day. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call today to take advantage of this incredible opportunity.
Call 800-384-7949. That's 800-384-7949. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I want to thank Trevor Comstock for joining us. Of course, part of our big coalition is the moms, the parents' rights, the MAGA hardcore populist nationalists of President Trump, and Make America Healthy Again. Trevor Comstock, you got one of the best companies in America, founder, CEO. What do you got for us today?
Yeah, Steve, always great to see you. So just real quick, I just want to touch on one of our newest product releases, which is our creatine monohydrate. And we've only been selling it for just a short while now, but the feedback we've been getting has been amazing. And for anyone that doesn't know, just a little background on it, creatine is really amazing because it's one of the most studied and effective nutrients available. And it supports things like a healthy brain, cognitive function, memory, and it also helps your brain produce more energy, which is pretty remarkable. So it's great for things like mental clarity, focus, trying to stay sharp and alert, especially if you are sleep deprived or fatigued. And then, of course, it's always fantastic for muscle recovery and strength and conditioning. I can't say enough about it. I've been taking creatine for years now, and I'm always, feeling pretty sharp. My recoveries are very fast as well. So you can also just mix it into anything. I know we get a lot of questions on how you properly take it. You can mix in your coffee. You can put it in juice, water, smoothie, pretty much however you want it. But yeah, again, it's amazing for brain health as well as muscle recovery. And again, it is one of the most studied and effective nutrients available. So can't say enough about it. And just wanted to hop on real quick.
Where do people go? I want everybody to get this and get all the information. Where do they go right now? What's your website? Where do folks go?
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com and then also use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. Ton of reviews you can sift through as well. If you have any questions, just feel free to reach out.
Trevor Comstock, thank you. Founder, CEO, and chairman of Sacred Human Health. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. You're an Army brat. I love the thing that all your boyfriends, as soon as you met a guy that could outshoot you, you could outshoot every boyfriend. As soon as you found one that could, mom's guns, Ken's long, he shoot. Okay, that's the guy. You're an Army brat. You have been a great grassroots firebrand for years. We met you with the Patriot Mobile guys, by the way. I want to thank Glenn Story and the entire team, Patriot Mobile. Love having those guys as sponsors, and Glenn Story, what he's done with this company and what they've done. You guys have done it historic. I want to make sure people know that these elections are relatively low turnout, and we're a party and a movement that are about low propensity voters. So what are you going to do here?
Well, I told you yesterday we had walked 7,800 houses, and my campaign manager pulled me aside this morning at a walk event and said, Lee, we're up to 10,300 now. So It's the grassroots. That is what will take back America. We are outspent, but we're not outworked. No one will ever outwork me. So, and I have amazing volunteers. I have an army of boots on the ground. That's how we do it. But get out the vote is important, and you go to leadfortexas.com to sign up and help us.
And a rally today, where do they go to find out about the rally, where it's going to be?
Right on the front page of leadfortexas.com. So it's a one-stop shop.
And do you have social media also? You have a Twitter account?
Yeah, Twitter account and Truth. It's all Lead for Texas, at Lead for Texas.
Perfect.
And it's LEIGH.
Okay, Army Brett made good. We got to win this one. This one's so important for Texas. There's what, 25% of the Republican seats are up on this election?
Yeah, it's crazy because in our state Senate, we have 31 spots, 20 Republican, 11 Democrat. 5 of those 20 are open seats. So that's one of the reasons the left is throwing so much money into this election and the 2026 elections. We've got to work harder.
Last thing, the guy that jumped in is Republican. 93%, you're telling me 93% of his millions of dollars is all from out of state?
From out of state. I've never seen it before in my over 30 years of politics.
Does that show you that the business interest, the corporate interests have a strong interest in Texas of doing things down here?
Definitely.
Unbelievable. 93%. Okay. Lee, we're going to follow this campaign very closely. We're going to do the rally day. Can't be more excited. Mike Lindell. Lindell, here's what I don't understand. How can, how can a guy be found guilty or liable, I guess you're not, it's not a crime, liable for defamation of a company that the next day or 2 days later is found is charged and indicted with a money laundering, all kind of criminal charges about bribing government officials. And if you read, if they want to talk about defamation, read the indictment. The indictment, right. Literally, if this stuff is true. Yeah. So, Lindell, you're the only guy in the world that can happen to. How did it happen?
Yeah. Well, Steve, you can't make this stuff up. I don't get found guilty of defaming crooked voting machine companies every day. But when I do, I go to South Dakota pheasant hunting. I mean, you just got to take it the way it is. But that's why I wanted to get on, Steve. And still, I've got to get all the support we can for MyPillow, because the judge also ruled against MyPillow, my employee-owned company, that they defamed Smartmatic because they're guilty by association. You can't make this up. It's all over the news. Even CNN said, hey, you think this will help Mike Lindell and MyPillow? CNN said this. I mean, of course it's going to help us, but, the timing of the judge looked at the same thing that we showed him, that now they have here's a charges against Smartmatic. So anyway, Steve, even right in the middle of our pheasant hunt, everybody was waiting because we know MyPillow needs the support of the War Room Posse, and you guys were going to continue the free shipping sale through the weekend here. And we're going to get a win out of this. We're going to get this appeal done and overturned. And you guys get the 3-in-1 sale. You guys pre-shipping, besides the great sales we have, the My Slippers, $39.98, the towels, $39.98, the lowest price in history for our flagship MyPillows, $17.98 for the Queen, $19.98 for the King. And you guys go to mypillow.com/War Room. Free shipping on everything there, even the big items, the mattresses. You guys have all taken advantage of the mattresses, and the mattress toppers ship right to your front door for free. There you have the My Crosses. We're all praying for our great country. Get the crosses, save 50% there. And you guys, 800-873-1062. You're going to get one of our employees working from home, and they're counting now. They love talking to the War Room Posse. These are the ones that lost it, that got defamed themselves. They're going, MyPillow did this, and they're found guilty of defaming this crooked voting machine company by this judge in Minnesota. So my employees' own company, they need your help. You guys help yourself. It's a win-win-win. Yeah. It's a win for everyone. You get the greatest products in history for the best prices. Promo code War Room, Steve.
Most powerful promo code in the business. We'll see you on Monday morning. We're now going to toss it. We're going to leave you with the right stuff and toss it over to folks that have it. The United States Marine Corps is going to be doing an amphibious assault in Camp Pendleton, California. We're going to cover it wall-to-wall, Real America's Voice. Amanda Head is going to anchor our coverage. We want to thank Patriot Mobile, 972-PATRIOT. You will also talk to an American citizen somewhere in Texas, talking about one of the great companies in America and the greatest mobile service company. Until Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, will you be back in the War Room?
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-02.
Welcome back to Marine 250 from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
All right, welcome back to Real America's Voice. Thank you to Stephen K. Bannon handing it off to us. A lot going on today. Moms for Liberty is holding a huge event in Florida. Bo is there for us. In California, we've got Ben. It's Ben and Bo. We got it all lined up for you here today. We're going to have some great coverage here for you today. Ben Bergquam is at Camp Pendleton. Bo is there at the Moms for Liberty event in Florida, that is. So we're excited to bring you all this great coverage. Who do you want me to go to first? Let's start with Ben Bergquam, all right? All right, Ben Bergquam, that's where we're going to go. We got a lot of moving parts here today, a lot of great action. The Marine 250 event, Sea to Shore, it's a celebration of the United States Marines' 250th anniversary. And Ben, I understand you have a really important member of the military there with you this morning.
Yeah, she's coming over with me in just a second, Lieutenant Colonel Pyrek. She's joining us, but I just want to kind of set the scene for where we're at, and I'm going to let her explain exactly what we're going to be seeing here. We're out at Camp Pendleton. This is my second time on the base, and what an honor to be out here. Right behind me, we're going to be seeing the demonstration, the Marine demonstration. You're going to be seeing amphibious vehicles coming on shore. You're going to see Navy SEALs coming. We're going to have parachutes coming down, artillery weapons over here. We've got the training center over here. It's just an incredible spot. Vice President Vance, we're going to have Pete Hegseth going to be getting a demonstration on the other side of the mountain. And it's just, I mean, you talk about a cool place to be. I couldn't think of a better place. Lieutenant Colonel, are you ready for it? All right. This is Lieutenant Colonel Pyrek. Lindsay, talk to us about what we're going to be seeing. And first off, to all the Marines out there, thank you for your service. I know we're not quite to the 250th date yet, the birthday, but we're out here celebrating this. What does this mean to you as a Marine and to the Marines in general?
Oh, we couldn't be more excited to be here. Marines, we train, we operate from the sea, and this is just a chance to show America and our partners and allies exactly what we can do. This is what we train for. We're excited to execute it. We're going to have Marines jumping out of C-130s. They're going to parachute in. We've got SEALs supporting us. They're going to shape the beach before our landing force comes in. We've got air that is going to be integrated into this mix as Marines flow ashore, and that is our bread and butter. And they're going to come across in 24 amphibious combat vehicles. They're going to drop ramps. They're going to filter or clear through Combat Town. And then the Navy, in support of us, is going to come bring our equipment ashore on Landing Craft Air Cushions, LCACs. They're the hovercraft, and they are our most robust ship-to-shore connector. And so then... Boy, there's a lot that's going to happen today. We've got air overhead that will do close air support, both Navy and Marine Corps. We've got our joint air tactical controllers on the ground. They're the ones that call in the air. And, you know, the Marines practice so that we can do this on behalf of the entire joint force. And to demonstrate that, we're going to have a B-1 bomber who's going to fly in support of us today. So this is really a joint effort as the Navy and Marine Corps team comes together to celebrate our birthday.
What an amazing day. And then along with that, we're going to have some artillery. So I'm looking forward to the concussion. Hopefully I can feel that here.
I think you're going to feel a little bit of overpressure. You know, we have been rehearsing this for weeks. We're going to make sure that we do it in accordance with all safety protocols. We are being good neighbors, but we are really excited to show off our capabilities today.
Yeah, no, what an incredible day. And as a proud American, I never got to serve. I haven't served, but I just want to thank you and pass on the message from Real America's Voice News, our entire team, to you and everybody who swears that oath and upholds that oath and potentially puts your life on the line, that we appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you. Semper Fi.
Yeah, amen. Semper Fi. Steve?
There you go, Ben. You know, actually, they haven't been practicing for a few weeks. They've been practicing, from what I can tell here, for 250 years. So we celebrate that today. Right. And thank you to the Lieutenant Colonel for being here with us today. We'll talk more with you in a moment. Now we're going to shift gears and go to Moms for Liberty. Big event down in Florida. Bo Davidson is down there. He's been there for the last couple of days. I mean, a lot of big developments down there about protecting freedom, making sure that men are not participating in women's sports, that we're putting, you know, the Christian aspect of America back where it belongs, in the classroom, in the public square. Bo, good morning. Good to have you here. I guess it's afternoon now, but what can you tell us, Bo? Big event down there.
Big event. We had Benny Johnson speak earlier, Steve. Coming up, we've got Pastor John Amanchukwu, who actually will be joining us within the hour. And then we'll have Congressman Byron Donalds, probably the future governor of this great state of Florida, will be speaking. I'll also be interviewing him around 1:30. We may take that live. So we've got some really good speakers coming up today. Obviously focused on the family, Steve, education, parental rights. Florida, where we are, has set that standard, Steve. And I even learned today, even earlier in Steve Bannon's show, that he had a representative on from Texas, that Florida's kind of been kicking every other state's butt when it comes to parental rights. It's been happening 30 years ago with school choice. So we're in a great state here that is setting the paradigm for what parental choice and parental rights should be. That's what the last several days have been. There's more to come. They're even getting into artificial intelligence when it comes to parental rights and getting activated there. I also got to tell you this, too. Interviewed Ryan Walters yesterday. You probably know him, former Oklahoma school superintendent, starting an alliance for teachers that is an alternative to the teachers' unions. They've talked a lot about the teachers' unions because Moms for Liberty has been in their crosshairs, but now we have an alternative to that. Thank God, thanks to Ryan Walters. So a lot of great developments and technological improvements, everything that's happening right here at Moms for Liberty at this Joyful Warrior Summit, Steve.
There you go, the Joyful Warrior Summit. And look, there's no question that parental rights, Bo, have been the cornerstone of some political uprisings, if you will, in this country. Virginia elected a governor here 4 years ago because of parental rights. It was the focus of what happened in Virginia. Florida leading the way, the free state of Florida, as you said. But it's never been more critical for parents to stand up and say, listen, these are my children. They do not belong to the government. They belong to me and my family, and we'll make the decisions. Bo, that's really what the cornerstone of that event's about, isn't it?
It is. It's medical freedom. It's religious freedom. We just heard a panel talk about the religious freedom aspect of everything. There are 3 bills that are currently going through Congress right now that deal with this when it comes to COVID restrictions, religious exemptions. One of them, I believe, is led by Tom Massey. So you're hearing a lot of the legislative pushes as well. So there's the grassroots activist aspect of it, Steve, and there's also the legal aspect too. Where can we go with the courts? Where can we stick it to people right now that are infringing on our rights as parents? I think it's amazing. And then, you know, see, we're contrasting this Marine 250 today and Moms for Liberty with No Kings protests going on right now. There's one in Orlando happening right now and all across the country. What a contrast. What a contrast.
Yeah, what a contrast. Absolutely. Look, you got to step on the head of the serpent. I read that somewhere, an important book that I read one day. You have to step on the head of the serpent. Look, this is an important event down there. Like Bo said, we'll be going back there live to check in from time to time. Ben Bergquam, I want to go back to him one more time before we get into some other things we're going to cover here today, including Pete Hegseth, some of the comments he's made. We're going to reflect on Charlie Kirk and his Medal of Freedom that was awarded posthumously here a couple of days ago. But Ben, I was at the Army 250 parade. What a remarkable event. I was at the Navy 250 celebration here just a couple of weeks ago. It is an important time in America as Donald Trump is returning us to a point where we are not just feared, but respected. And part of that respect comes from the great military, including what's happening there at Camp Pendleton today. And what a perfect day. I mean, I can see the weather there. You're standing on the shores. It is spectacular. You've got to be excited to be there.
Oh, no, I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd want to be today. In fact, I was supposed to be covering, as Bo was talking about, one of those No Kings protests that will more than likely turn into riots. You consider the dichotomy of where we're at in our country as we sit here and celebrate the warriors that have shed blood and paid the ultimate sacrifice for the freedoms that we have for 250 years. And you look at the enemies within our country that are actually trying to tear us down from within. And it's the exact thing our founders warned us about. We're not going to be destroyed from without. We're going to be, if America's ever taken down, it's going to be destroyed from within. And that's the battle that you see right now. As we celebrate the warriors for America, you have people that are trying to undermine America. And just actually a few miles away from here, we're anticipating around 3,000 protesters coming to Camp Pendleton. Imagine that. On the day that we celebrate the warriors that shed blood for this nation, you're going to have people coming here to protest. No kings, which is what we fought against. That's why we have our nation, because we got rid of kings. It's totally insane. So I just, look, as a proud American, as a husband and as a father, I couldn't, as I mentioned earlier, I can't think of a better place to be flanked on one side by Secretary Hegseth and VP Vance on the other side. It's just amazing. It's incredible.
Ben, let me point something out to the folks, the 3,000 folks anticipated there to protest the American military, the military men and women that keep this country safe every single day. If truly there was a king in America, a No Kings protest would not be allowed at the gates of Camp Pendleton or anywhere else in this country. If we truly had a king, none of this would be happening. Can you go explain this to the crowd for us, please?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm hoping that we get done and they're still out there, because I've got my Real America's Voice hat on, but I've got my Make America Great hat in the car. So if I get a chance, I am definitely going to go out there and let them know we don't have a king, help them out with a little bit of their history. And the irony is the people that are out there protesting actually want a dictator. Most of this is coming from leftist, anarcho-communists that actually they would be just happy to have a communist dictator in this nation, which is much worse than a king, by the way. Can be. I mean, you've had some terrible monarchs in history, but the irony of this is that's what they want. It's just a king by a different name. And so, yes, if I get a chance, I'll do my best to try to educate them.
Well, nobody's more prepared than you to go out there and try to, teach them a thing or two. If we had a king, boys and girls, we wouldn't have protests that would scream no king. That's pretty simple stuff, but they seem to have missed the memo. Ben, we'll be back to you in a few minutes. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I mean, the irony is so remarkable, my friends. No kings. We don't have a king, because if we did, this wouldn't be happening across the country, 2,100 locations. Hey, and look, I support them. Go ahead, protest. It's part of the American Constitution, part of the First Amendment, to peaceably assemble, assemble. That's the key. We'll see if they behave themselves today, but I have my reservations about that. Now, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. There are new ones popping up all the time. You know this, but here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, like those U.S. Marines. That's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. It is a cool system. Don't just take my word for it. And by the way, I've had it for years now, Patriot Mobile. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. This used to be the problem with switching cell phone companies. It was a hassle. It's not anymore. You can activate in just minutes from the comfort of your own home. You can keep the number you have. You can keep the phone you have. If you'd like, you could upgrade. deployed, just like anybody else. Patriots, all U.S.-based support teams standing by to take care of you right now. You can call 972-PATRIOT or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV/SaveUSA, .com/SaveUSA. Use the promo code SaveUSA for a free month of service today. That's patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch. And by the way, here's something else Patriot Mobile can do. You can have two lines on one phone. I think this is the coolest thing. Two lines, one phone. You can have your business line and your personal line for your friends and family. And you don't have to take calls. You're like, who is that? You don't have to do that now with Patriot Mobile. 972-PATRIOT or patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA. I'll take a break and be right back with our celebration of the United States Marines, 250 years, and the great event in Florida for Moms for Liberty after this.
With more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
For 250 years, the United States Marine Corps has stood as the world's most formidable fighting force. From the founding at Tun Tavern to the battlefields of today, their legacy is one of sacrifice, courage, and uncommon valor. Today, we honor that legacy with a historic salute. Marine 250, from sea to shore, starts right now.
All right, my friends, here on Real America's Voice, continuing live coverage of the event at Camp Pendleton, California, where the Marines are spending 250 years celebrating their events. And in Florida, we've got Bo Davidson down there, Moms for Liberty. He's got a special guest down there on stage. Bo, what do you got?
I do, Steve. I've got Pastor John Amanchukwu with me right here. Before we came on, just 2 seconds ago, Pastor said that I had white privilege because I had better hair than him. I don't know if that's true or not, but guilty as charged, I guess.
It's true. You know, the Lord gave it to me on my chin, but he took it away on my head. But, you know, the Bible says the Lord giveth and he taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. But that is white privilege. I told him earlier that if I had hair like that, I would be in Hollywood. If my hair could just lick to the side like that, come on, man.
Well, Pastor, thank you. I hope the God has blessed us both, right? We're doing better than we deserve. You know, Steve, you teed this off so well. Pastor Amanchukwu, you've been at the forefront. You've had some tremendous altercations with school boards in the past. You've highlighted pornographic books. What did you take away from those altercations?
Number one, there are 3 takeaways. perverts are perverting the hearts and the minds of our children. Number one, we can't call these people just unjust people. They're perverted. That's what they are. All right. Number two, parents are unaware of what's going on. You know, when you send your child off to school and you don't know what's in the curriculum, you don't know the guidance counselor or who their principal truly is, you are setting your child up to be corrupted. If you send your child out to Babylon, don't be surprised when they come back as Babylonians. Right. And then ultimately, pastors have failed to do their job. And that's why I took up the mantle and the role, not only as a father, not only as a man, but as a pastor, traveling the country now to 22 states, fighting for our children, fighting against DEI, critical race theory, gender theory, queer theory. I've been labeled a white supremacist. Go figure, right? Yeah. Just because I stood strongly against those ideologies. And so it's now or never, and we have to double down.
So, Pastor, give the audience, give our viewers some bullet points of what they can do to be proactive so that things like this don't happen. You've been at the forefront of it. You're going to multiple states. What can the parent do?
First and foremost, the Bible says, train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. And so it's your job to be the pedagogue, to be their first educator and their first teacher. If you've taught them things that the school district goes against, then you need to question that, all right? If in your home it's, God created us male and female, but when they get to school, they're finding out about all of these different pronouns. There's 72 different genders today and counting. Parents, you should be alarmed. You should speak up about that. And so what do? You go to the teacher. And if the teacher doesn't hear what you have to say, go to the principal. If the principal doesn't hear what you have to say, escalate it to the school board. And go down there and give them the what for. Now, I have to say this, that the mama bears are doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Moms are speaking up. The problem is the soft and timid and spineless fathers.
Wow.
We need dads to stand before lecterns and square your shoulders and speak up like a man and defend the nuclear family. I believe that much of what we're seeing taking place in the culture today when it comes to gender theory and queer theory and even men competing in women's sports, when dads stop sitting in the bleachers and taking in the games and start getting on the track field and on the basketball courts and saying, no, this is not going to happen. We're going to protest until we stop this. Things are not going to change.
That's a really good point, Pastor, because I think about even what Black Lives Matter said in their own constitution about disrupting the Western prescription of the nuclear family unit.
That's right.
That's unbelievable to me. So you're speaking on a panel on fatherhood. You just mentioned it, but what is the role of the father if more fathers need to stand up?
First and foremost, the father is called to be a provider, a protector, and a priest of the home. If danger is coming upon the family or there's an encroachment on the family, the father should be on his guard as a watchman. But the role of a watchman is to do more than just watch. You have to react. You have to act towards what's taking place. And so that's why the Bible talks about the sons of Issachar, because they understood the times and they knew what Israel should do. Men must know the times. We're living in a day where femininity has been hijacked. And the direct beneficiaries of femininity is men. But men are robbing women of their femininity. But pastors today are more like Joel Osteen. They don't want to engage. They want to pacify the problems of our culture. You can't pacify it. You must address it. And so that's why I found myself handcuffed at a school board meeting. I've been kicked out of 8 school board meetings. I've been threatened even by law enforcement to be jailed if I continue to speak up. But I have to continue this mission because as a protector, not only am I protecting my family and my 3 children and my beautiful bride, I'm protecting America's children.
Yeah, I became a dad 20 months ago, Pastor, and so I fully know exactly what you're talking about, being the defender, not just for your own kids, but for others. Steve, you want to jump in here and ask Pastor Amanchukwu a question? I know you're still there. I know you probably got some insight to and want to ask the pastor a question.
Yeah. Here's my question, Pastor, because as we've seen since the 10th of September, there's been a revival in the churches. Bible sales are up, 42%. downloads of Christian apps on the phone up 80%. There is a resurgence in, and some people call it a revival. I hear some other Christian people say it's not a true revival. What do you think is happening in the country in the wake of the death of Charlie Kirk? Is it a revival, or is it a resurgence of people at least having an interest? Because, look, if they have an interest, maybe they get saved. Maybe they find their path to Jesus Christ. What are your thoughts?
It's a revival. Just consider, since the intentional assassination of Charlie Kirk, you have to keep in mind that 130,000 requests have come in for people to join Turning Point USA campuses, i.e. on high school campuses and on college campuses. That's revival. 277,000 people touched down on the grounds where they had the memorial. That's revival. 1 million people signed up to attend. That's revival. But here's the problem that we have to contend with even within this revival. The fact that 36% of senior pastors have a biblical worldview, that's troubling. Only 13% of teaching pastors have a biblical worldview. That's troubling. And 12% of youth pastors have a biblical worldview. That's troubling as well. And so as we see this revival take place, we need to make sure that these people are going to churches that are Bible-based and grounded in the Word of God so that they can find the necessary nourishment for them to contend for the faith and follow after righteousness.
Pastor, I was really encouraged earlier. Steve, I'll tell you this too. About an hour ago, we interviewed 2 young kids who were part of Turning Point USA's first chapter for middle schoolers.
Wow.
They had Build-A-Bears that were dressed like Charlie and had his words actually within the bear, which I thought was amazing. Apparently the girl convinced Charlie that, hey, we need to start a middle school chapter. He's like, I don't know, try it out. And now you've got a true pilot program coming out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, which I think is incredible. Pastor, if you would also, you mentioned earlier about the perversion of what you saw in these school board meetings with respect to the literature.
Sure.
We talk about good and evil, the front lines of it. Where is ground zero of the battle of good and evil right now?
It's in the school system. Just keep in mind, there was a woman by the name of Alice Bailey who in the 1920s, around the 1930s, that time frame, put together a 10-point plan on how to deconstruct Western civilization. Number 1, she wanted to remove prayer from the public school system. We saw that take place in 1962 with the Ingle v. Battelle court case. And during that time frame, a wicked woman by the name of Madeleine Murray O'Hare wanted to remove prayer, in particular school-sponsored prayer, from the school system, and 0 Christian organizations came forward to bring a brief to stop her. The church was silent then, and the church is silent today. Number 2, she wanted to rob parents of their parental freedom. And it flies in the face of just common sense. Parents are responsible for their children, not the state, not the government. I am the father of my 3 children, not the government and not the state. You're the father as well. And so when we see this take place, we have to know that this is not a new plan or a new strategy. This has been a plan for decades. And so what we're contending with right now is Marxist atheists who hate the God of the Bible. Romans chapter 1 talks about haters of God and inventors of evil things. Transgenderism is an evil invention, but the Bible spoke of it. And so what we're seeing today is clear, it's true. And the more that we have men on the front lines, I know we're at a Moms for Liberty conference, but the more we see men tackling these issues head on, we'll see the true turn in revival that we desire.
I heard Pastor Benny Johnson speak earlier. He said something about maybe starting a Dads for Liberty. And You're here on this panel here talking about fathers and the importance of the role of the father. I know in the African American community, that's just as viable and just as worthy of talking about. Do you see the grassroots groundswell of potentially a Dads for Liberty or some sort of paternal grassroots movement that even you could start?
I think that the groundwork is there. Now, respectfully, fathers are not in the position to be as more available as some moms are because of particular roles at time. You know what I mean? And if you're going to be the provider, oftentimes you may not be available to get to the school board meetings and things of that nature. And that's come to, and I understand that. However, if you have time to tinker in your garage and go to the gym and hang out with the bros, you have time to defend your children. Yes, I would be interested in leading a group like that. It's necessary, but we need the right man. We don't need a soy boy at the top. Some cowardice-leaning titty guy. You know, we don't need that. We need a strong, courageous, bold lion, compelling men to get off of their rear ends and get into the marketplace of ideas and contend for the family.
It's amazing what feminism has done to men and to making so many of them betas. I think it's really, really tragic. Steve, I want to toss this back to you just in case you have another question for the pastor. I think his earpiece popped out, but did you get it back in?
No.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, well, Steve, go ahead and ask, and I'll make sure to translate it maybe over to the pastor.
Well, he said something there, real quick, Bo. He said something there I want to touch on. We need more fathers in America. That's the bottom line. More real men. They can talk toxic masculinity. They can call it anything. But the fact that it matters is we need more dads in America leading the homes and raising better children. What does he have to say about that?
That is spot on. You know, headship was given to the man, given to the father, but there's a proper way that it has to be meted out. The father is the first one who understands the totality of being a sacrificial lamb for the family. And when men speak up, when they're in their rightful place, we see major trends across this nation where children are less likely to be impoverished, less likely to experience teenage pregnancy. They're less likely to drop out of school, so forth and so on. There's so many enriching benefits when men do more than just be sperm donors, right? When a man says, you know what, I'm going to marry this woman, then we're going to have children, I'm going to provide for my family, the family is blessed by that. Oftentimes also, if a husband gets saved and gives his life to Christ, the family follows 90% of the time. Fathers are significant, but we can't allow feminists to rob us of our voice, and that is part of the problem.
There you have it. All right, gentlemen, we're going to take a break here, and we're going to be back. We're going to be back in Florida for this great event. We'll be back at Camp Pendleton in California for that great event with the United States Marines. Sit tight. Thank you for being here on Real America's Voice on a Saturday.
We'll be right back with more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Welcome back to Marine 250 from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
All right, back to it. Special coverage on Saturday. Thank you for being with us here on Real America's Voice. We certainly appreciate your patronage. But so many great things to cover in this country. while the left is screaming about a No King's Day, of course there wouldn't be a No King's Day because there is no king, and that wouldn't be allowed if there were. Simple stuff here to understand. Ben Bergquam is out in Camp Pendleton as the United States Marines get ready to celebrate 250 years. Thomas Jefferson was told by the Barbary Pirates, just pay us a fee. Pay us a bounty and we won't bother your ships. And Thomas Jefferson said, I have a better idea. He went back, created the United States Marines, and he went over to Tripoli and he killed them. That was his solution. Don't pay the freight. Make them pay the price. That's the way it's been ever since. Ben, I know you've got a special guest with you. Carry it on from there.
Yeah, Steve, speaking of that, moving from a position of strength, you look at where we're at as a nation now, it's only because of the Marines and those, again, and all of the branches of service that have decided to swear that oath, to take it upon themselves to protect this nation, to defend it from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And it is just such an honor. And actually, if you can see behind, you can't see it too well right now, but you will be seeing it better later. We've got the USS Teddy Roosevelt that's going to be coming in to shore. It's going to be part of the demonstration. But I'm with Lieutenant Colonel Pyrek. We're talking about this. So obviously, November 10th is the actual birthday of the Marine Corps. Why are we doing it today? Why are we doing the celebration today? And what does that birthday mean to you as a Marine?
As a Marine Corps, we are proud of the heritage and the legacy of those that came before us. We stand on their shoulders. So on November 10th, it is tradition that Marines anywhere in the world, we're going to pause and we're going to say happy birthday to those that are with us and cut a cake, whether that's an MRE pound cake or a fancy cake at a gala or a ball. So we are doing this today and the lead up to this 250th birthday. And we really got to bring in our Navy partners today. So to get all of these capabilities and assets into one place for an integrated demonstration is going to be really incredible. Our Marines, we are just happy and excited to train at any possibility. This is what we do. This is why we joined. And so to be able to showcase what we're going to do and land a landing force onto Red Beach at Camp Pendleton is going to be truly, an incredible thing to see. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this is the lead up to America's 250th birthday. And so this is a years-long campaign that's going to be running through till July 4th, 2026. And, we're all just really excited to be here.
As anybody who has friends in any combat force, you see the banter back and forth, whether you're Marine, you're Navy, you're Army. But you on a day like today, where you've got joint forces, Marine and Navy, talk to us about the coordination between the two branches.
Absolutely, and we are a Navy Marine Corps team first and foremost. Marines operate from the sea, and the Navy enables us to be able to do that. And so we have been training. We've used this for opportunities to get our Marines on ship over the last couple weeks. We are ready to go on a moment's notice, and this really demonstrates our ability to do that.
And from a capability standpoint, you were talking to me about some of this. What I love, Steve, about this the most is we're talking about some of the tactical things you guys are doing, and some of it I hadn't even heard about yet. The technology and the aircraft. We're going to be seeing an F-35 fly overhead, and then hover. I mean, some of these we're going to have hovercrafts coming on, but the technology that you see. Sometimes you hear people try to disparage America's military. Talk to us about our fighting capabilities as a nation as of today.
The Marine Corps is a lethal force. End all be all. And we never enter a fair fight. So we are equipping our Marines with the technology that is going to enable them to defeat the enemy swiftly and completely. And the Navy and the Joint Force is going to enable that. So we have different sensors that enable our Marines to collect information so that when they hit that beachhead, they are set up for success and they are going to win.
I love it. Steve?
And they are going to win. Go ahead. She's got something more. Did she say something else there? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, I think there's something else in our ear. I don't know where that one came from.
All right, fair enough. It could be the voices in my head. It's okay. It's going to be a great day.
They were in mine too, so it's okay.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. When does it all get started, Ben? That's what I do want to know. I mean, you're standing there on the shores. I look for, there is something. We just got 21 brand new F-15 EX-2s, I think they're called, state-of-the-art fighter jets delivered to Michigan. There is just something special when you look up and you see that raw power come over the top. I mean, there's just something, it wells up in me. It's an emotional experience, isn't it?
No, it absolutely is. When I came in yesterday, I saw the Ospreys that were flying over. We've got the F-35s, the new generation of the F-35s. And what's the new one, the hovering Marine?
So the F-35 Bravo has a V-stall capability, and I'm going to screw up that acronym, I apologize, but it can hover. So it allows our Marines to land in austere places. They can land anywhere, rearm, refuel. We'll have Marines on the ground ready to do that, and then they will be able to take back off without requiring a manicured runway to do so.
Yeah, so think of a fighter jet that can land and then take off again from a stall position. It's going to be incredible. Again, we're going to have 24
amphibious combat vehicles are going to hit the beach. Those are our new swimming tank, essentially, for lack of a better word. And they are up armored vehicles that are going to carry Marines ashore from the sea. They're going to hit the beach and they are going to run through to their objective. They will clear through their objective.
So we're going to have all of this going on. Basically, it's a beach clearing operation. You're going to see all of the different components and the staging of those. Which ones come on first? To
so
give an idea of...
Marines and sailors are coming from the air, land, and sea. So we are going to have reconnaissance Marines are going to parachute in. We're going to have Navy SEALs jumping out of a helicopter and swimming ashore. They will be followed by aircraft that are shaping the battle space, both Navy and Marine Corps. They can provide precision strikes as well as close air support. Then our ACVs roll ashore. They deliver the landing force. And those Marines are when combat power has massed. And then following in trace, we're going to have the hovercrafts that bring our equipment. We're going to have our Nemesis, the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, as well as the artillery is going to come ashore. They're going to establish their beach hold, and then we are going to demonstrate the ability to mass fires into a training range in Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, and apparently they are shutting down. This was under a little bit of contention. Originally, you guys were debating on shutting down 5, decided it wasn't necessary. Now, it appears the governor of California is going to shut down 5, and it seems like in an attempt to cause some issues. I'm not going to get into it political while you're here, but some issues with the base. But we're going to get to witness it. We're going to be front row seats over here. And Steve, everything's kicking off. So Amanda Head is down at the main site where the setup where all the speakers are going to be going off. The initial speakers are going to start noon local time, so 3 o'clock Eastern, and then all of the demonstrations that we're going to get to witness are around 1 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock Eastern. And I just want to have Mason turn this camera just so you see kind of everything that's going on. We've got Combat Town over here, but off to behind us, go ahead. We'll show Combat Town. So this is where the Marines will actually go through. They'll be clearing the houses. Ultimately, they'll end up coming back to Vice President Vance and saying the mission is clear.
At the end, they will report, Mr. Vice President, the objective is secure.
And then behind us, directly behind Mason, we've got what do you call this again?
So this is our command and control facility. It blends in with the terrain, and it is an all-domain command and control center where they are able to talk to the ships, they're talking to the aircraft, they're talking to the Marines on the ground at the point. And they are ensuring that our fires are integrated, that aircraft is deconflicted and where it's needed at the moment it's needed. They are delivering rounds downrange, on time, on target.
I mean, it's just a pretty spectacular thing to be able to witness this. Again, as a civilian, being able to come on here. But this is just your daily life, huh?
This is our daily life. And I am proud to be a Marine.
God bless you. Steve?
On the beach, is that where the amphibious vehicles are going to come on shore right there, right next to you?
Yeah. So if you turn the camera back this way, they've actually been clearing the ground, and typically we were talking about this off camera earlier. So when say this was a beachhead, I was just in Normandy last year and had the honor of being able to witness that. To think about the heroism of those Marines and sailors and Rangers that went on the beach. But you use caterpillars today, but typically this beach, if you were this was a combat beach, you would have obstructions and things that you'd have to clear. Talk to us about what that would actually look like in combat. We're not going to get to see that exactly today.
Absolutely. So that is why we send in the shaping forces. So our reconnaissance Marines, the Navy SEALs, they come in to to prepare the beachhead for a landing force. So the SEALs and the recon guys, they're going to disable as many obstacles as possible, clear out any enemy strongholds, so that the landing force can get as far ahead up the beachhead as possible to be able to then continue follow-on operations. So I'm not the expert. I would need to get one of my Navy counterparts to talk about how they prepare the beachhead, but there's a science that goes into making sure that the hovercraft can land safely and that we can deliver our troops ashore at the correct time.
But basically, if you look behind me, I'll kind of have Mason kind of move this camera again. Basically, from this point where we have the USS Teddy Roosevelt, as we pan out this way, I'll get out of the shot. This is this entire beach is where all of these operations are going to be taking place. You're going to have Navy SEALs coming aboard on shore. You're going to have Marines dropping in from the sky. You're going to have them on electric bikes, motorcycles coming up these. It's just going to be an incredible thing to see. And off in the distance near those cliffs, that's where the artillery is going to be firing over the I-5 into the mountains behind us. So really
Ben,
neat.
I got to jump. Thank you for that, Ben. We've got to jump to the stage down there in Florida. Ben doing a great job, by the way, on the shores there. I look forward to seeing that. But here's Byron Donalds on stage in Florida.
Culture in the United States of America, and if moms are active, America is on the right course. And I thank you for all of your hard work. I wish that I think my mom would probably be a mom for liberty if I was a kid today. But the things that you have advocated for have been crucial to our success. The young ladies that just walked off a stage, I got a chance to see them as they were coming off and coming out. And all I'm thinking is that these young girls, what all they want is just a fair shot and a fair opportunity to compete. And so we have fought hard to make sure there's going to be no boys in women's sports. That is done. But look, we got to be honest. The work is never over. You chapter chairs all across America, thank you for your hard work, because the work you do in your communities not only brings truth to what's going on in our country, it also helps voters understand how critical their voice are when it comes time to make choices about elected officials. We still have some who think that it's okay for boys and women's sports, or it's okay to take away puberty from children. But I will tell you that in our movement that stands for truth and stands for children, we will always protect the innocence of our children. We will always do this. We will always make sure they're getting the best education possible. Tina and my wife, they go back a long way. They were school board members back in 2014, 2015, during those times. And during that time, when they got elected to the school board, I'm literally at home watching my wife come home from these meetings and just see the level of, one, frustration in what was happening, but also a passion to do everything that was necessary to have real change and to have real facts and real honesty come into the debate of how our children will be educated, how our children will be nurtured in order to become the adults that we need them to be. And it is your organization here, Tina, Moms for Liberty. We would not be in the position we are without you. But where are we going now? Because in a lot of states, obviously in Florida, the left has been thoroughly defeated. That's here in Florida. But what's next? Everybody's shouting their state. I'm like, what's next? She's like, Texas, Rhode Island's next. What's next is here in Florida, we have to institutionalize an agenda surrounded around parents being at the head of the table. The years and the time of bureaucrats dictating what happens in the life of a child, those days are over, and they're never coming back. You want to talk about continuing to hold the line on school choice in Florida? We're going to do that. Texas, Rhode Island, and you other states, you should join us in this. Because when parents have the purchasing power to dictate where their child goes to school, you actually empower not only the parent, but you empower that child to have access to the entire world of possibilities for their own individual success. When we talk about the future of making sure that in things like technology and in AI, yes, parents have to be at the head of the table, not a government, not a tech company, parents, to make sure that their kids are being protected. And we're going to make sure that happens here in the state of Florida. And around the United States, thank God that Kamala Harris is not president of the United States. Thank God. The action we have seen from President Trump and his administration has not only been historic, it has been absolutely necessary. They are moving at warp speed on the federal level to secure parental rights all across the United States. And in some of these jurisdictions, sorry, Rhode Island, but in some of these jurisdictions like Rhode Island or Massachusetts or Illinois or New York or California, whatever we can't get done this year, I assure you that we are not done with our mission to save children in those states and to empower parents in those states. I try to stay away from too many politics when I come and talk to you guys, because this is not about Republicans versus Democrats. This is not about liberals versus conservatives. It's not about activists on the left or activists on the right. It's about the very center of our society. Before you can start talking about party politics or who's president or governor or U.S. senator or members of Congress, before you start having real discussions about local school boards and what's in curriculum and what's the progression of children, our entire society, our entire culture has always been based around the family unit. The family unit is the genesis of the United States of America. Without strong families, our nation, which is the best nation, which has lasted 250 years, a constitutional republic where, yes, you have divisions and you have disagreements, where even in families sometimes we don't get along or we don't see eye to eye. But a nation like ours, the only way it's going to stand the test of time for another 250 years is that families have to be stronger going into the future than they are today. And the strength of every family, it always starts with mom. It always does. Something special happened in my life. It's something I actually expected, but it happened. My mother subscribed to Time magazine, when I was a kid, all the time. So it would come to the house once a week. And I was honored, and it was unexpected, but I was honored as like a Time 100 Next individual in the country. And I called my mom. And I said, Mom, this honor came out of nowhere. I don't know who nominated, but this really is your honor. It's not even mine. Because I would not be the man that I am today if it wasn't for my mother. My mother bet on me when other people wouldn't. My mother took risks and chances for me when other people wouldn't. My mother sacrificed cars and vacations and stuff just to make sure I got the best education possible. My mother was a mom for liberty long before this organization was created. And so that passion that Meredith P. Brown, and if you know my mother, you got to say the whole name. But that passion for Meredith P. Brown, for her son and for her children, is the same passion that all of you have for your children. And it's the same passion that mothers all across this country have for theirs. And the one thing I know about America is that when moms are empowered, when dads are empowered, when families know that their decisions are what matters most in the lives of their children. A funny thing happens in every city and every state. When our children are thriving, our cities thrive. When our cities are thriving, our states thrive. And when our states are thriving, there is nothing that can stop the United States of America. So as one of the guys in the political sphere who has a lot to say sometimes, the one thing past all the speeches is a commitment that families will always be first here in Florida and here in America. And as long as you're doing great things, and we know that you will because you love your family, you love your kids, and as long as we know you're continuing to do great things, I am not even just optimistic. I'm grateful to be an American at 250 years, and it's going to be awesome to see what America does over the next 250 years. God bless you guys. God bless you captains in your communities all across America. Moms for Liberty, thank you for all of your hard work. Let's keep winning. Let's keep winning. Let's keep going. God bless you.
Please welcome back Tina Descovich.
I'm just here to wrap up this very long morning. It was packed full of great speakers. I hope you were uplifted, encouraged, and inspired. It is time for lunch. We're doing it different this year. There's box lunches out in the hallways on both sides. You can take your lunch, and there's tables set up outside if you need some light and fresh air. You can bring them back in here. You can do whatever you would like. We are meeting back here at 1:45 for an amazing debate that we are hosting on AI and education. We hope you will join us. We will also hear from Paul Renner, our former Speaker of the House, and then we will wrap it up after that. And then tonight is our gala, which we hope you'll join us for at 6 p.m. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Byron Donalds likely to be the next governor of Florida. The polling all saying that. I think that the 19th congressional district in Florida will be deprived of a great representative. But as a governor of Florida, he is a conservative. And what's interesting about Byron Donalds to me is his background is in finance. He understands math. He understands finance. He understands numbers. He understands how the economy works, how taxes impact people, how to build businesses, how to make Florida stronger with less taxes, less regulation, more opportunity. Can we get him to my state? Can we draft Byron Donalds to come to my state? That's my request. All right, listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and, our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth about the mainstream media and the things that they won't tell you as well. It's incredibly affordable. If you're not a member, listen to this. Become a one-year member for just $1, $1. It's the deal of the day. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/Marine. Join the movement to save America. We're going to continue our coverage. We'll be back out to Ben Berquam in California for the Marine 250 Sea to Shore event. I'm looking forward to what he was describing there on a beautiful morning on the shore there of Camp Pendleton, where the amphibious vehicles are going to come aboard. Also, we're going to continue to cover the Moms for Liberty event in Florida. Great day here on Real America's Voice. I'll be right back.
We'll be right back with more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi. I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. For 250 years, the United States Marine Corps has stood as the world's most formidable fighting force. From the founding at Tun Tavern to the battlefields of today, their legacy is one of sacrifice, courage, and uncommon valor. Today, we honor that legacy with a historic salute. Marine 250, from sea to shore, starts right now.
Yeah, well, you know, as we celebrate 250 years, we did the parade. I was on site for that in Washington, D.C., the United States Army 250 anniversary. I was in Virginia for the great event with the United States Navy 250-year event, and now we're celebrating the United States Marines Camp Pendleton in California. We're going to keep an eye on that. But there's a change of attitude. There's a change of attitude in the United States military ever since Pete Hegseth took over as Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War, as we've changed the title. And Pete Hegseth says soldiers must be led by the best. Not just the guys that have served the longest, but guys that are actually the best, real warriors. Here's part of what he said.
This speech today is about people, and it's about culture. The topic today is about the nature of ourselves. Because no plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department. If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy. The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders. Good leaders, competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking, apolitical, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution. Eugene Sledge, in his World War II memoir, wrote, quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it. The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other. In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Our warfighters are entitled to be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be. Even then, in combat, even if you do everything right, you may still lose people because the enemy always gets a vote. We have a sacred duty to ensure that our warriors are led by the most capable and qualified combat leaders. This is one thing you and I can control. And we owe it to the force to deliver it.
We sure do. We owe it to the force to deliver. A new day in America. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. We'll hear more from him throughout the day here today as we continue our coverage. We're heading back now to Florida, though, for that Moms for Liberty event. Bo Davidson on hand with another big guest. Bo, what do you got for us?
Well, Steve, I promise you this is not the Barbie and Ken podcast that just took over in the 1 p.m. hour. I do have a lovely blonde lady next to me, but more importantly, she's actually running in Florida's 22nd Congressional District for U.S. Congress. I'm joined by Anna Medvedeva.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here, and I'm so excited. Great things are happening in South Florida. We're looking at businesses and families moving in Palm Beach County, in the district. It's exciting time to be there.
Anna, what are some of the main issues that you're running on? Obviously, we have the election and midterms next year, so we're starting out now. What are some of the issues that you're running on that you think are going to be really, really important to the 22nd Congressional District?
So, first of all, I have to mention we have a Democrat in the seat, and she's been there for almost 7 cycles now, which is 14 years. And over that time, she introduced 6 bills, and one of them became law, and that is to rename a post office building in Delray Beach. So you need to think about the efficiency of the people and leaders we elect in the community, and I think we can do better.
Oh, yeah, of course you can do better. So she's been in there for, you said, 7 cycles?
Almost 7 cycles now.
Is there a tendency now, do you think, for the voters being more receptive to change?
We definitely see more younger people, more professionals moving in the district, and South Florida in particular, people that are smart, well-educated, well-traveled. They want a better life for themselves, for opportunities for their families and children. Not to mention, in our district, nearly 1/3 are immigrants like myself that were born outside of the United States. And I am a legal immigrant and proudly an American by choice, and I can attest that when you do things the right way, the opportunities, the people, and the connections that you make here, this is priceless. There is no place in the world that gives you that.
You mentioned that you did come here legally as an immigrant, right. And I think that legal immigrants probably have a much different perspective on immigration than most people do. Talk to us about immigration, and especially some of the changes that President Trump has made to combat illegal immigration.
So with immigration, again, as a legal immigrant, I support President Trump's efforts to make sure, we clean up the country in terms of the legal immigration. We had an absolute mess over the 4 years under President Biden's administration on many fronts. It's either reckless spending or runaway immigration or, on all fronts. We can do so much better. I support and applaud President Trump taking on this job and really trying to address all these issues and assembling an amazing team on all fronts and just really doing a fantastic job. And I want to make sure that our great president in the 22nd Congressional District has full support. Mar-a-Lago is part of the district. Yeah. We want to make sure when he comes home, things are taken care of the right way.
Well, I certainly hope that you gather his support because it sounds like the 22nd District needs it. Anna, you mentioned to me earlier that you are a mother of 4, a single mom of 4, which right. I think is to be applauded. I know your job is tremendously difficult, but it sounds like you've done an incredible job with it.
I'm trying my best.
And that's all we can do is try our best. But the role of a mother is so crucial and so important. And we're here at Moms for Liberty in Orlando on pretty much its final day or its final main day. What has Moms for Liberty meant, I think, even to you personally in terms of at the grassroots level, what mothers can do to activate, to engage, to be educated, and become more proactive in their kids' future?
Being a mother, it's one of the most important jobs in the world, and what you can do for you, for the society, for your family. I always say when people ask me, what is it that you do? And I say, I'm a mother of 4 because all my children are different. They're different ages. They have different talents and abilities. And it's great to connect with the mothers, like-minded mothers here, they want the best for their children. They want them to be healthy and happy, and just really take advantage of all the opportunities and possibilities that our amazing country gives us. So I'm just grateful to be here.
Absolutely. Anna, where can people go to find you? You want to make sure people can look you up, especially those in the 22nd District, and find you and follow your progress in your campaign.
One thing I wanted to mention with the campaign, what we see right now is a lot of small businesses moving in, and I want to pinpoint that's probably one of the most important things that we need to look into and make sure small businesses have full support down where we are in Palm Beach County. And of course, one of those companies supporting small business is Engineered Tax Services and Julio Gonzalez. They're doing a great job there supporting minorities, supporting women in business, and with grants, with service in terms of consulting and guiding people. So that's great.
Campaign website we can go to?
Yes, please visit me at voteannaforcongress.com. I would appreciate your support and help.
VoteAnnaForCongress.com. Steve Gruber, we'll send it back to you. We continue our great coverage here from Orlando.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll have more of that coming up from Bo Davidson and all the great guests. We wish her the best, Florida 22. Ben Bergquam remains on the shores of Camp Pendleton, not the shores of Tripoli, but that's where it all began 250 years ago. Ben, take it away.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I honor the guys that were on the shores of Tripoli, and you think about the sequences since then to get us where we are today, 250 years, and you think about most nations, this is kind of that dividing line where, nations start to fall, and you look at our nation and what we're going through, the battles internally and externally, and everything going on around the world. But it's nice to be able to take a day and just celebrate the men and women who have put on that uniform. And you and I were just talking about that, Lieutenant Colonel. As a female in the Marines, what that's like serving your country. Just talk to us a little bit about that. And some of the, there's some confusion about standards, what's going on nationally. Talk to us about where we're at with that and the honor that you have as a female Marine.
Absolutely. The Marines, we earn our title either at boot camp or at officer candidate school. And once you earn that EGA, you are a Marine, end all be all. At this point, Combat Arms is open to women. We have female Marines in every occupational specialty, and they are holding the standard. There is one standard to earn those specialties, and women are rising to the occasion.
And you've been in since?
I commissioned in 2009. I joined before Combat Arms were open. However, there were no front lines in Afghanistan and Iraq. Women were leading convoys. They were doing it valiantly. They were taking fire and getting hit by IEDs. And the enemy doesn't discriminate between men and women. Our female Marines, we operate alongside our male counterparts. There is no difference. A Marine is a Marine.
Can you talk to us too, just in this day of celebration, but we're talking celebration, but also honor. What you deployed to Afghanistan and what I'm sure some of the things you witnessed. Just talk to us about some of the men and women that you've served alongside, and any that you want to give special recognition to.
Our Marines are incredible people. They are disciplined, they're tough, they're smart. I am honored to stand by their sides. We consider each other brothers and sisters in arms. I've deployed around the world. This is what we joined to do. We are here to protect our nation's interests. Wherever we are needed, and wherever our commander-in-chief sends us, I'm kind of at a loss. I am so proud to be a Marine. I'm excited to show the world what Marines do today.
No, it's an honor. As you said, we were talking about it earlier. Everything around us. You talk about a cool place to be. If you've never been to Camp Pendleton, You basically north of Oceanside, south of San Clemente, this entire area, you drive through, you may just drive on the I-5 and it just looks like mountainous terrain, but you look off to one side and you've got this, what do we call this again?
This is Combat Town.
You got Combat Town over here. Some days you can drive through and you can actually see munitions going off. Steve, I was here a few years ago in my former occupation. I was a tactical fitness instructor and doing some of the tactical fitness operations. And I came down, I actually got invited on the base, and I had the opportunity to meet with a gunnery sergeant who had deployed 8 times, and I was asking about him later. He ended up deploying a 9th time, and he was killed in combat. And I think about that sacrifice. I think about what the men and women are doing here. When they swear that oath, and they're all young. You know, wars, I'm going to screw up the quote, but it's a young man's game. And you think about, we're sending these young men and women off to sacrifice for our country, and there's no greater honor. The Bible says no greater gift than to lay down your life for a friend. And that's, I look at these guys and gals all over here, and it's just, man, it's just a cool place. So again, just to set the scene for where we're at, we've got Combat Town over here. We've got Secretary Hegseth's going to be watching over here. We got the Command and Control. Is that up here?
Command and Control Center. Yep. Command
and Control Center up here. We're going to have amphibious vehicles all behind us. We're going to have all these different moving parts as they're happening. It makes total sense to you as somebody who sees it every day and trains for this every day, but to the audience that's watching out there, what do you hope the takeaway is?
You know, this is your Navy Marine Corps team. We are an expeditionary force in readiness, and we are ready to respond at a moment's notice anywhere in the world for any crisis. And, you know, we are the 911 force when you need us.
We're celebrating 250 years. You said that, 2026, July 4th. Are you hopeful for the future of this nation?
Absolutely. You have men and women who have sworn an oath to the Constitution, and we are proud to serve. Every one of us who has joined, we joined to be part of something bigger, to defend our nation, because it means something to us. And every Marine has a slightly different story, what inspired them to serve personally. But across the board, without a doubt, like, we are here because we are proud to be American.
Amen.
Amen to that. You got it, Ben. By the way, Ben, we can send you to boot camp. We can do a special program on it. You know, just something that occurred to me. We'll throw that out there for
I've always wanted to do that. Hey, let me ask.
I think it'd be great.
Could I come to boot camp just to go through it?
We have a shorter version, but I might have to get you an age waiver.
Yeah, I'm definitely above the age. I could still join ICE, though. I've really thought about that.
You're too old, man.
I just want to do the training to see if I could do it.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I identify as 21. Does that change anything? No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Ben will be back to you there in a short time. All right. Good fun at Camp Pendleton today. We're going to run Ben through the boot camp, do all that stuff, good stuff. Gold, by the way, at $4,249 as I sit here. It's up 60% this year. Good Lord, that's not speculation. That's what's happened. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation's still too high. The U.S. dollar is still too weak, obviously. And government debt, it just seems insurmountable. That's why central banks flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy Birch Gold. That's right. Get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information. Get no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America now to 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. We'll be right back with more of these celebrations in California and Florida and across the country. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Marine 250 from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
And celebrating 250 years of the United States Marines in California today, Camp Pendleton. Also in Florida, it's the Moms for Liberty gathering. It's a big deal. Bo Davidson down there with another special guest. Here he is.
Here at the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, Florida, I'm joined by Duke Tanner. He's the Vice President of Community Affairs of Engineered Tax Services. Duke, you have a really compelling story that you've told me about, and I think probably the best way to do it is you to just tell it, because I know that you spent some time in prison, but President Trump has kind of turned your life around in a lot of ways. So let's start from the beginning and find out what happened.
Oh, yeah. First and foremost, I'm always give my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ all the praise and glory. But yes, I was sentenced to a death sentence, a double life sentence for a nonviolent crime in 2004. Where I was sentenced to 2 life sentences. I lost all my appeals. I was denied clemency by the Obama administration. But October 21st, 2020, by the grace of God, President Trump was used as a vessel to free me. And I walked out of the doors, pushing all the things that I had worked for on the inside to work on prison reform, because I knew one day I was going to be out, and I knew I was going to be able to go to the communities where a lot of people look like me and help them. And even today, I want to thank Meg Winberg from the legislator that invited me here to Mothers for Liberty to share my story and to mingle with the legislators that believe in God and want to do the things that our communities need. And what better place to start with our first true love, which is our moms.
Yeah, no question about it. My mom's certainly been extremely influential in my life and guiding my path. Duke, how did you get that clemency? What was the process like of getting President Trump's attention in order to get this clemency and eventually the pardon?
It was all God. I had got denied, but, I had faith. So I wrote the White House. I wrote all the different advocates. And Miss Alice Marie Johnson got a hold to one of my letters. They took my case to Brooke Rollins, and the rest was history. And that was just to commute my sentence. And I came home, and of course, it was a whole nother administration, but I had filed for a pardon because I felt like I had did over the time. But I was still going on to the communities and trying to help different different people get out, you know, trying to uplift the communities. And it didn't go down the drain, because May 28th, I get a call from Miss Alice Marie Johnson, and she said the president said, you got your life back. He's granting you a full presidential pardon. And during that time in the struggle, I was speaking at Liberty University, because I'm the spokesman for the Jack Brewer Foundation that's pushing fatherhood initiative and second chance. And that's where I met the tax guru, my CEO, my boss, my mentor, Julio Gonzalez, who just made me vice president of community affairs of his company, Engineer Tax Service, which is the biggest tax service in America. And my goal is to go out to help teach tax equality, get all of the grants for the minorities, as well as we're basically really focused on the women now. So being here at Moms of Liberty,
pretty great.
It's amazing. And I'm telling all the moms here about all the grants and trying to work with the different legislations all over the United States to bring this to them.
Dude, there's a lot of No Kings protests out there today, all across the country, people protesting President Trump. There, of course, is still the notion out there among liberals, among Democrats, among the media that say President Trump is a racist. We feel he's always been a racist. He'll always be a racist. And I just want to know what your response to that is.
Look at me. I mean, I think I'm black, right?
Black last time we checked.
Last time we checked. I haven't got this question many times, and I tell them that, you know, being in federal prison and a maximum security prison, well, I did over almost 10 years. I know what racism really is. And if the President Trump was racist, he would not have signed off on my petition, let alone every other things that he done for America and for people that look like me. So therefore, my answer to that is no, he's not a racist, you know, in my eyes. Everybody can have their own opinion, but what he have done for me and the things by me being free and having a second chance, through God, I'm able to do the things that I'm supposed to do with my second chance, and I'm helping so many men and women that look like me. I'm coming to their communities by the grace of God. With the job that Julio gave me, I'm able to go into these communities and teach them tax equality, teach them about grants, teach them how to get self-sustainability to give back their vouchers, so therefore they can get off public assistance. And I think that's a major way. So by him helping me, so for all the people that don't like things, I'm going to go out there and help and be a product to make them feel better about it.
And I think to speak to that, so President Trump commutes your sentence and gives you a full presidential pardon, but Barack Obama denied it.
Yes, he denied me in 2016 before he left office, and now I'm out here working with different people in power to get into Congress. I'm trying to help the people in Florida, 19 and 22.
So can we put the racist issue to bed with President Trump?
Yes, I think I put that away a long time ago, and I think the real people know what's up with that. So, but you know, this social media, the way this world is now, but the real people of America know the truth, and we got to come together and continually to come together and do what's best for the United States of America.
Well, Duke, let's talk about prison reform, because you came from the prison system, and obviously you came out of it. You're doing a lot of great work in the community now, obviously as Vice President of Community Affairs. What else needs to happen in terms of prison reform? Because I think it's interesting. I mentioned to you off camera, I said, wasn't Van Jones there? Wasn't he all about the First Step Act? Where are the Democrats now? Because it took President Trump to really make the First Step Act happen and to continue this push for prison reform. So what else needs to happen?
I'm pretty sure Van and many others still want to push for prison reform. It was a passion thing. The thing is that, you know, we have to come together, and I'm not waiting for anyone. So me and a partner of mine, Adam Clausen, he created a program inside. It have not been approved by Pepperdine University. We're trying to get it approved to be inside of the BOP. We want to add an AI component to it, and we're also working with guys like Julio, as well as Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters, the president, to bring the workforce component. So therefore, when these men and women are getting out of this system, that they have a job to go to. And through our program called the Core 4, this program would give them the teaching and knowledge and the workforce training and the rehabilitation to come back. So it won't be more about, oh yeah, this is your life story, you was in prison, you did this. No, it's about the things that you're going to do when you get out on the inside. Absolutely. And that workforce component is the main piece. And me and Adam Clausen will be introducing it really soon. We're working with Julio, like I said, who's willing to give these people a chance just like he gave me. And I say people and not inmates or prisoners because they're people. They're going to come back as citizens of the United States of America, and they're going to pay their debt to society, and they deserve to come out and work if they got to. And that's what they need to do and be productive members of the community. So that's the piece that prison reform have to be, and we have to come together on both sides to make this happen.
Glory to God.
And I'm willing to be in the middle.
Duke, where can people go to find you specifically, and also with your work with Engineered Tax Services?
Well, everything's with me is at Duke@CharlesDukeTanner.com. You can find me there. That's my website. That's my email. And please go on Amazon and buy my book. It's called Duke Got Life. It's on Amazon. It breaks my story down about my fight, but I got to write another book because within 1 year, my whole life changed. And on Tuesday, October 21st, it will make 5 years that I would be home, that the president granted me my clemency. And I would like to thank you, Mr. President, not only for my clemency, but also for my pardon, for my full presidential pardon. And let's continue to come on, make this world great.
That's incredible. And people can go to Engineered Tax Services and find your work there? Engineered
Tax Services. You'll learn about all of the grants. We have all the top grants, and we're pushing for tax and grant equality in America. That's Julio's mission. He hired me for this because he know I'm the man for the job. And I just want to thank him because he come from a place like I came from, and he understands that wholeheartedly and fully. And me and him working together is a team that's out of this world. And once again, thanks for this event and Moms for Liberty. It's a beautiful thing. And, thank Real America's Voice, because without you guys' platform, some of us wouldn't be able to get out here and share our stories. So we want to thank all you guys that represent Real America's Voice because they one of the number one networks in my eyes because they tell the truth.
Well, there you have it. That's Duke Tanner, and what a great example of a life that's been restored and renewed and wonderfully made in God's image. So thank you so much, Duke.
Praise God, and we just getting started. Like I said, we got some great representatives that I would like to help. District 22, District 19, Ola, Ava in the Florida district. I want to help these women get into office because, for one, they believe in God, and for two, they're trying to do the things that's going to make this place a better place. So we got to continue to stay together as a collective.
We're going to make America great again and make America return to God again.
That's the key right there.
It is. All right,
God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
All right, and quick change down there because Bo Davidson is the hardest working man in Florida today, except for the man sitting next to him, possibly, who could be the next governor of the state of Florida. Byron Donalds, congressman for Florida 19, running for governor there. Bo, take it away. All right, real quickly, we got a little bit of a technical issue with the audio. We'll get that fixed up. We'll take a quick break and go right back down to Florida with Byron Donalds after this on Real America's Voice.
We'll be right back with more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Marine 250 from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
All right, straight back to Florida, where we have Bo Davidson with the likely next governor of Florida, Byron Donalds. He serves Florida 19 right now, but he's moving up. He's going to take over the whole state. Byron Donalds, Bo, take it away.
Absolutely, Steve. Yeah, I do think this is the next governor of Florida sitting to my side here. Congressman, Florida's been an outlier and an example for many other states to follow, specifically when it comes to parental rights. How did Florida become a haven for the nuclear family unit?
Well, Florida has always been a state that stood for the family and for parents to be at the head of the table. Even when we were a purple state and we're battling the left and battling the Democrats in Tallahassee, the push was always for school choice. The push was always for the different tax credit scholarships at the time to give parents opportunities. When I was in the legislature, I passed the first bill of its kind in the country that gave parents the ability to examine all instructional materials that were in front of their children. Rick Scott was governor when that was signed into law. And then when Governor DeSantis came in, and this is one of the key things he did in his administration, when he picked 3 new Supreme Court justices in the state of Florida, making it a more conservative-leaning court, then that's when we went to full universal choice in our state. Parents' Bill of Rights. My former colleague, Senator Erin Grall, she was a champion of that when she was in the State House, now a state senator. And you've had so many people who have always stood behind this common principle that parents are the ones who should be dictating what goes on in the lives of their kids. Florida's not going to stop. We're going to continue to make sure parents are at the head of the table.
Yeah, they've certainly been a paradigm for sure. Well, you're running for governor now, a position I feel like you were primed for a long time ago, even from the day that I met you. Tell me how a 17-year-old boy who came to the Sunshine State on a Greyhound bus may achieve the highest office in the state.
Wow, when you ask it like that, it really is a mouthful. Honestly, Florida's a meritocracy. And I think in our state, we always respect the hard work of people, no matter what they're doing in their walk of life. That's why more people are coming to our state. That's why we're in the position where California used to be, where now what happens in Florida dictates the policy and the political culture and the culture overall of where the rest of the United States is going. And so, honestly, it was a lot of hard work, the grace of God, my wife and my kids having a strong family unit at home back in Naples, Florida, the tutelage that my mother gave me before I came to Florida, and then just being blessed to be in a community where people decided to take a chance on me being their representative, and then also to stand behind me as we continue to make tough calls and make the right calls and stand for conservative policy. Florida is the meritocracy, and I think that for me, what it illustrates is that anybody can be successful here in the great state of Florida.
Without a doubt. And Congressman, I think a really compelling part of your story I actually didn't know was that you found Jesus at a Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't think that you could find Jesus necessarily over hash brown casserole, or in your case, serving it, but you did. Yeah. And I just would like for you to touch on that, because we talk about the battle of good and evil here at this conference and just in general. But you found God in maybe an inopportune place. Tell me how that happened.
I was, at that point in my life, I was really struggling. I made a lot of stupid mistakes when I was 18, 19, and 20. I regret those times. what I always taught kids that I would either coach or mentor is that in life, when you mess up, you make up, but you never give up. And so through that process, my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, she got me going to church, and you're going to church and you're listening to the sermons. But when I gave my life to Christ, the Lord had really been dealing with me about really giving my life to him and really becoming a born again Christian. And it all came together and culminated when I was at work. I had a 12 top. They were coming from a revival, and the Lord told me, stop running from me. And I went and I caught my table as they were leaving. We were outside in the parking lot. I caught them before they got on their bus. They asked me what was going on. And I said, man, the Lord told me to stop running. And they all came out of the van. They prayed over my life. I gave my life to Christ then. And you just don't look back, and you keep building every day to be a better person than you were the day before.
You never know where you're going to find Jesus, that's for sure. What does Congressman Byron Donalds say to teenager Byron Donalds?
Oh, my gosh. Listen to your mother. Listen to your mother. She's right. Really lock in and don't take this time for granted. I think having 3 sons myself, I'm now on my 3rd teenager. My youngest is 14. The one thing I always try to help them understand is that your future self is waiting for you to be disciplined and focused on the things that matter. Whether you're 13, 15, 17, it's the adult version of us that really needs that time under pressure of focus, no matter what it is. If it's college, if it's sports, if it's you're going straight into the workforce, you have a passion about something, it's about being diligent about those things. And then also understanding you still have time for friends, you'll still have time to have fun and enjoy yourself. But that focus of time and really concentrating on things that matter is critically important. And the other thing I would say is, well, I guess he kind of did do it, but don't be afraid to fail. You know, in life, a lot of times what stops us is us. Because you're always going to have naysayers. There's always going to be people who are going to be opposed to you. That's a fact of life. But bet on yourself and do the hard thing. Don't be afraid of that. And that would be my advice to teenager me from now.
You mentioned being the father of 3 terrific boys, and I just had a boy of my own. What do you know now as a parent that you didn't know when they were just tots?
Oh, my gosh. That despite all the things that happens when you're a parent of children, just love them and hold them accountable.
Yeah, you've been giving me some good advice.
Just love them and hold them accountable. It works. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't look, especially in the teenage years, things are crazy. Sometimes you're not sure where this is going. Love them, hold them accountable. Yeah. And don't underestimate the time, the quality time with them. The quality time is the stuff I think your kids take with them as they mature and get older more than anything else.
Let's do a little bit of politics. Zoran Mamdani looks like he's going to be New York's next mayor. Yeah. It seems that way, unfortunately. Does New York, do you think, John Solomon said this yesterday, does New York need to hit rock bottom for an everyone exit for them to understand exactly what's at stake?
I don't want to go that far. I think what needs to happen, honestly, and this is more on the conservative side of what's happening in New York, we have to begin to break the mold of what campaigning in New York looks like. It's not just about speeches to groups. It can't just be about door knocking. It has to be, walking the streets, engaging New Yorkers on a day-to-day basis. I think the campaign and marketing and focus has to be much more guerrilla marketing if you're going to be successful in a venue like New York. A lot of Republicans have left New York. They've come here. Sure. They've gone to other places. But that doesn't mean that the independent voters that are there, or even the registered Democrat voters who just vote Democrat, they still want the same thing that everybody else wants. They want safe streets. They want an economy that's going to work. They want a pathway of success for their children. And I think that Republicans, conservatives in New York, if that is the bedrock of what they're campaigning for, I think they'll be much more successful into the future.
Congressman, I was looking at your X account. You talked about how this is a Democrat shutdown because every time Republicans have voted to reopen it, Democrats shut it down again. Right. This can't be popular with their constituents, I wouldn't imagine, but when do they cry uncle?
Honestly, I think we're probably going to see an end to this probably over the next 2 weeks, but we'll see. And the reason why is a lot of paychecks for a lot of different aspects of the government have to go out at the end of the month. The military obviously being the major one, but you have TSA, air traffic controllers, DEA, ATF, the FBI, a lot of other sensitive groups that do work in our government where you never hear about them. They just do their job, but they're actually doing the right thing and working hard on behalf of our country. All that is going to start to hit. Funding for WIC, funding for SNAP benefits, all that's starting to hit. And so Republicans, we've been consistent. Every time a vote is on the Senate floor, Republicans have voted to keep the government open or to reopen the government. There are 3 Democrats who are voting with Republicans: John Fetterman, Angus King, Cortez Masto out of Nevada. They are voting with Republicans. But you have Chuck Schumer, who right now is trying to be a tough guy. He's trying to demonstrate that he's tough enough to stand up to Donald Trump, and this is a political shutdown of the making of the Democratic left. The Democratic left wants obscene funding for health care for illegals. That's what they want. They want obscene. They want to spend another $1.5 trillion on top of what we're spending today, because somewhere in their mind they thought they won the presidential election last year, and they really won last year. They didn't. They lost. But they can't take that. And their base is so radical, they would rather shut down the government to prove that they can stand up to Donald Trump and get health care for illegal aliens. They are not standing for the American people. I think this comes to an end over the next 2 weeks, because that reality is going to continue to be talked about day after day after day. When you got John Fetterman out there saying that this is of the Democrats' making, you got a problem.
That's for sure. Well, Congressman, my last question for you is more faith-based, because we do talk about good and evil. James Lipton on Inside the Actor Studio, the last question he'd ever ask any actor, he would say, if God exists, what do you hope that God will say when you enter the pearly gates? I'm going to rephrase that, because heaven does exist.
Yes.
So because heaven exists, what do you hope God will say to you as you enter the pearly gates?
You never gave up on yourself, and I never gave up on you.
That's words to ponder there. It's incredible. Everyone, Congressman Byron Donalds, is this the next future governor of this great state? Thank you, Congressman, for your time. Steve, you got any questions for the Congressman before he takes off?
Steve, by the way, it's good to see you in the little box on the screen in front of me. It's good seeing you, Steve. I can't hear you, but it's good to see you anyway.
He'll
be piped
That's right. Tell him his wife comes on a lot with us. We appreciate it. We'd like to see him more often on the program. But thank you. Great interview. I look forward to him being the governor of Florida. You can congratulate him on a great race, both. Thank you very much. There you have it. All right. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. There are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. That, my friends, Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who already made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching easier than ever. Activated minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or, yes, upgrade if you'd like to. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team standing by to take care of you right now. You can call 972-PATRIOT today, or you can go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA. Patriot Mobile's code of SaveUSA will get you a free month of service today. That's patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA, or call 972-PATRIOT. Make that switch today. We'll look forward to it. We'll take a break and be back. We're going to continue our coverage out of Florida with Bo Davidson. And, of course, in Camp Pendleton, California, we're waiting for the big show from the United States Marines. We'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Welcome back to Marine 250, from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
I think that's just remarkable, don't you? I love that. Yeah, the Top Gun feel, the fighter jets, the energy, the pride in America. I mean, how can you beat that? I feel like a little kid when I see this stuff. That's the way I felt in Virginia here when we were in Norfolk for the Navy demonstration, standing on USS Truman and standing there and looking at all this incredible equipment. American pride, because we do great things. My good friend Ben Bergquam now joined by Amanda Head out there in California. Let's bring Amanda in first. She's down the street from Ben at a little different setup. Amanda, welcome to the conversation. Glad to have you this morning. Weather looks absolutely perfect, though I don't think she's hearing me. So let's go to Ben first. Ben, let's start with you. We'll get Amanda tuned in. You're on the beach, and you're going to see some cool stuff where you are as well.
Yeah, no, the weather is perfect. I think the high is 75 today. It feels like low 70s, nice breeze, no, not a cloud in the sky. I mean, this is California. You know, people always ask, I used to live here. I lived 30 years here. And we moved, I say we moved back to America, moved to Arkansas, but it's so sad because California is such a great place if you take the politics out of it. But it is, when you come to a place like Pendleton, it really is just an incredible place to be. It's just a beautiful day. And again, just to set it up for those, our new audience that's just joining us, you're going to be seeing things that you don't get to see ever, really. I mean, I've lived in California most of my life, and you never get to see this. We're going to see from the air, from the sea, from the ground, all of this operation, celebrating, honoring our Marines. Obviously, the actual birth date, November 10th, but today we're getting to celebrate them a little early. Marines, Navy, all working together. It's going to be an incredibly beautiful day.
Well, there you go. And now we've got Amanda Head tuned in. She was on the program with me yesterday, and the weather was terrific. She is out there, sunglasses on, weather perfect, ready for a big performance here. Amanda, welcome to the program. Look, glad you're back. I think we're still having a little difficulty there. All right, what do you guys, what would you like to do here? You tell me. Amanda, can you hear me?
Hey, Steve, how are you? Yes, hello. Hi, Steve. Yes.
I'm not hearing Amanda, so, gentlemen, tell me where you'd like to go.
Steve said he's not hearing me.
All right, Ben, we're gonna stick away from Amanda for a second. A little technical difficulty, Ben. We've all been there before. You travel the world. You go to all sorts of crazy places. And one of the things we were talking about earlier, you said about 3,000 No Kings protesters are going to be gathered there at Camp Pendleton, protesting the very people that keep them safe so they can protest. Kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, these are the people that make it sure so they can protest and scream about no kings, which obviously we don't have a king, because if we did, they'd have no protest. But, you know, the irony of it is rich every single day. But I think you're going to wade into the crowd if they're still there.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get out there into the crowd. I know I know you don't want to have any issues outside of the wire, if you will. But as a guy who likes the action, if they're still out there, I might go out there and try to educate them. By the way, part of the reason we don't have a king in America is in particular because of the Marines that fought for this nation for so long and have been here on the front lines. Lieutenant Colonel, I just want to add, and Steve, we haven't talked about this yet today. Vice President Vance is a Marine. What is the significance of that? What a great day for this country.
It's incredible. He is our first Marine Vice President. We are so proud of him. We're so proud he's one of us. As a public affairs officer, he was a public affairs Marine, and that makes me so proud. But I know we are just excited to have him here to celebrate with us today. And I'm sure I hope he's as excited as we are to show him what we can do.
Yeah, no, he obviously knows some of the capabilities. He's been out for a few years. Absolutely. What is he going to see new today that maybe wasn't around when he was here?
I mean, the technology that we give our Marines is incredible. Like I said before, we never want a Marine to enter a fair fight. We are going to make sure that they are lethal and that they are kitted out with the best that there is. And we are going to make sure that they have every advantage when they hit a beachhead. So he is going to see Marines coming through with new rifles. Some of them have silencers on them. We're excited to showcase the El Mattis, which is a non-kinetic defensive weapon system. And then the Nemesis that's going to come ashore, as well as our new ship interdiction system. And it is just going to be a sight to see.
Are we on this combat town? When they're clearing the buildings over here, are they using live fire? Are we going to get to hear the weaponry?
No. So for safety reasons, we are using pyrotechnics and special effects. The live fire will come from the artillery. We are firing in accordance with all our safety protocols. We are going to be good community neighbors, and for the safety of the Marines, for the safety of everybody involved, we have established ranges and protocols to make that happen. But the special effects you're going to see today, no, there are no live bullets firing. These are our own.
So I don't need to duck.
I don't need to duck.
I've been in one shootout in the Darien Gap with the Gulf Cartel, so I know the sound of a bullet coming at you. So I'm not going to have to worry about that today.
The Secret Service won't allow that either. But the aircraft are going to come in low and slow. It is going to be an absolute sight to see and see the air power that the Navy Marine Corps team brings to bear.
I love it. Thank you, Steve.
There you have it, another great report. We're going to have a low and slow, all sorts of action coming up today. You're not going to miss any of this. And like the United States Marines, protecting you and I. That's why I find it ironic that they would gather outside the gate. Thank you, Ben. We'll be back to Ben here in a bit, and we're going to get that little snafu worked out with Amanda. But before that, listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization for you to join. They are the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth. The mainstream media will not. And it's incredibly affordable. You can become a one-year member for $1 for $1. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/Marine. Join the movement to save America. amac.us/Marine. Like I said, join the movement to save America. We've all done it. You should do it as well. We're going to take a break. We're going to get hooked up with Amanda Head. I promise you that. Straight ahead on Real America's Voice.
Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. For 250 years, the United States Marine Corps has stood as the world's most formidable fighting force. From the founding at Tun Tavern to the battlefields of today, their legacy is one of sacrifice, courage, and uncommon valor. Today, we honor that legacy with a historic salute. Marine 250, from sea to shore, starts right now.
What a day it is. You know, I had the distinct honor to cover the 250 parade for the United States Army, the 250 event for the United States Navy. My good friend Amanda Head on location now in California because she gets the distinct honor of honoring the United States Marines at 250 years old now. And yes, she's with us. Amanda, welcome to it. Great day out there, it looks like.
Absolutely gorgeous day. And Steve, you know, it is an absolute honor to cover this event, but it kind of puts things in perspective. Steve, you and I have covered politics together at Real America's Voice for quite a long time, back before the 2020 election. And I keep thinking to myself, for us, for those of us who cover politics is our life. We eat, sleep, drink, and follow it all day long. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, not only for our nation's 250th birthday, but to have President Donald Trump in office, who, you know, is overseeing all of these celebrations. And his fingerprints are all over this. Obviously, this is all about commemorating the 250th birthday of our great United States Marines. But the playlist here, it's Donna Summer, it's Beach Boys, it's all of those songs that, Steve, I know you are familiar with from President Trump's playlist, from rallies and the playlist that he plays even at Mar-a-Lago and at the White House. So it is a fantastic day. As Ben was telling you, the weather is just spectacular. Things are going to get kicked off around 1 p.m. and that is when the ACVs, those are amphibious combat vehicles, those are going to be launching off of Navy ships just off of the coast here in the Pacific Ocean. Those amphibious combat vehicles are going to be traveling to shore. They're going to land a little bit north of here at Red Sand Beach, and that is where Vice President J.D. Vance, who, as Ben was talking about, served as a Marine, our Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of the Navy John Phelan. They are going to be there on the beach receiving those ACVs, and that is going to be telebroadcast on the screens that are all around this venue. This is the main stage area, so people will be able to see that. That's going to kick off at 1 o'clock, and of course, right when you were trying to come live to me earlier is when they kicked off the sound check, which is why I had to switch over to these eyesores in my ears. But at any rate, everyone here is excited. This place is crawling with men and women of the United States Marine Corps. It's wonderful to see, and what a day to be, here celebrating our nation's birthday.
Yeah, Amanda, you're right. Thank you for that, by the way. Same thing happened when we did the parade for the United States Army. Same thing happened 2 weeks ago. The United States Navy, they turn up the sound system to the point that your eyeballs are jiggling in your head. That is a fact. Now, Ben's going to be right down there on the beach. For any of you just joining us now for this Marine 250 celebration, he's at a beachhead, and he's got the command and control to one side. He's got all the Marines to another side. They're going to be down there. They're going to report to Pete Hegseth. They're going to report to J.D. Vance. We're both going to be there giving comments where Amanda is. But, Ben, you're right where a lot of the action is going to happen. You've got a front row seat on a beach. It just figures Ben's on the beach on this beautiful Saturday, but it's a place where there's going to be a lot of action, right?
Yeah, sometimes you got to take it for the team, and I'm just the lucky one that gets to do it today. So just to again give you a setup with this, I've never seen this before. We've got 10 military ships out at sea. Basically, we're surrounded to keep these waterways clear so no civilian ships are able to come through. Each one of those has a tactical reason for being here as well. We've got the aircraft carrier again, the Teddy Roosevelt off in the distance. We've got the Navy SEALs have already been deployed out here. They're doing some testing, running through a couple of their spots. A few of the Navy SEALs are going to be dropped out of helicopters. Some of them are going to be coming on those amphibious on the boats, those quick boats that are going to be coming on. It's just going to be an incredible scene to see, to witness. The part that I'm most excited about, though, is the concussion that we're going to feel from that artillery, the live fire artillery that's going to be going overhead as well. But it's just really, really neat. So we've got Secret Service on the ground now. They're doing their sweeps as we speak, just getting ready. So you can feel the anticipation of Vice President Vance going to be coming here. Again, Secretary Hegseth going to be coming here as well. Before they move on to where Amanda's at, the main stage, we're going to get to witness that firsthand. And as you guys mentioned, to have President Trump, Amanda said that, to have President Trump in office right now at this time, this year commemorating the celebration of our country, not to get too political, but to get political, I just can't imagine this had the elections not gone the way they went. I thank God every single day that we have President Trump in the White House. And all you have to do, Steve, is look outside, like we've been talking about, the people that are going to be protesting this. Imagine if they were in office today. Thank God they're not.
I agree with you on that, but here's something I do want to ask you about, Ben, and I'm going to have Amanda weigh on this as well. Look, we're at day 17 now of a government shutdown. This president, this Secretary of War have been working overtime to try to figure out where the money is coming from to make sure that our troops, whether they're stationed here or anywhere all over this world, defending American interests. They're doing things that I don't think we've seen from other administrations, making sure during a government shutdown, those that are on the front lines are getting paid. Air traffic controllers are trying to get TSA paid, all the critical infrastructure. But those soldiers there deserve to get paid. Anybody that's trying to shut the government down or keeping it shut down should be ashamed. Ben, I'll start with you, and then I'll go to Amanda. But your thoughts?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you talk about a job, you're not going into the military to make money. A lot of our military members, service members are like most families across America. They're paycheck to paycheck. They're week to week. They're month to month. And so we have to, and especially the ones that are deployed overseas, their family members are having to live and raise their children here at home. And so nobody deserves that more than those service members. But I also think about the ICE agents that I was riding with earlier this week, and the Border Patrol, and all of those federal employees who put their lives on the line every single day. They absolutely deserve to get paid. And the fact that we have Democrats holding our government hostage primarily to give more money to illegal aliens, it's just not just a slap in the face, it is spitting in the face of the sacrifice of these brave men and women. So I pray, and I thank God again for President Trump and his entire team that are looking for ways to make sure that their bills are paid. It's just, it's sad that we have to even give commentary on it.
Yeah. Amanda, you mentioned here a moment ago, you and I have been covering politics. I've been with this network, I think, since 2019. We've been covering a lot of different things. I cover a couple of different government shutdowns. You know, the Democrats passed 13 continuing resolutions during Joe Biden's administration, another one earlier this year in March, but suddenly they want to play games. And the people that you're surrounded by today are some of the people that are caught in that financial squeeze if they can't figure out where to find more money to keep the checks coming to the military. I think it's shameful. What are your thoughts, sir? I know you talk to a lot of these people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ben opened up the door for us to get political, so I will second that. And I was just thinking, can you imagine if Kamala Harris was president right now, what the soundtrack would be? It would be Bad Bunny singing in Spanish. It would be Billie Eilish, who takes every opportunity to bash Donald Trump. And it would be a woke fest for America's 250th. So thank goodness that's not where we are. But yeah, we've covered quite a few shutdowns, and Democrats have never had an issue voting for a CR when they were in power. This is the Schumer shutdown. And as we discussed yesterday, the White House is doing a fantastic job of making sure the American people know that this was a CR. The Republicans passed a clean CR. All Democrats had to do was sign on for it. And Chuck Schumer and other Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries out there, saying, well, Republicans have the House, Republicans have the Senate. Hello, you have to have 60 votes in the Senate. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, not you guys, but Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, if you gentlemen are aware of parliamentary rules, but this is how it works. So if you're new on Capitol Hill, which you're not, you ought to know that. So I think Democrats are doing everything they can to pin everything on Donald Trump. But here's the reality. America is bifurcated between those who despise this country and also despise Donald Trump, and those who love this country and love Donald Trump. And I don't think that line between the two has moved to one side or the other. I think that those who support President Trump, they support Republicans standing strong. And I'm with you, Steve. We were talking about this yesterday. Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, don't you guys move an inch. John Thune, don't you move an inch. You stand strong. Do not let Democrats move you towards their side. You have all of the leverage in this situation. You have had all of the leverage in this situation. And the longer this drags out, that just means that there are more layoffs on the federal level. So it's a win-win for the American people. And it's an additional win that Donald Trump is in office, helping to, organize and oversee all of these celebrations. And to the men and women who are here on the ground who, are facing a possibility of not getting a paycheck, if I know anything about Donald Trump, it is that he is going to prioritize our service members, just like he did a few days ago, in making sure that they get paid. Moms who need, supplies for their babies, he's going to cover that. He's going to find a way to make that happen. This is not unlike his business deals in the past. One of the hallmark assets for a business leader is being creative and thinking outside the box. And that is something that Donald Trump has done throughout his career in America, in real estate, in corporate America. And it is a skill that he is utilizing at the White House to make sure that these brave men and women get their paycheck.
Amen. Let me tell you who's standing strong today, Amanda. The trumpet player for the Marine Band right there. He's nailing it. He's knocking it out of the park. Fantastic. Right there. He's killing it. Yeah. They are so good. All right, guys.
It's amazing. Yeah.
We're going to check back with both of you. We'll take a quick break here. I want to bring into the conversation now Pete Hegseth, because he has changed the culture of the United States military. When I was with him at the U.S. Army event, you can see how they have embraced him. It was really evident 2 weeks ago there in Norfolk, Virginia, for the U.S. Navy 250-year celebration. When Pete Hegseth enters the room or enters the platform to come out to speak, they go wild. They like this guy because he was a real soldier on par with them. They like him a lot. J.D. Vance for the same reason. But Pete Hegseth really has become a popular individual here. Here he is at Quantico talking about the importance of peace through strength. All right, listen to this.
We love peace for our fellow citizens. They deserve peace, and they rightfully expect us to deliver it. Our number one job, of course, is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength. And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it. That's why pacifism is so naive and dangerous. It ignores human nature and it ignores human history. Either you protect your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone. It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose or any war that is thrust upon us.
Well, thrust upon us. It's a good message. We're going to talk more with Amanda and Ben when we come back. But first, this gold up 60% this year. Have you realized that gold is over $4,200 an ounce? It's not speculation, it's reality. If a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you are missing out. Here's the facts. Inflation's still too high. The U.S. dollar, it's still too weak. And the government debt, it's insurmountable. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to jump in and buy gold from our friends at Birch Gold. Get in the door now, and Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has been historically the safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now. Claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Remember, my friend Philip Patrick at Birch Gold said it's going to 5,000 sooner than you think. Well, if that's true, you might want to get on board. We'll take a break with us. Day of celebration. Marines 250 in California. Moms for Liberty down in Florida. What a great day here in Real America's Voice. Thank you for being here. We're going to talk about the woke military and how it's changed under this administration when we come back.
Let's hear it for our tuba player, Sergeant Lester. This tune is called Black and Blues, and it's going to feature our trombone soloists, Sergeant Gallatin and Sergeant Montoya.
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online with NordVPN. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
They are terrific, aren't they? What a celebration. They are terrific. The band, just wonderful. Here's what I want to start with, because I want to get Ben and Amanda to weigh in on this. Pete Hegseth, again, he's changed the culture of the military. I want you to hear a quote from him here, a little bit of a conversation at Quantico about how the armed forces had lost its way, had become the woke department, not the war department, right? Here's what he had to say.
For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons. Based on their race, based on gender quotas, based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore. Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourselves, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution. You made a choice to serve when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America.
The best of America. Amanda, I'm going to start with you between sets, hopefully, there of the band, who is terrific, by the way, absolutely marvelous. But there is a change of culture. You're there in D.C. every day with John Solomon. You can feel the change of culture in that city. But there's a change of culture everywhere that Pete Hegseth goes, saying, look, we don't need to be woke. We need to be warriors. What are your thoughts?
You know, the peace through strength thing is important for an administration. It's important in foreign policy. It's important at the top. But it's also important, and it's important for our enemies abroad to hear it. It's important for our allies as well, because they want to see a strong America. It's also important for the men and women who serve this country and protect this country to know that there is a clear message, a message of lethality, a message of defending this nation and her values. That is important because, similar to the reason that we saw so many conflicts break out under Joe Biden, when there's not a clear message, there's chaos, and you saw it in the ranks of the military under Joe Biden. I mean, I'm not even going to go into all of the garbage with the dog mask and all of the, Levine, whatever his name, Richard Levine, that creates chaos, and it dissolves the message of strength that our armed forces needs. Because here's the deal, and we all know about all of the recruiting numbers and how military recruiting under Joe Biden was in the gutter, and now it is passing expectations at historical highs. The reason you didn't have people signing up to serve this country is because they didn't believe in the message, because there wasn't a message. There were too many different initiatives that Joe Biden and his ilk replaced with patriotism, replaced with strength and defense. There were too many bad ideas, woke garbage, that they injected into this military that muddied the waters, such that 18-year-old men and women in this country looked at the military as a career option. And look, it's a career for some people. It's a stepping stone for some people. It is a way to pay for education for some people. But they all looked at that opportunity that our military provides for young men and women, and they said, no thanks, I don't want to be a part of that. That is, to me, one of the biggest shifts that we are seeing right now, and it bears out among all of the men and women who are here today. There is a central message that is protecting this country, being proud to be an American, and being proud of what has happened for the last 249 and a half years, and the years leading up to the inception of this country. And you are seeing it in every square inch of the preparation of this event today, and every single man and woman here appears to be so very proud to not only be an American, but to be serving the American people.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a complete change of attitude, Ben, and I know that you travel this country more than just about anybody else on the Real America's Voice team, because you go from the border, you go into South America, you come back here in Chicago working with ICE agents this week. It just seems that this attitude, it's not just in the military. This change of wokeness is permeating through this country for people that work on the Border Patrol, for people that work as law enforcement, for people that work in the military. And it's a change for the good from where I sit. Your thoughts?
Well, it goes back to the idea of Occam's razor. The simplest solution is oftentimes the best. Or when I was a kid, it was even simpler than that. We had a saying, keep it simple, stupid. And that, when you think about what the warriors, what our military's primary objective should be, has always been until the last, couple decades, it's to win wars. It's to train men and women, primarily men, to go in and fight and kill people on behalf of our nation, to protect us, to be a deterrent around the world from enemies that want to harm this nation and the people of this nation, and ultimately harm the nations of the world. We are the city on a hill. We are the blessings to the world because of that strength. And when you saw what we had under the previous administration, where you replaced war with woke, as Secretary Hegseth said, you look at that and you say, what a bad idea. I mean, this is not what their objective should be. We want the best of the best to go out there and fight America's wars, or in hopefully not have to fight the war, because our adversaries know how strong we are. And that's really ultimately what you see the difference is our priorities are right now. You have people that look at these problems and they say, what are the solutions? And you have somebody like Secretary Hegseth who says, what is our role as a military? What is our role? What should we be training our military to be? What should we be doing when we set standards and priorities for our men and women? And it goes back to it. Keep it simple. This is our objective. We want to be the best that we can possibly be. We want to have the highest standards possible so that when and if we have to go to battle, we have the best and we win. As you heard Lieutenant Colonel saying earlier, we don't go into fair fights. We go into fights that we can win because we know the battlefield. We know our enemies. It's the art of war. You have to know your enemies and know thyself. That's the goal. That's the goal, and it's what the goal should have always been. Now we're getting back to that goal. And again, thinking about this, as Amanda and you and Steve, you and I were talking about. I mean, imagine if it wasn't President Trump and Secretary Hegseth in control now. We got a helicopter coming over. We got all kinds of action coming over here. If it wasn't President Trump, imagine how woke, unfortunately, these celebrations would be. Thank God they're not. Thank God we get to focus on the men and women in uniform, the best of the best in our country.
Well, let me ask you about one thing. You mentioned that because of this change in attitude, there's been a dramatic change in recruiting in this country. A dramatic change in recruiting. The military meeting its goals, its objectives early. But is that also, and this question to you first, Ben, is that also translating to Border Patrol, to ICE, to local police departments? I mean, today, the New York City Police Department is down 1,400 people. I don't think there's been a big recruiting surge in New York City based on the politics happening there. But in other places, we are seeing people saying, you know what? I do want to be part of it. How do we get the recruiting to continue its momentum, but not just for the military, but across the board in law enforcement?
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. You get back to what drove people to law enforcement in the first place. It was to protect and serve. It was patriotism. If you're looking at military, it's patriotism, love for country. If you're looking at law enforcement, it's patriotism, love for your community. And anything that takes away from that, and in particular, you look at what we had with the BLM riots across America and the defund the police movement. No, of course, recruiting is difficult in New York City. It's difficult in Chicago. It's difficult in Los Angeles because you've taken away from that primary role and you've taken away the people that would actually fill those roles. You're not going to... Look, I'm sorry. You're not going to go to Antifa and get them to become police officers. For one, you wouldn't want them to be, but that's just not what they want. They don't like this country. So why would they go into those roles? They don't want to protect and serve. Most of them are cowards. They only fight when it's it's 20 on 1 and they can beat up the weaker person. But you look at red states and you look at ICE. Man, ICE's recruiting is through the roof. And people are finally coming back saying, we want to do that job. Border Patrol's the same way. We want to do that job. We want to be on the front lines to save this country. We want to restore this nation. And that's all you have to do is look at red states versus blue states. Very hard. And that's probably why they're hiring illegal alien cops, because they can't get citizens to do a job in those cities because they've destroyed them.
Yeah, we saw that. Amanda, it's remarkably... It's just remarkable to me. The people that keep screaming for more government, more government, more government, hate the police. What do they think the police are? What do they think the military is? It is the government. And it's the most powerful form of the government. And they want more government until it's police, and then they want none of it. But what about recruiting? What about getting the next generation to be proud to put on the badge, to be proud to protect their neighborhood or their nation? What do you think, Amanda?
Yeah, so John and I actually on our show last night were speaking to a number of individuals, one of which was Erica Donalds, Congressman Byron Donalds' wife, about what is happening in this country with civics education. And, you know, from my angle, from my standpoint, there are two different ways that you have to tackle civics education in this country. For American-born children who grow up in our school systems, that's obviously got to be something that reemerges in the curriculum. But the second thing, Steve, is for immigrants coming into this country, for the wonderful ones that are doing it the lawful way, who are, you know, paying the fees, doing it, you know, filling out all the forms. And look, there's a larger conversation to have about how arduous that process is to become a legal citizen, but that doesn't mean that you get to break the law. So for those who come into this country lawfully, you know, President Trump has talked about the citizenship test and making it better. In using that test to instill into immigrants coming into this country a love and a desire to assimilate to this country and to its values. So I think if we can turn the education system around, which, look, the Federal Department of Education has been gutted by about 48% at this point. So that's a really good thing, because you're returning education and the decision making when it comes to civics education, you're returning that to the state and to parents, and that's where it should be anyway. Yeah. But until we do that, until we are successful in teaching kids what happened 250 years ago? Why is this country so special? The number one reason is because you look at our founding fathers and what they sought to do in this country. Yes, it's the whole taxation without representation thing, but it's also the fact that in areas of New England, the Crown would come around and they would tag trees to use for timber for the British Navy. They got that first before the colonists who had been here at that point for hundreds of years. So it was things like that. It was, you know, the oppression that they felt from the Crown, the aggression that they felt from King George. And for these men to have such a radical idea that government should be run by the people, that there should not be this far-off monarch, the notion of a democratic republic, that was a radical idea at the time. And all of this is the amazing thing. We are still learning today the brilliance of things that they did, the things that they planted in our Constitution, in our Bill of Rights, in the Declaration of Independence. And you still have Democrats today, like Senator Tim Kaine, who is denying the fact that those rights come from God, and he is saying that they come from government. I tell you, Senator Kaine, you are wrong, and you are diametrically opposed to the founding values of this country and to the fathers who conceptualized the brilliance of this nation. So I don't even know where your question started. I just went off on a tangent. I'm sorry, Steve. I'm just so consumed with patriotism and so consumed with love for this country. Thank you.
I fully enjoy it. Time out for Amanda. Timeout. All right, guys, stand by. Ben, there's no problem there, right, guys? I'll be right back. We got to hit a break here, but I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. New ones popping up all the time. Here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. It's the one I use. It's Patriot Mobile. For more than a dozen years now, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service. Access now to all three of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in. Simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you'd like. They've got all the latest. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team standing by right now to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA. When you use the promo code SaveUSA for a free month of service, you will be glad you did. That's patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. I did it a long time ago. You'll be glad you did. I promise you that. We'll take a break and be back more with these celebrations from Florida to California right here on Real America's Voice.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Marine 250 from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
All right, welcome back. We'll continue to cover that Marine 250 Sea to Shore celebration marking 250 years of the U.S. Marine Corps, protecting you and I and the freedoms of this country. Plus, we'll be going back again to Moms for Liberty. That's happening in Florida today. So a lot going on Real America's Voice. I'm glad you're here now. But joining me now, a 24-year Marine Corps veteran. He served at Camp Pendleton, where Ben Berquam is at this moment. He's also the father of one of the engineers in our Denver control room today, so that's good news. Retired Marine Sergeant Major Edward Lemus is joining me. Sergeant, thank you for being here.
Rod, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, so give us a glimpse inside the life of a United States Marine for 24 years. What's it like to be at Camp Pendleton? What's it like to be a United States Marine?
To be a United States Marine is probably the best feeling in the world. Graduating, back in 2000, my parents were super proud of me. My girlfriend, who's now my wife, was super proud of me. When you first go in, it's like, hey, 4 years out, I'm gonna go join the police force or go to college. but you build such camaraderie with the people around you that you just stick around, and before you know it, that time adds up really quickly, and 24 years later, it's time to retire, time to hang up the uniform and go do something different. But living in Camp Pendleton, it's a small city within itself. You have an exchange with grocery stores, families going in and out everywhere. It's a small city. It's the safest place that my wife and I have ever felt, have ever lived in, inside the actual installation itself.
Let me ask you this. We were just talking about this on the program, and we had Pete Hegseth talking about you need to have warriors, not woke. What was the general attitude of the year 2000 compared to what it became here 3-4 years ago, when it seemed like the DEI and the wokeness was taking over? Did you see a change? Was it different for you from your perspective?
I did. As a gunnery sergeant and as a sergeant in the Marine Corps, when you first start out, you get a lot of power, right? A young 25, 26-year-old man taking care of troops, 5, 7, 10 people underneath them, being responsible for them. What you said was needed to be done. Then later on, things started to change. We had to be careful what we said in front of people, in front of our troops. Had to be careful on, being accused of something, of mistreating people. It became a very, very different place, especially the last, I would say maybe 6 years in the Corps that I was in. It became a very big different place.
It became a different place. So let me ask you this. You probably still have friends of the United States Marines still in the Corps, right?
I do.
And assuming that you have probably talked to them on a regular basis, has it changed? Has the attitude changed? What do they think of Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War? What do they think about the attitude change in cleaning house?
We love it. We love it. We think it's a great idea. Going back, the Marine Corps never really left its ethos, its fighting spirit still remained there. We just had to go ahead and walk around in eggshells a lot of the times just to make sure that we didn't go ahead and offend other people. But for the most part, Marines are Marines, and that's one of the reasons why individuals join the Marine Corps, is to be different. And we do like, Pete Hegseth. I personally like Pete Hegseth. I think he's doing a great job in making changes, not just for the whole military. The Marine Corps is not really going to change. It's remained the same. But we did see a lot of changes in the other branches of services.
Yeah, so it's different now. People, are they encouraged? Do they feel like we're returning to our fighting roots, warriors, not woke, and all of that? Is the Marine Corps in better shape today than it was 1 year ago today?
I truly believe so. I think the people that we're recruiting right now want to come into the Corps. We're not out there searching for them. They actually are coming to the office. So I retired as a recruiting station sergeant major, and I can say the last 2 years of service were probably the hardest that I ever did. Seeing my Marines work in and out every day, 12, 13 hours a day, trying to go ahead and talk to individuals that would reject them. They didn't like the policies that were in place. And since we had President Trump come on board, we did see a jump in individuals who want to go ahead and enlist and join the Marine Corps itself. And it's not necessarily for the benefits that come with serving in the military. It's by the pride of becoming a Marine, being different.
Yeah, and they were lowering standards there for a while. Pete Hegseth came back, the secretary did here. Recently said, look, we're gonna have the standards back to where they belong. We're gonna make sure the standards across. If you're a woman, you can pass those standards. Good, you're welcome aboard. We have no problem with that. But you can't just continue to lower standards, because then you end up with you end up with a lesser Marine Corps, wouldn't you? So how do you feel about the standards being re-implemented the way that Pete Hegseth has done it?
Something, I don't think the Marine Corps standards ever really changed. A physical fitness test, a combat fitness test, there always been two different standards for men and women to go ahead and do it. The one thing that we did change, and I think it was about 6-7 years into the Marine Corps while I was in, is that they brought in the combat fitness test. We used to do the 2 physical fitness tests a year, and they brought in the combat fitness test, and that was very challenging when it came in. But as long as you train to it, and individuals can get strong, our women, I think our women Marines are probably the strongest and fittest service members in all branches. They're required to do pull-ups. They used to do a dead hang. Now they actually have to do an actual pull-ups in order for their scores to be up. And as we well know, their body mass and their strength is completely different. They do 10 pull-ups, and that's a perfect score for them. Marines, males, they got to do 20 pull-ups, and that's a perfect score for them. As a GRTC instructor myself, that's one big thing. Physical fitness is one thing I push on my cadets a lot, and that's one thing that they love about it.
Yeah. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Let me ask you this. Are you optimistic about the future of the United States, not just the Marines, but the United States military as you see the changes that are happening right now? Are you optimistic?
I am very optimistic. I think we're going in the right direction. I think our branches of services they fight together. We work together. We work with other countries and other forces, and I think we're doing a fantastic thing. Looking back into our core, making our military stronger is very important. We saw what happened in the early '90s with President Clinton when he got rid of a lot of there was a cut down in the services. And I know that President Trump and Pete Hegseth are all trying to go ahead and increase the military size, which is very important. Strength and power.
Peace through strength.
Peace through strength.
I appreciate you standing watch for me the time that you did it, Sergeant Major. Greatly appreciate you being here today and sharing your experience as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
There you have it. While we're on this topic, and he just mentioned the physical standard, I do want to jump to Pete Hegseth. It's number 4 for you guys in the control room, talking about the demands on the military and the standards that have to be there. Listen to this.
It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test.
Are you an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger? Funny stuff, Pete. Well done, Mr. Secretary. All right, listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they are fighting every day to protect faith, family freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth the mainstream media simply will not. And it's incredibly affordable. Become a 1-year member for just $1. $1. You can swing that. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/Marine. Join the movement to save America. amac.us/Marine. We'll take a break. We'll be back on the special coverage of the Marine 250 Sea to Shore celebration on Real America's Voice.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First we fight for right and freedom.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
And they're putting on a clinic there today, the band. I mean, they really are putting on a clinic there. Good stuff here as we celebrate the United States Marines 250 years protecting you, me, and this country. Ben Bergquam is over there on the shore of Camp Pendleton. He's going to see a lot of action, seen some action already with some helicopters moving over. We're going to see fighter jets and amphibious landings and so much more. But he's got a special guest that has to wrap it up for the day. He's losing his escort. Ben, take it away.
Yeah, Steve, before I forget, and I've been missing this all day, I do want to give a special shout out to my Marine Corps scout sniper, the voice of Law and Border, Dave Bray, USA, an amazing patriot for our country. I have the honor of working with him. He's also, of course, the voice of Law and Border, as I mentioned, DaveBrayUSA.com. I love you, brother. God bless you. God bless all of our Marines out there. Lieutenant Colonel Pyrek, so just walk us through again what we're going to see. And again, it's the 1st Marine Expeditionary.
First Marine Expeditionary Force, yeah.
Such a nice sounding title. So walk us through what we're going to see, our audience is going to see. And again, we're a very, very unique vantage point to be able to be out here.
Absolutely. So, what better way for Marines to celebrate our birthday than with good hard training? We are excited to do what we do and to show it to you and to the world. And so today, Marines operate from the sea. So we're here with our Navy brothers and sisters. And so Marines are going to operate out of the sea, fight to the shore, and then retrograde back to the sea as we would do in any sort of crisis situation. And so they're going to arrive via air, land, and sea. We're going to start out with our reconnaissance Marines who are going to parachute in. They set the battlefield for us. They're our eyes and ears. And then they're going to be followed almost simultaneously and traced by our Navy SEALs who are going to helocast out of a helicopter. They're going to jump into the water and swim ashore. And those elements will set the battlefield for us. They clear obstacles. They send information real time back to the command center to make sure that our Marines can get ashore to take the objective that they've been sent to. They will be followed by light armor reconnaissance that is able to then secure and separate the objective so that no further enemy could come in. And then we're going to have ACVs come ashore. Those are the amphibious combat vehicles that are going to bring our Marines. They're essentially a floating tank that is going to drive out the back of the well deck of the USS Boxer, swim to the shoreline, come ashore, drive up the beachhead, and Marines are going to flow out the back of it. And those Marines are able to then clear through the city and make sure that Combat Town is secure. They will be followed by landing craft air cushions, the LCACs that the Navy flies, are going to bring our heavy equipment ashore. So they're coming with the Nemesis anti-ship interdiction system, as well as our artillery fire. And we're going to mass combat power on this beach. And throughout this, we are going to have a demonstration of, Marine and naval air power. They are going to fly both deep strikes as well as simulated close air support. And then at the end of this, we are going to fire a live fire in accordance with all safety protocols into our training ranges. And it is going to be truly a sight to see.
Yeah, I noticed we've got some headphones over there, or not headphones, but the ear protection. Are we going to need those, or can I do it without?
You're going to need it for the air power. These pilots are excited to show you what they've got. It will be roaring loud as they fly past us, and then as well as the artillery fire. That those guns are loud, but they are going to deliver precision fires.
You know, Steve, sometimes our job is hard. Today it's not. I am so looking forward to this.
Yeah, you know, it's the same thing, Ben. When I was there with the Navy, it's like you get to see all these incredible, I don't mean to call them toys, but it's awe-inspiring because since I was a kid, you look at these things, man, these are just remarkable things to take pride in. It's the American pride I get, Ben. I get it.
Yeah. And by the way, as I said that, I just thought, my job is really never hard compared to the men and women in combat. So I even take that back. My job is never really hard, relatively speaking. So I just, what an honor to be out here, Steve, with the men and women that put on that uniform, that sacrifice for this country. God bless you all. God bless all of our troops.
There you go. All right, Ben. Greatly appreciate that. We're going to back away from Ben for just a moment here. I think we're going to run down the shore, if I'm not mistaken, where Amanda Head is standing by. She had to put in the AirPods because the band, which, by the way, Amanda, that band is terrific. I mean, and nothing against the Army band, nothing against the Navy band. If there was a competition, these guys are killing it. I'm just telling you, they're just killing it.
It is so amazing. And look, if you are my generation of millennial, you might be familiar, and this is going to be such an obscure cultural reference, but Christina Aguilera had a song called Candyman, and the music video for that featured, the style of the song was very much like what you are hearing, that 1950s, 1960s bop with a little bit of like early 2000s flair. But in the music video, she's dancing alongside a military band, and it just reminded me of that. So clean, so crisp, so stylistic. It's just amazing. The vibe here is incredible. The stands are starting to fill up. I would say, I mean, you can see behind me, it's pretty much all full except for maybe a few seats here and there. And much like the rally setup that we've seen for President Trump's campaign rallies, seats all the way up the side. There's another grandstand behind the stage, and I'm staring at a giant American flag. So I have to say for myself, it's just a Polaroid moment looking up at this behind the camera. But on the back side of this American flag is a huge video board. So the people who are in the grandstands behind there can still see everything that's happening. So it's incredible. Listen, I've always said this, I'm terrible at crowd estimates. I have no idea. It could be 3,000, it could be 15,000. It's somewhere in between there, I do believe. But things are starting to get fired up. I think that they are starting the ceremony in about 8 minutes. So we're going to be taking that live, and you're all going to get to see the best coverage of this from your home, from your couch. So, enjoy, buckle up. It's going to be incredible. I'm so glad that Ben had that opportunity to interview that soldier, because hearing about everything that's going to be taking place, I mean, it brings tears to my eyes. I love this kind of stuff. I love the flyovers. Getting to see the might and the precision of the United States Marine Corps, that is what today is all about. It's about love of the Marines, love of country, and love for everything that the last 250 years have produced to lead up to next year, July of 2026.
Well said, Amanda. Very well said. It is a remarkable celebration, which we're going to continue sharing with you for the rest of the day. She said we're going to get to the real speakers and so forth kick off here in, top of the hour is what we're expecting. Let me tell you this, though. Gold is up around 60% this year. That's not speculation. It's reality. If a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Time to get on that boat, my friends. Gold is at almost $4,300 an ounce. You wish you bought more, didn't you? Or bought some. I guess I do. Here are the facts. Inflation's still too high. The U.S. dollar is still too weak. Government debt is insurmountable. It's why banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs right now. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. And get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. Trust me, you want to get in on this. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now. Claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Now, we're going to get to that to the top of the hour, but I want to do something here because it's a patriotic day. Same as we did the U.S. Army parade, same as we did the U.S. Navy celebration. And I just want to reflect on something that happened here a few days ago, and that, of course, was Charlie Kirk getting the Medal of Freedom. I think it was a moment that a lot of us have reflected on for the past month, well, ever since September the 10th. And I think on this day, maybe it's an important time to include a comment from that. I want Donald Trump's remarks at the award ceremony, in case you missed it for any reason, when he was awarding the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Charlie Kirk posthumously after his assassination. It's just one of those moments that fits for me today. Listen.
5 weeks ago, our nation was robbed of this extraordinary champion. He was a champion in every way. I got to know him so well. He didn't like losing. And he was able to fight people that were enemies, and he didn't necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it. But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk, our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you.
Good to be an American today. I also have good news. They have started the ceremony there in California. We're going to go straight to the stage as they have live speakers.
And there was no shortage of moments when we should have, but we weren't quite allowed to, were we? Not because we weren't strong enough to execute, but because of a fundamental misperception of what America's role is in this world. A misunderstanding of what a sovereign nation has the inherent right to do, to secure its borders and critical infrastructure, to protect its people, assets, and interests, to ensure freedom of navigation through critical international waterways, and to smash those who not only seek to do us harm, but actively perpetrate it, including on our soil. There are so very many people opposed to this version of peace who lack context, who do not understand what the world outside the comforts of the West is like, who lack clarity on what is required to ensure the continuity of this exercise in freedom, democracy, and exceptionalism. Not anymore, though. To have our 250th year be our great unshackling is our God-given right. It's an exciting, heartening, and energizing moment that gives me not merely hope, but confidence in our future as a nation and civilization. To have leadership this committed to the warfighter, this committed to effects, this willing to tear down bureaucracy in favor of speed, innovation, and lethality. Willing to take bold action where and when we have every right to fully empower both the military and the private sector, our deepest strengths, the two things no nation on earth can compete with when fully unleashed. I have served this country faithfully my entire life, as a Marine, as a civilian running crisis and contingency response operations globally across a wide range of national security issues, and now leading an extraordinary team in the private sector that is equally committed to our nation's defense. I've served under many administrations, and I've never seen the level of willingness to unleash the warfighter that we are blessed with right now. Let's go. And there is especially good news for the Corps. We are seen for what we are, revered for the ferocity with which we are imbued, our nation's finest fighting force. And not only when we enjoy that 3-to-1 advantage that we rightly and smartly seek, but also, much to our adversaries' dismay, we excel when the cards are stacked against us. In a very real sense, we are living in a Chesty Puller moment. The enemy has been given ample opportunity to get into position. They think they've positioned themselves brilliantly. They believe we're surrounded. But they're about to swiftly learn what we already know. We're not surrounded. We're just in a target-rich environment. And we're hungry. This Corps and country will never be brought to its knees. The Corps thrives because of its many virtues, its spirit, its discipline, but also its scrappiness and innovation, its bias for action and delegation of authority to the lowest possible level. It's why we insist on servant leaders, and it's why our most junior enlisted Marines are held up as the very backbone of this Corps. Our enemies do not understand. They live in a rigid, top-down, oppressed state because they know that if they empower their people, they will collapse. They do not understand acta non verba, actions, not simply words. They do not understand ad inveniam via ad faciam, I shall either find a way or make one. And now we are empowered with the most profound understanding and execution of sivi pacem parabellum. If it's peace you seek, prepare for war. My last assignment working for the U.S. government was leading a contingency unit that was an oh shit button for complex or time-sensitive requirements that we were ill-positioned for. And I realized on the flight over here, the Marine Corps is the button our nation hits when we want our adversaries to say, oh shit. To our adversaries, because I know you're watching, you have no idea what you're up against. You have no idea what unshackling this force means for you. I would bet on this stadium in any climb or place, every time. Welcome to your future, ripe with oh shits, and welcome, Marines, to a renewed era. Happy 250th birthday, and here's to 250 more. Rah.
I believe that people are attracted to the United States Marine Corps because it's hard. You know, you have to earn the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. It's earned, it's not given. And I believe that that's what attracts people to become part of it, is that challenge of, can you be a Marine? And I think that's what attracts the type of people that the Marine Corps has.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Marine Corps veteran and Medal of Honor recipient, Dakota Meyer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Marines. What an awesome day it is to be here and to show the American people the incredible capabilities of the United States Marine Corps. But before I go any further, I want to take a moment to thank the families, the parents, the spouses, the children who stand behind every single Marine. You are the quiet strength of the Corps. You carry the weight on every deployment, every late night, every sacrifice. While you don't wear the uniform, you live the cost of it every single day. And none of us would be who we are or what we do, or none of it would be possible without you. Because serving this country is a family business. Today, as we display what we can do, as Americans watch, I pray that they leave here tonight with two things. Not only a better understanding of what the United States Marine Corps is capable of, but more importantly, with a peace of mind, a little bit less weight on their shoulders, knowing that no matter what, there are Marines ready to deal death to any of our adversaries across the globe in any place that they so shall choose at any moment that they shall wish. But today isn't about showing our strength or celebrating the 250th birthday. It's about something more, Marines. It's about a recommitment to being what a Marine means, a recommitment to the standards that built this brotherhood, a recommitment to the promise that we make every single American when we wear this uniform. But before we can recommit, we must understand what it is to be a United States Marine and what it is that makes us different. The first trait that I'd like to start with is our oath, because it's the foundation of understanding what a Marine is. Like every person that wears a uniform, we take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But Marines, just like everything else, we take that oath to another step. We take it further with 6 simple words. Once a Marine, always a Marine. But that commitment doesn't mean what some of you think it does. It doesn't mean that once you earn it, you get it to be it. It means that once your character, your courage, and your commitment have all been tested and proven, then and only then are you trusted to carry the sacred Eagle Globe and Anchor. And by accepting it, you yourself are committing to live to the standards, the unconditional standards every day from that point on. Because being a Marine, it isn't a job, it's a way of life. For us, the oath isn't paperwork, it isn't a formality, it's a covenant. It's a lifelong promise to you, the American people, that we will stay ready to perform the impossible all the way up to the cost of our lives. As Marines, our commitment doesn't stop when our contract's over. It stops when we take our last breath. And that's the difference between wearing a uniform and wearing this uniform. The second trait of being a Marine is only understood when you look at us next to the other branches. They all make logical sense. The Army fights on the ground, the Navy owns the sea, and the Air Force rules the skies. But the Marine Corps, in no way, shape, or form makes sense on paper. Because we fight on the ground, we fight from the air, and we fight from the sea. So why are we here? Well, it's simple. We go wherever we're needed. When all logical options have been exhausted, and when the uncertainty starts to prevail, Marines are already on the way to be the illogical solution to whatever that is. We're not here because we make sense. We're here because we are the chosen branch of the American people. The Corps was built to do one thing and one thing only, the impossible. We go where others won't, and we win when others can't. The third most defining trait of a Marine is the standards that we hold. You've heard our incredible leader, Secretary of War, Secretary Hegseth, talk a lot about standards lately. Good. Because for us, standards are nothing more than a reference point of unacceptable mediocrity. We don't just meet standards, we set the standards. We live the standards, we are the standards. The only acceptable standard for a United States Marine is perfection, with the constant desire to be better. But if you want to know the secret of our Corps and who we owe everything to, it's our NCOs. They're God-sent keepers of the Corps. They're the backbone, they're the solution to problems, they're the ultimate stakeholders of our lineage, and they are the dealers of death to our adversaries. When I think about NCOs, and the one who truly defines what that title stands for, I think of nothing more than my personal hero, Sergeant Matthew Abate, who gave his life in Afghanistan and was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross. Sergeant Abate defined the rules of war for all NCOs to follow. Number 1, young warriors die. Number 2, you can't change number 1. And number 3, the most important, someone must walk point. And then he summed it up into one gunfighting commandment. Nothing matters more than thy brethren on thy left and thy right. Thou shalt protect no matter what. And because of this, the Marine Corps is not just a fighting force. We are the answered prayers of those in need, and we are the world's dealers of hope. Hope that no matter how dark the night gets, no matter how bad the odds are, as long as there is a Marine and their rifle, good will prevail and evil will violently be eliminated. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. and that's who we must remain. Because of Marines, wherever there's an American flag and an Eagle, Globe, and Anchor stands in the world, it's a better place. But as Marines, it's important to remember this. None of us standing here today have earned the love and respect that comes with that title. When someone says thank you for your service, they're thanking the men and women who went before us, who proved that we would do good and we would honor the promise that we make the Americans with our lives. They gave their tomorrows so that we could have our todays, and because of that, we owe them everything. We owe them the discipline to keep our honor clean. We owe them the humility to carry this title with respect, and we owe them lives worthy of sacrifice. So as we celebrate 250 years as a Corps and these incredible capabilities that you all are going to witness here a little bit later, I ask you as Marines to recommit. Recommit to being what a Marine is, recommit to the oath, recommit to the promise that you made when you accepted the EGA, and recommit, most importantly, to honoring our dead. Because one day, when another generation stands right here where we are right now, they will judge us, not by what we said tonight, but by how we lived the years between now and then. Happy 250th, Marines, and Semper Fidelis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome celebrated comedian and actor, Brian Callen.
What's up, Marines? Happy birthday! How we doing in the sunshine? It's great to be here. It's an honor to be here. As a civilian, this is, I feel very safe. I feel like this beach is secure. And this is a little overwhelming for me, but I want to start, before I get into any comedy, I want to just start with acknowledging this administration. We have the Secretary of War here. We've got J.D. Vance. But most importantly, I want to thank the President of these United States for bringing peace to a region that hasn't seen peace since Moses had a parting of the ways with the Pharaoh. If you don't think that's a big deal, and I don't hear much from, I don't know, CNN, MSNBC, what? Okay? That's the bottom line. And you know, when Trump said something to the effect of, if you don't come to the peace table, I'm going to unleash hell, I saw, in my mind, I saw the front line of that hell, just a bunch of Marines on a tight leash just going, and I think they did too. And it makes me proud to be an American. It's kind of exciting. We have the Secretary of War. I'm glad we brought that back. We brought that title back. It's been a long time. I'm not sure what, I'm very ignorant when it comes to military. I think he was a major. I don't know what a major does, but probably something major, right? If there's a major problem, you don't call a lieutenant, right? I don't know. And then Secretary of War, that's a sexy title, right? You're not the God of War, but you're just below, right? Like, if you want to get to we know the God of War is Trump. This is what I love about our president. The guy can be like, come to the table or I'll bomb you. And then he does this. He's feared everywhere and he dances. That's a bad impression. The point is, I haven't worked on my Trump dance. And then we got J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, who started out, I guess he was an E4, right? Yeah. It's weird, though, to go from an E4 to the second most powerful man in the world. And people talk about the deep state, but nobody ever talks about the E4 mafia. Am I right? Oh, look at you guys. Oh, so orderly. My God. This whole thing has got me all crazy. I'm a civilian. I'm backstage with Jocko Willink and Dakota Meyer. I'm producing so much estrogen. And then, I'm just being honest. And you know, I was talking to my wife, and my wife said, something to the effect, I said, I don't know what to do. Like, I got to do comedy in front of 15,000 Marines. And she said, why don't you just tell stories about what it's like to grow up under a Marine father? And so can I do that for you? Can I indulge you for a little bit just to tell you what it's like? Because I think my father embodied the Marine spirit, and I've never been more proud to be the son of a Marine. I didn't join the Marines because my father, I take after my mother's side. She's a small woman, Sicilian. They're a bent people. We get cold easily. My father's Irish-German. He's 6'4", 250, grew up on a farm. They had no money, so he just grabbed a cow and sucked its udder, I think. Seriously, his fingers are too fat to dial his cell phone. I have to do it for him. He has no neck. He's built for war, and I'm built for dance. So, seriously, you don't use this in the Marines, but I've never taken dance, but look at how I reach, And that's not patriotic. So the point is, I thought I would just share some stories, and I hope this resonates, because my father beat the crap out of all your fathers. Yeah. He was just always one of those guys who just reminded me of how lucky I was to be an American and what being an American required, because the price of freedom doesn't come for free. And you guys know that better than anybody else. And, one time I remember we were in a farm. We had to cross this field. This is just to give you an idea of what he was like. We're in a farm. We had to cross this field. And we were about to open the gates, one of those latches that opens like this. And as we're about to do that, this Rottweiler, this huge male Rottweiler with a head this big, just started trying to get at us through the fence, just going, no, just foaming at the mouth. And it was just horrifying looking dog trying to kill us. So, of course, I went, oh, boy, let's not make any movements. We'll just walk around. And my father didn't notice the dog. He just looked at me and he said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm walking around. And he said, no. We'll cut through. It's faster. And I said, I know, but we're not crows. We can't fly. And my father said, you're afraid of a dog? And I said, well, it's the kind of dog they use to guard the gates of hell. And my father sucked his teeth and he opened the gate. He was about to open the gate and I panicked and I went, Dad, please, there's a Rottweiler they're trained to kill. Please don't do this. And my father just noticed the dog going crazy. And he got down and he went, hey, shut your yap. And he blew in that dog's face. And whatever satanic energy my father has, that dog sobered up. That dog was going, and just went, oh, and then sat down sideways. And my father opened the gate and started walking across the field. And I took this finger, you see this finger? And I went like that. And I put it in the loop of his pants. And I followed him like that. And I was 28 years old. Okay? That's story one. Here's another story. We're hanging out. It's brunch with my whole family, 13 members of my family. My father's reading the newspaper because he's done with us. And when he read the newspaper, we'd leave him alone. And all of a sudden, I just see him suck his teeth, and he goes, and I go, what? He goes, a grown man in Colorado was attacked and killed by a mountain lion. And I was like, yeah. And he went, pansy. And I said, I'm sorry to interrupt your reading, but are you under the impression a mountain lion couldn't kill you? And he goes, that's a stupid question. And I went, why is that a stupid question? And he said, because first of all, a mountain lion isn't a real lion. And second of all, a mountain lion wouldn't attack me. And I said, how do you know that? And he goes, I don't know. It knows. Okay? Now here's the final story. And here's when I realized I wasn't Marine material, because I wanted to be. But we got in the car, and I was sitting in the driver's seat. I was sitting in the passenger seat. And on the dashboard, we're about to take off, and on the dashboard was a hornet. A hornet, not like a yellow jacket, but the kind of hornet that the Lord puts on the earth to sting a man for his sins. The ones that aren't even part of the ecosystem, they live under the ground, and they the kind of hornets like a yellow jacket stings you, like, and you're like, ow, and it dies. not this kind of hornet. This had 2 abdomens and armor. Looked like one of those amphibious. It had wings. It was horrifying. You know, the kind that can sting you. They grab you and they hump sting you 50 times. Your face melts. You can't have an open casket. You know what I'm talking about? And that was what was on there. And the thing just, I could see it. And it was clearly trying, it was going to come. And I knew I would die. And I lost feeling in my hands. I remember trying to get out of the car. And I said something like, "Papa," or something. And nothing moved. And my father, without missing a beat, just reached over with his giant farm fingers and grabbed that thing and broke its bones. It just like that. And the thing died hard. It was like, "Screw you," and died. And then he was rubbing his fingers and I came to and I was like, "Did that thing sting you?" And he goes, "Probably." And I was like, well, that's not a philosophical question, you know? So about 6 months later, I was on a date. And I remember I borrowed my buddy's car because my car was a Civic and I wanted to impress this gal. And we get in the car and everything's going great. And I couldn't believe she liked me. And I was taking her to a restaurant I couldn't afford. And that same Hornet was on the dashboard. And it was even bigger. This thing looked like dangerous candy. I think it had wings. I can't remember. But it was terrifying. And it was just there. I think it was there to avenge its brethren. And it was there. And my date, she just went, please help me. I'm so allergic. And she froze. And this was when I realized this is when you separate the men from the boys. This is when you know who you really are. This is when I channeled my father. I said, if I'm going to be a Marine, I'm going to grab that thing. But it was so big and I could just see its stingers. It was pulsing and and she was like, "Please help me." I was like, "Give me a second," you know, and finally, and she was like, "Help me." And I was like, "Okay." And I was going to get it, but I just couldn't because it was so scary. And then finally it just flew up and she was like, "Help me." And I left her in that car. Yeah. And that was when I realized I'm not Marine material, but I am a patriot. And I feel so honored to be here. And I want to thank all of you for your service. God bless you. God bless America. And thanks for sitting through that. I appreciate you.
Back, everyone. Terrence Bates joining the program as we honor the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. This celebration happening in Camp Pendleton. A couple of big names. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, set to speak. Vice President J.D. Vance will also be speaking there. Also, I hear might be a flyover and some other demonstrations from the U.S. Marine Corps. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a very full day. We've got Ben Berkram on the ground there in Camp Pendleton. Ben, when they say go to the beach, this probably wasn't exactly what you were expecting, but this is still pretty cool, my friend. Good afternoon.
Oh, there's no cooler beach. I mean, I've been to a lot of beaches in the world. Nothing gets better than this. The red sands, everything is going to take place right behind me. As you can see, we've got the ships ready. We've got the fast boats in position. Hovercrafts are going to be coming on board. We've got planes are going to be dropping the parachutists out of here. You can see the basically the battle zone for today that's going to be waged over here. Vice President Vance is going to be set up on this side. Pete Hegseth is basically, his team is getting ready right behind the camera. So it's just what an incredible opportunity. Obviously Amanda Head down there at the main stage, but man, If I had to pick, this is the spot to be. Just wait till you see this production. It's going to be incredible. And again, back to the speakers. This is all what it's about, projecting strength around the world.
Absolutely. Ben, we're going to check back with you momentarily. John Rich taking the stage now. Let's go there.
It's good to be in Camp Pendleton. Are you proud to be a Marine today? We got any Johnny Cash fans out in the audience? Let me hear you one time. Well, love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Well, bound by a wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. Y'all help me sing it. Say I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire, ring of fire. Y'all sing the trumpet part. Say da 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 da. You know it. Say da 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 da. Well, the taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. Well, I feel for you like a child. Oh, and the fire went wild. Here we go. I say I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. Listen, it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. Come on, Pendleton, sing it to me. Say da 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 da. Say da 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 da. I can't hear you. Say da 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 da. There you go. One last time. Da 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 da. Put your hands together out here in the great United States of America, Camp Pendleton. Oh, give me some guitar, Rob. Give me some guitar. So I was thinking about what songs I should sing in this momentous occasion, standing in front of America's finest, the most vicious fighting force in the history of the world, the United States Marine Corps. And I thought this song might be the perfect one. See if you know this one. Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. Here we go. No, I'll stand my ground. Won't be turned around. In a world that keeps on pushing me around, gonna stand my ground, yeah. And I won't back down. Sing it to me, Marine. Say, hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Say, hey, yeah, I won't back down. Well, I know what's right. I got just one life, and I keep this world from dragging me around. Gonna stand my ground, yeah, and I won't back down. Let me hear you sing it. Say, hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Say, hey, yeah, yeah, I won't back down. Hey, baby, hey, there ain't no easy way out. Say, hey, yeah. Let me sing it one time. Won't back down. I can't hear you. No, I won't back down. What's a Marine say? No, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. God bless U.S. Marine Corps. Flew out here from Nashville, Tennessee last night. Yeah, we got some Tennesseans out there in the crowd, maybe. Got a few hillbillies out running around in the fatigues today. And I thought, I can't come here and not sing this one particular song. Now, it has 3 verses. And I know the first verse as an American citizen, but I did not know, and I'll admit, did not know the second 2 verses of the song. So I wrote them down to make sure I got them right, but I'm pretty sure you know them. And I was told that if you're a United States Marine, you know the words to this song, like you know the words to a song that I don't even know. Shall we begin? Shall we begin the song? From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles in the air and land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. Our flags unfurled to every breeze from dawn to setting sun. We have fought in every clime and place where we could take a gun. In the snow of far-off northern lands and in sunny tropic scenes, you will find us always on the job, the United States Marines. Here's health to you and to our corps, which we are proud to serve. In many strife we fought for life and never lost our nerve. If the Army and the Navy ever look on heaven's scenes, they will find the streets are guarded with United States Marines. Give it up for U.S. Camp Pendleton one time. You feeling good? Before I go any further, I'd like to give a long round of applause for my band tonight backing me up here on the stage. Thanks, guys. My band tonight is the U.S. Marine Corps. I'm depending on you to help me back up these songs. I'd like to play for you now one of the dumbest country songs ever written. And I wrote it myself. Yes, I did. And I'm proud of it. It's a pretty dumb song, but it caused a small baby boom in the early 2000s. We got any country music fans out in the crowd right now? Anybody like some country music? Yeah. I'll see if you know this one. Ha! Now $100 bills and it kills and it thrills like the horns on my Silverado grill. How about the bar triple round the crown? Everybody's getting down in this town. It ain't never gonna be the same. Y'all sing it, 'cause I saddle up my horse and I ride into the city. I make a lot of noise so pretty. Be riding up and down Broadway on my old Scud Leroy. And the girls say, oh, stride a cowboy. Everybody say, oh, stride a cowboy. Yeah, well, I don't give a damn about nothing. I'm singing and blinging while the girls are drinking. Long necks down, and I wouldn't trade old Leroy. My Chevrolet for your Escalade, your big parade. I'm the only John Wayne left in this town, and I gotta love my road. I ride into the city, I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they all so pretty. Be riding up and down Broadway on my old Scud Leroy. And the girls say, oh, let's ride a cowboy. And all the Marines say, oh, let's ride a cowboy. Are y'all having a good time this afternoon in America? Let me hear you one time. Oh, here we go. Well, I'm a thoroughbred, that's what she said in the back of my truck bed as we was getting buzzed on suds out on some backcountry road. We were flying high, flying as wide, having ourselves a U.S. Marine Corps kind of time. I was going about as far as she let me go. Yeah, but her evaluation of my cowboy reputation had me begging for salvation all night long. Yeah, I took her out digging frog, introduced her to my old bird dog, sang her every Hank Williams Jr. song we could think of. We made love, and I sang love my old. I ride into the city, I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they all so pretty. Be riding up and down Broadway on my old Scud Leroy. And the girls say, oh, let's ride a cowboy. Everybody say, oh, ride a cowboy. What? Say, oh, let's ride a cowboy. Last time, everybody sing it. Say, oh, let's ride a cowboy. Come on, we're having fun now. Put your hands together one time. Can I play one more song for you? I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of these men and women in this crowd right now who could have done anything with their lives that they wanted to do. In the youth of your life, the prime years of your life, you live in a country that offers you life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not the right to be happy, the right to pursue it, the right to go after it. You could have done anything that you wanted to do with your life, and you chose to join the Marines and serve our country. And I got to tell you, as a civilian, how much we appreciate your service and your sacrifice and your willingness to even die if necessary on behalf of the rest of us. Can I get a hell yeah from the Marine Corps one time? Come on. That's why I love the Marines. They can cuss and nobody gets in trouble. It's perfect. Right? You looking forward to hearing from the Sec War and the Vice President of the United States of America? I'm a high school graduate, nothing fancy in my pedigree, just a blue-collar family, probably a lot like yours. But I do have the Constitution, and I do have the Bill of Rights, and I do have the Declaration of Independence. And empire after empire throughout the history of this country has tried to take away those rights from us. But because of the U.S. military and the Marines, no one has ever succeeded in taking away our rights. And we have all of our success as civilians owed directly to the people in this audience tonight. It is an honor to sing for you this afternoon. I'd like to play for you what I consider to be the modern-day Star-Spangled Banner. I know that's quite a statement, because what beats the Star-Spangled Banner? Well, nothing. But this song, to me, is right up there with it. It's running a close second. And my friend Lee Greenwood said I would be able to sing this song anytime I wanted to. He gave me permission. So I'd like to end my set with this, and just know how much we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for doing such a great job for our country, and I hope our enemies are scared to damn death when they see this picture of all of y'all gathered here today at Camp Pendleton. It goes like this. If tomorrow all the things are gone I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, for at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, let me hear from you, that I'm proud to be an American, for at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Stand up if you feel it now. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. I'm John Rich. It's an honor to sing for you men and women this afternoon. God bless you, and thank you for being a Marine. Can I get one more hell yeah? God bless y'all. Have a great day. Thank you.
Since the birth of the Corps, we have answered the call. Through every battle, every climb, in every place. No matter the odds, no matter the obstacle. We adapt, we overcome, and close with and destroy the enemy. We know the future will not be the same, but the one thing we know will always remain is the Marine. For 250 years, we have formed ranks and held the line. We will of the next 250. For 2.5 centuries, we have shouldered the responsibility of freedom on behalf of our nation. Every battle fought, and every sacrifice made has been etched into our legacy. We are more lethal, more capable, and more ready than ever, while grounded in the traditions that made us who we are. We will not win the next fight on platforms alone. It is the Marine who will break the will of the enemy.
From our first amphibious landing at Nassau to the black sands of Iwo Jima to urban combat in Fallujah, our Corps has come a long way since Samuel Nichols first took command of 2 battalions at Tun Tavern. Though weapons, platforms, and technology continue to evolve, our individual Marines' grit, discipline, resolve remain our decisive advantage.
For 2.5 centuries, Marines have preserved our legacy as America's premier expeditionary force because we are forward, ready, and lethal. From the moment a Marine earns their Eagle Glove and Anchor, they inherit a rich tradition of honor, courage, and commitment, a legacy that is etched on our souls forever. Our history is one of winning our nation's battle, and make no mistake, we will be called to fight again. We will be ready, and we will win.
Since our foundation, we have fought in every climb and place, upholding our oath and preserving who we are, the few and the proud. But we cannot break stride. We must continue to train for the next fight, because victory will go to those who seize the initiative, impose their will, and never yield. The pursuit of excellence in the profession of arms is our heritage, forged by an unbreakable fighting spirit. The memorial behind us stands as a testament to that fact. We stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us. We must not fail them. The challenge is on all of us every day to uphold the standard that the title Marine demands.
Happy 250th birthday, Marines. Semper Fidelis.
You were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. Thought if this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you give in and cry.
Hello, everyone. Terrence Bates here. You are watching the 250th anniversary celebration of the U.S. Marine Corps, which is happening in Camp Pendleton. This is really a huge deal there. There are going to be lots of really interactive parts of this program. You, of course, heard John Rich singing there, some comedians also speaking, but want to take you to the actual beach where one of the more interactive parts of the program is going to happen here in short order. Our Ben Bergholm is there. So, Ben, there's literally going to be war games, for lack of a better word, that are going to be played out for people to give them an idea of the sorts of things that the U.S. Marine Corps does, because this is a Marine Corps that literally fights on land, in the air, as well as in the water.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And actually, just to give you a lay of the land, an update, we do have Secretary Hegseth on the ground. We're on one platform. He's on the platform next to us. He's given a briefing to some of the staffers and Marines that are here. Just a small, tight group of people. Any minute now, we're anticipating Vice President Vance's helicopter to be landing. That should be landing, again, just over the hill from where we're at. He's going to be moved down to the trucks that you can see there behind us. And then as soon as that happens, it's going to kick off. Basically, it's a beach clearing operation. From land, water, we're going to have amphibious, we're going to have the air, all of it, starting with the Marine Recon parachuting in. We're going to have the SEALs, helicopter, drop into the water, swim onto shore. There's going to be guys on what's, some of these things, the technology, I didn't realize we're using electric motorcycles vehicles now. And I thought, well, why would you use that? It's kind of, just the technology. You got to charge. We're going to charge this thing in the battlefield, but they're silent. So from a stealth standpoint, and then it gets really exciting. We've got the amphibious vehicles coming on shore. They're basically amphibious tanks that are going to bring the Marines on, followed by, you got the hovercrafts. We're going to have flyovers. The F-35s, one of those can actually hover and drop down onto ground. I don't think it's actually going to land, but it's going to show its hovering capabilities. And then ultimately, it's going to culminate with live artillery rounds getting shot right over our heads. It's just, as a guy who loves military, there's no cooler place to be. Terrence, I'm sorry I get to be here. I'll take one for the team, though.
Yeah, I am jealous of you on this one because I would love to be there, even though I have to admit, when the live artillery starts shooting, I probably would duck and be the guy kind of doing the crab crawl. I'm just going to be honest about that. But this is really a great way to showcase where we are today, where our Marines are, and the sorts of capabilities they have.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The celebration it's kind of twofold. We are celebrating and honoring that have come before us and the legacy that they've left. But we're also showcasing to the world the capabilities of our military to say to our adversaries, don't screw around. And that, really is the biggest difference between this administration and the previous one. We had one that was, even from the name, defense, to now war. This is the offensive posture versus the defensive posture. And it's really what's made America the leader in the free world, the leader against the adversaries, not just of America, but people, freedom-loving people all over the globe. It's this idea that we are the world superpower because of our strength, and it's the big stick model of President Reagan. You don't necessarily even have to use it if your adversaries know you have it. And so that's what we're going to see today in a way that hasn't been showcased. We were talking about this. I was talking this with the Lieutenant Colonel earlier. This is probably the second largest showing of military capability ever globally. And so it's going to be something to witness for sure.
Oh, wow. As you've described what's going to happen there, the thing that comes to mind is American exceptionalism. This is going to be that on full display. But I also think when you really broaden the scope, this is about American patriotism, saying thank you, but also appreciating the men and women who put their lives on the line every single day for our freedom, which is patriotic in and of itself, Ben.
Absolutely. And you contrast that to what else is happening today. It's the elephant in the room, no pun intended. There are a lot of elephants out there. So that's I digress, though. You've got the No Kings protests all over the country, where you have the degenerate class, this soup of depravity, I call it, who are out there protesting America. But while we're sitting here celebrating the fact that, the reason we don't have a king is because of our military. We decided as a nation, we rejected the model of kings. And President Trump isn't a king. In fact, as Steve Gruber said in the first couple hours, you wouldn't be able to do what you're doing. You wouldn't be able to have the demonstrations all over this country if we did have a king. And so we look at today and we celebrate and we honor those that put that uniform on. But we also, you look at our country and our world, and there is a division. This nation was founded, and the oath that every one of these Marines swears is to defend this country and the Constitution from enemies both foreign and domestic. And sadly, unfortunately, we have, I think, as many domestically as we've ever had foreign adversaries. And so we're in a tough place. But I got to tell you, all you have to do is look at the comparison between what you see on the celebration of Real America's Voice News honoring our Marines and our Navy today versus what you have on the streets across America with just, again, this soup of depravity. It's a very easy decision to make which side you want to be on, I think.
It should be an easy one to make for most people, for sure. There are so many storylines that are going to be playing out there. The one that comes to mind is a former Marine enlisted man who has risen the ranks to be the Vice President of the United States, and he will be there. Is he arriving? I see you looking over there to the right. Is his helicopter arriving as I'm mentioning this?
Yeah, let's take this. We've got a motorcade coming in. I'm going to have this camera shot of this. It looks like the Vice President's motorcade has arrived. I'm going to step out of the shot so you guys can see that. And this is where the Vice President's going to come in and set up for his view of this scene. Again, Real America's Voice News in a very unique position out here. Now, originally we were told Vice President was going to fly in, so this could be his detail coming in, but it does look like the presidential motorcade from my experience. So stay tuned as we witness this. Again, that's the combat zone over there that the Marines are going to be clearing, and ultimately they're going to go and answer to the Vice President that they call it Combat Town. They're going to go to the Vice President. This is going to end with the Marines clearing the Combat Town, and the final statement is the objective is clear from the Marines to the Vice President.
As we continue to watch this, Ben,
Vice President Vance.
As we continue to watch this, and hopefully we'll see the Vice President get out of the motorcade, let's talk a little bit, though, about the message this sends and really kind of what statement this makes, that you've got a Vice President who is a Marine, enlisted and still rose to be the second most powerful man in the world, and definitely in this country. I think it definitely sends a message about possibilities if you stick to it and do the right thing.
No, that's absolutely right. And just to give you an update, yeah, the Vice President Vance is on the ground. He's there in the shot in the green jacket. He's going to be getting a briefing from the Marines. And again, this is the first Marine Vice President we've ever had as a nation. He's going to be getting a briefing by the Marines, what to expect. And then very shortly after that briefing, everything is going to kick off. In fact, I'm told, actually right above me, I'm looking up right now, the parachutists are already coming down. They're coming out of the sky. They're going to be coming down onto the beach. So it's all happening. It's starting as we speak. It takes about 10 minutes for the parachutes to get down to the ground. And then simultaneously, we're going to start having the Navy SEALs come in off of the water as well.
Wow. And so I would imagine then, as I'm looking at all of this, this is a training ground, period. It's not something that was just set up for today's event. Is this a training simulation kind of area, that's typically set up anyway?
Yeah, no, the Camp Pendleton is a training ground. This is one of the largest military installations, training facilities in the country. And if you've ever been here, it's basically from Oceanside on the south to San Clemente in the north. And we're right in the middle of it. This is the Red Sand Beach. This is where all the a lot of the training for amphibious attacks happens. You can see that Combat Town is a training town that's existed previously. This is where those are all kill houses. So they train they practice going in, clearing buildings. So Marines that are going to be deployed. That's what this is all about. Off to the left of the camera, up in the mountains, you've got all of the mountainous terrain where they work on. They call it humping. It's with the rucksacks, and they carry the gear, and they go up and down the mountains to train for all kinds of train situations. This is where it happens. It just happens to be today that we're here to celebrate what the Marines do every single day. So this is for the guys that are here, the Marines that are here on base. The only difference today is there's a lot of cameras and the Vice President and the Secretary of War here as well. But this is absolutely an active training ground.
Absolutely. Ben, stand by there. We want to continue to kind of watch all of this unfold. Also want to bring in Amanda Head really quickly. She is back at the other venue where many of the Marines, are staged in somewhat of a stadium as they're watching all of this. Amanda, can you hear me? It's good to see you.
I can. Hi, Terrence. Happy 250th birthday to the United States Marines. It is a beautiful day. I think about 15,000 Marines here in their fatigues. I've never felt safer in my life, I will tell you that. But we had a Marine escort, as all of the media, you had a military escort assigned to you, and I was talking with mine, shout out to Bobby, and he was telling me about the process of this happening here at Camp Pendleton, and I asked him when the preparations began, and he said that about 2 months ago is when they started hearing rumors that this would be taking place at Camp Pendleton. And I asked him, I said, you know, this base looks huge. Is it because is it because of the size? And he said, well, maybe, but 29 Palms, which is the largest United States Marine Corps base, is here in California as well, but it's further inland. So that's a bigger base. It's about 1,100 square miles. This one is about 200 square miles, but this one has the advantage of being on the coast. So all of this coordination and unity that we see between the United States Marine Corps and the United States Navy, that is on display here. So what Ben was talking about, everything that's happening aerially, the things that are happening by sea and here on land, you've got all that terrain, and everything is an option when it comes to what you can show of the American might. So lots of smiling faces here. I'm also seeing lots of Marines with their wives or husbands and babies. So that's really great to see. How cool for a child to get to experience this and to grow up, getting to tell friends and family and future spouses and children that they were here. They were here at Camp Pendleton for the Marines 250th, because as you know, Terrence, a lot of times military service is a legacy for the family. It gets passed down generation to generation. So proud moments for multiple generations here at Camp Pendleton.
I hear an announcement there behind you, so I'm assuming someone is getting ready to come to the stage. Can you clarify that for us?
Honor the giants that served before us, who laid the foundation of...
That is the MC, what sounds like the voice of God.
Provided by the Navy.
I think this is the opening of the ceremony. So,
all right, we'll listen to that. And just for those of you watching on television, we're also seeing paratroopers come down, and you're also seeing, I'm assuming, it looks like that is Pete Hegseth, or that's J.D. Vance actually there, the vice president on site. We're also hearing that Pete Hegseth is going to be perched at a different location as the war games, if you will, begin. I'm going to be quiet and let's kind of listen and take this all in together.
To the streets of Fallujah, Marines have answered the nation's call in every clime and place. Today, you'll see the Navy and Marine Corps team in action, in the air, on land, and sea. A demonstration of our nation's amphibious capabilities, featuring the ships, aircraft, sailors, and Marines who make it possible. Together, they will showcase the teamwork, precision, and readiness that define our Naval Expeditionary Forces. The character of war continues to evolve, and with that, so do your Marines. We have modernized since 1775. Over the last 5 years, force design has been modernization at pace and within budget. We have delivered modernized forward forces, optimized for littoral operations, able to seize and hold key maritime terrain, deliver lethal effects, sense and shape the operating environment, and close kill webs in support of fleet maneuver and joint campaigns. Our formations are agile, capable, and lethal, built to close with the enemy and finish the fight. As a maritime nation, America depends on forces that can move fast, fight hard, and operate from the sea. That is what the Marine Corps was built to do. Our Navy partners make it possible, delivering Marines and their equipment wherever the nation needs them. Together, they form the Amphibious Ready Group and the Marine Expeditionary Unit, a Navy Marine Corps team designed to be forward, stay ready, and respond first. The ARG provides mobility and sustainment that support Marines across the globe. The MEU brings the combat power, a balanced Marine air-ground task force that can deploy from the sea to seize ground, deliver precision fires, and respond to crisis at a moment's notice. What you are seeing today is that capability in action. An amphibious force launched from the sea, conducting integrated operations ashore. Every aircraft overhead, every gun on the line, and every Marine on the move is part of a single combined arms team, organized, trained, and equipped to fight and win together. These forces give America options. They can project strength, deter aggression, and if called upon, fight and win. They are forward, mobile, and ready, standing watch and projecting power in support of our national security objectives. Today's demonstration is more than a show of strength. It is a reminder of purpose. The ships, the aircraft, and the Marines you see are part of a living legacy stretching back 250 years. A force that remains, as ever, the first to fight. Long before armor hits the beach, Marines and sailors are shaping the fight. Under the cover of darkness, reconnaissance Marines are inserted by a KC-130J Super Hercules, executing a high-altitude, low-opening insertion, also known as a halo jump. Marines land in contested areas, inaccessible by other platforms, because Marines go where others can't. The Super Hercules ramp drops. The reconnaissance Marines move out, disciplined, deliberate, light on their feet, heavy with purpose. They carry sensors, communications assets, and the mindset of trading comfort for mission success. Their task is to locate obstacles, chart enemy positions, refine landing lanes, and report exactly what the assault force will encounter when it lands. These Marines are the eyes and ears, observing the situation on the ground and relaying critical intelligence to the mission commander. Simultaneously, a SEAL team employing a dry combat submersible take the beach undetected, infiltrating the area of operations. This mission: confirm enemy disposition, identify obstacles, and establish a landing zone for follow-on forces. They use advanced sensors, acoustic, thermal, and visual, to gather critical intelligence. This is a direct descendant of the scout swimmers used in World War II, but with exponentially increased capability. Ask them where the aircraft are. Waiting on aircraft, sir. Setting conditions for the Marines and sailors coming ashore. Aviation assets conduct strikes on enemy positions, thinning the enemy formations and distracting from the coming insertion of additional Navy SEALs. A direct action SEAL team descends from the sky, inserting via helocast. This airborne low signature technique allows the SEALs to use a combination of boats to rapidly infiltrate the beach. Their mission is the key to neutralize enemy strongholds, clear obstacles, and establish a secure beachhead. The SEALs are not seeking a protracted engagement. They are creating a window of opportunity for the main assault force.
illegal because to them, it's American identity is the problem. They don't believe in an American constitutional contract for our citizens alone. They think it applies.
Above it all, strike aircraft stand ready to deliver deep effects on a commander's order, ensuring every move is backed by overwhelming American air power. Together, the quiet work of recon, the shaping of naval special warfare, and the mass and maneuver of the Marine Corps create conditions for victory. Before the first wave even hits the sand, this is the culmination of shaping operations, stealth and precision, enabling the massed, disciplined momentum of the Marine Corps. Sensor data flows into analytic tools that highlight threats, predict enemy movements, and surface opportunities. The Marine Corps of 2025 makes decisions in minutes, sometimes seconds. Every Marine is a sensor. Every vehicle is a node in a network that shortens the kill chain. As naval infantry, Marines exist to seize enemy beaches from the sea. Known as forcible entry operation, the layering of reconnaissance, surface and air assets enables Marine to arrive violently on the enemy shore, establish a beachhead, and flow Marine and joint forces ashore. As the amphibious combat vehicles prepare to make landfall, the previously inserted SEALs have found their first target, an enemy machine gun bunker, established to interdict the landing of Marines, preventing the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit from establishing a foothold on Red Beach. They will fail. Communicating with strike aircraft, providing overwatch high above, the Reconnaissance Marine, a qualified joint terminal attack controller, requests an airstrike to destroy the enemy threat.
Order flight, advise when ready. Game plan, 9 line.
Ready.
Type 2, bomb on target. 1 by GBU 54 each aircraft. Cutlass 2 9er 8 11.3 123 feet. Enemy machine gun bunker 8-digit grid. Mike Sierra 566 9er 83 9er 6. Negative mark southwest 200 meters. Egress L Bull Ram Ford 16 block 18. Final attack heading 290 through 320. Danger close. Initials Juliet Sierra. Go with readbacks.
I read back from my system. 123 feet. 8-digit grid. Mike Sierra 5669er 839er 6. Final attack heading 290 through 320. Danger close. Initials November Whiskey.
Good readbacks. Immediate push.
Pushing. Cutlass.
Continue.
In 310.
Cleared hot. Battlefield effects for bombs.
Right now, we're just setting up. We're at the location where the target may be. Our team leads are on this. They're set this.
On the horizon is the USS Boxer, flagship of this amphibious-ready group. A WASP-class amphibious assault ship, Boxer is sovereign U.S. territory, a floating airfield, hospital, and command center. She carries Marines, aircraft, and landing craft wherever America needs them. Today, she leads this formation, just as her namesake fought with distinction in the War of 1812. The original Boxer was known for the bravery of its crew and its effective use of naval tactics. The current USS Boxer carries a diverse air and surface warfare capability to support the Marine Expeditionary Unit's mission set. Beside her sails the USS Comstock, a dock landing ship named for the pioneering history of the American West. She delivers Marines, vehicles, and craft to the fight. At H-hour, the exact synchronized moment when the assault hits the beach, the ocean transforms into a battlefield. From beyond the horizon, amphibious combat vehicles smash through the surf, their armored hulls carrying Marines straight into the fight. Expeditionary and modernized in design, the ACV integrates with naval shipping and ship-to-shore connections. The ACV's ability to use the ocean and waterways to carry Marines and equipment make it well-suited for a variety of operating environments. The ACV is lethal, balancing performance, protection, and payload, enabling it to support stand-in forces in the Pacific. Overhead, helicopter pilots prowl the battle space, hunting targets and passing target data back to the Marines ashore. UH-1 Yankee Venoms slice low across the surf, their sensors fusing with unmanned systems to extend the battlefield picture. AH-1 Zulu Vipers orbit like bird of prey, digitally linked to advanced sensors on air, land, and sea. Every rocket, every burst of 20mm fire is synchronized across the kill web. Precision, speed, and shock brought together in one fight.
These aircraft are part of the Muse Aviation Combat Element, which comprises tilt-rotor aircraft, transport helicopters, attack helicopters, fixed-wing aircraft, air defense teams, and ground support assets. The Air Combat Element boasts about 600 personnel to man and maintain all things air. Aviation is essential for distributed forces to leverage massed effects without the vulnerabilities of concentrated forces. As part of force design and force modernization, Marine aviation continues to enhance its capabilities for operating in austere and distributed littoral environments to support stand-in forces.
CH-53E Super Stallions roar in low. Marines surge into the dust and chaos. They will fan out instantly, rifles up, establishing a security cordon, locking down approaches, feeding target data back into the fight, and setting the conditions for the assault to push inside. Marines never enter a fair fight. Well before the actions on the objective, Marines have set conditions for victory through training, planning, and technological overmatch. In support of the landing ACVs, a combined anti-armor team, or CAT, consisting of 20 Marines loaded onto various armored vehicles, trucks, and large all-terrain vehicles, move into the objective area to provide support by fire to the assault force. Comprised of 2 sections, the CAT consists of a joint light tactical vehicle, gun trucks that are modern, armored, and capable. Outfitted on these JLTVs are heavy weapons, M250 caliber machine guns, M240 7.62mm machine guns, and Sabre missile systems. The Sabre missile system is a tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided missile that enables Marines to punch through enemy armor and reinforce positions. Alongside these JLTVs is the Marine Corps' latest kinetic anti-drone system, the LMATIS. The light Marine Air Defense Integrated System is mounted to a highly mobile and versatile ultralight tactical vehicle. In this era of modern warfare, the LMATIS enables Marines to spoof, jam, and defeat drone threats from non-kinetic electronic attack capabilities.
This isn't theory, it's proven. In July of 2019, aboard the USS Boxer, Marines employed the LMATIS to take down an Iranian drone, threatening the ship in the Strait of Hormuz. No missiles, no explosions. A non-kinetic strike, delivered at the speed of electrons, sent that unmanned aircraft crashing into the sea. Precision, control, real-world success. The kind of success that defines the Marine Corps in modern warfare. The Marines aboard the ACVs represent the ground combat element. The GCE is comprised of a battalion landing team, a reinforced infantry battalion with significant combat power. The ground combat element has the greatest number of personnel within the MU at approximately 1,100 Marines and sailors. Representing a balanced fusion of modernity and Marine grit, the Marines of the ground combat element embrace emerging technologies to outpace future threats while relying on timeless, battle-proven methods to fight and win. As the infantry-centered core of the Marine Air Ground Task Force, the ground combat element will harness robotics, artificial intelligence, and advanced sensors to expand reach and tempo across the multi-domain battle space.
Four FA-18s thunder low over the formation, their vapor trails painting the sky. Above them, 2 F-35s burn steady and silent, watching every angle. This is more than a spectacle, it's a message. A show of force shapes behavior. It deters the hesitant and sends a clear message to any adversary. We can see you. We can strike you. And if need be, we will. Supporting Marines on the ground, compressing decision time for the enemy, and creating a deadly air-ground dilemma. It's got to be coming. High above the battlefield, the sky erupts into an integration of generations. FA-18 Hornets carve aggressive turns, climbing and diving, pushing the fight with raw speed and agility. From above, stealthy F-35 Lightning IIs lock on, their sensors fusing every moment into digital battlespace. What you're watching is more than a dogfight. It's Marine Corps aviators creating air superiority. This allows ground forces to seize and hold the objective, Hornets and Lightnings, proving that the modern fight, dominance comes from teamwork across the spectrum. Fast, lethal, unstoppable. Over Red Beach, the F-35 Bravo demonstrates what sets it apart from every other fifth-generation fighter, the ability to hover. The vertical lift fan engine engages, holding the aircraft steady in midair, a capability unique to the Marine Corps. Hoverflight allows the F-35B to operate in the most austere environments, far from established runways. Marines can build forward arming and refueling points, known as FARPs, in the dirt, on the road, or on an island airstrip, and keep these aircraft in the fight where they're needed most. And when the fight shifts to the sea, the F-35 Bravo brings that same flexibility to the Navy. This short takeoff and vertical landing variant can touch down on amphibious assault ships, giving the Navy and Marine Corps a fifth-generation strike fighter that can project power from any climb or place. Amphibious combat vehicles ramps drop as Marines surge into the fight. Overhead, UH-1 Yankee Venoms and AH-1 Zulu Vipers rake enemy positions with rockets and cannon fire, while FA-18 Hornets scream down and deliver precision strikes. Targets shift and move, but there is no confusion. Every round, every bomb, every burst of fire is deconflicted with the Marines pressing forward on the ground. That discipline, that synchronization, comes from our Joint Terminal Attack Controllers. JTACs orchestrate the modern battlefield. With a radio and a tablet, they control ordnance from joint aircraft in close proximity to maneuvering forces, linking air, land, and sea fires into one decisive punch. And the Marine Corps doesn't just employ JTACs for ourselves. We provide them to the Joint Force, setting the standard for precision, integration, and battlefield control. With fires synchronized, the battalion landing team presses into the objective area. Squads pushing through breach points, clearing house by house, street by street. Every corner secured, every building taken, until the objective is seized. Over the horizon, the sea roars, riding cushions of air. Navy landing craft air cushions, LCACs, burst into view. These massive hovercrafts, capable of carrying 60 tons and reaching speeds of 50 knots, carry the fight to the shore, bringing Marines, vehicles, and heavy firepower directly across the surf. From ship to ship, LCACs give the Navy and Marine Corps team unmatched speed, reach, and surprise, delivering combat power where the enemy least expects it.
The Navy does more than bring Marines to the fight. It sustains them. Ships offshore purify water, generate power, provide medical care, and deliver ammunition. Without sailors, the fight ashore would falter. With them, it endures. The logistics combat element surging supplies ashore is comprised of the Combat Logistics Battalion personnel and equipment designed to support and sustain the MEU for up to 15 days in an austere environment. The logistics combat element also provides service support that includes postal, medical, dental, supply, explosives ordnance disposal, fuels, and more. They accomplish this with just 300 Marines and sailors.
A 3-ship amphibious ready group consists of 1 big deck and 2 modern amphibious transport docks or dock landing ships that enable fleet and geographic combatant commanders options. This formation operates independently or in aggregate, and the sea-based Marines can be tailored for a wide range of missions conducted from ship to shore. The Amphibious Ready Group and Marine Expeditionary Unit is always present and always ready to project sustained combat power ashore, exactly when and where the Joint Force needs it. Look to the sky. Layered Navy air power thunders overhead. At 1,000 feet, fighters roar low, ready to unleash fire at a moment's notice. At 4,000 and 5,000 feet, strike and electronic attack aircraft circle like hawks, stacked for speed and dominance. Every jet you see was launched from the deck of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, a carrier strike group that carries the fight anywhere in the globe. From sea to sky to shore, this is the full might of carrier aviation. Loud, fast, unstoppable. As carrier aviation owns the skies and Marines press inland, the Navy sustains the fight. LCACs offload additional vehicles and supplies and reinforcements. Every load extends endurance. Every delivery builds momentum.
The beachhead continues to grow. Marines establish a defensive perimeter, securing ground for follow-on forces. Landing craft deliver artillery and vehicles. Light armored reconnaissance pushes inland, striking quickly and generating tempo.
The Nemesis, light armored vehicles, M777s, and HIMARS rocket launchers deploy onto the sand, delivering armor and long-range precision dominance straight from the sea to the shore. The Nemesis is a ground-based offensive anti-ship capability that contributes to the fleet's ability to achieve sea control, sea denial, and defense against maritime threats. Nemesis allows Marines to support the surrounding naval forces by countering surface threats without reliance on traditional naval platforms. The remotely operated capability of the Nemesis enables a smaller, more expeditionary, deployable capability. Partnered with remote firing positions, it increases survivability on the battlefield and enhances operations for forward deployed forces. The ARG-MU is the initial stabilizing force that creates the necessary conditions for the arrival of the Joint Force. Overhead, the B-1 Lancer leads a formation of long-range strike assets, armed with precision and conventional weapons to deliver devastating firepower. They conduct a global strike to project power rapidly and decisively anywhere in the world to achieve strategic objectives. Now that the Marines have massed combat power ashore, we begin to set conditions for movement to other objectives further inland. The King of Battle arrives. M777 howitzers are emplaced and prepared to support ground maneuver. The M777 fires the 155mm M795 high explosive round with precision. Sustained at 2 rounds a minute, surging to 4 when demanded. Operated by a section chief and 9 cannoneers. Directed by the Fire Direction Center. Approved by the Fire Support Coordination Center. This is not only steel and power, it is calculation and courage, timing and trust. The quiet math that makes thunder purposeful. The call for fire flows from the forward observer, located with the assault force, to the Fire Direction Center, the mathematicians of mayhem. The Fire Direction Officer and Ops Chief run the numbers. Data is verified, and the Fire Command is sent to the gun line. The crew moves like a single organism. One shoulders the high explosive shell. Another sets the point detonating fuse. Finally, the charge is added. Breech closed, tube elevated. The battery is ready. Then, silence. Thunder, the gun recoils, the earth shakes, and 155mm shell tears through the air. Speed, mass, steel rain, inbound. Corrections flow. The crew repeats, the rhythm builds. 1, 2, a metrodome of steel. Fire, sustained, pressure unrelenting. Motor T waits with fuel and trucks. Comms log every shot. Battalion commander. XO, gunnery sergeant, first sergeant, eyes sharp, watching the battlefield transform. we witnessed the arrival of the Carrier Strike Group, a formidable force of naval power and precision. As it sails into position to support a dynamic amphibious assault, the Carrier Strike Group represents the pinnacle of maritime capability, seamlessly integrating air, surface, and subsurface assets to project power and ensure dominance across the battle space. At the heart of the strike group is the aircraft carrier, a floating fortress of innovation and strength, serving as the centerpiece of naval aviation. The Carrier Strike Group stands ready to support the amphibious assault, demonstrating the unmatched capability of the United States Navy and the United States Marine Corps team.
Behind every movement you have seen is a resilient command and control network, hardened against cyber threats and protected by Marine cyber warfare operators. This seamless flow of data ensures Marines never fight blind. The Marine Corps of 2025 is connected, resilient, and decisive.
This choreography of warfare is directed by the Marine Expeditionary Unit Command Element. The command element, comprised of approximately 200 Marines and sailors, is led by the Marine Expeditionary Unit Commander and supporting staff. They exercise command and control over the Aviation Combat Element, the Ground Combat Element, and Logistics Combat Element. They have special detachments like Signals Intelligence, Counterintelligence, Civil Affairs, Communication Strategy and Operations, and Reconnaissance. From flintlocks to fifth-generation fighters, from wooden decks to steel carriers, the Navy and Marine Corps continuously evolve, but their fighting spirit endures. The message is simple. The Navy and Marine Corps team is ready. Ready to deter, ready to fight, ready to defend the homeland. The amphibious ready groups and Marine expeditionary units give our nation's leaders flexible, forward-deployed options that are sovereign, scalable, ready, and in position when it matters most. These formations respond in hours, not weeks, without relying on access, basing, or overflight permissions. Their presence alone can deny adversaries the decision space they crave, shape the battle space, and introduce doubt before the first shot is even fired.
For 2.5 centuries, Marines have stormed beaches, fought in jungles, deserts, and cities, and carried our nation's colors with honor. At Belleau Wood, Marines earned the name Devil Dogs. On Iwo Jima, Marines raised the flag seen around the world. In Fallujah, Marines fought block by block to bring stability in chaos. What you see today is that same spirit, sharpened by modern technology, amplified by our brothers and sisters in the Navy, and carried forward by the Marines of 2025.
For 250 years, Marines have answered the nation's call. Today, we honor that legacy. From distributed maritime operations to precision long-range fires, from amphibious assaults to cyber defense, the Navy and Marine Corps team is equipped to win. This is the raw strength of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our nation's 911 force. Always forward, always faithful, always ready. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy and United States Marine Corps.
You've been watching the United States Marine Corps offering up a bit of an exercise showing all phases of what the Marines do, be it in the air, be it in the water, or be it on ground. It was overseen by Vice President J.D. Vance, who himself is a Marine. You saw him leaving there, and he'll be heading over to the main staging area where we're expecting him to give remarks. We can show that again. There the Vice President is, along with his Secret Service details and the media.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome retired U.S. Marine Corps officer and fitness advocate, Kagan Dunlap.
To the main stage and let you hear some of the speakers. But Ben, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I've got you.
And I asked that question, Ben, not to be funny, but I can only imagine how loud it was for you being there on the ground with all the helicopters and planes flying over you and the various ordinances. Describe the feeling of being so close to the action, if you will.
The only thing I can say, Terrence, is as a man, I think of myself like this is like the experience for a young boy. It's a dream. What I just got to witness firsthand, the military power is just incomprehensible. To be able to be standing here on the front row of the beaches of Camp Pendleton for this celebration, as we see Vice President Vance getting back in the motorcade, this is the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. I mean, it is freaking awesome. It's just it's hard to put it into words.
Ben, I think you probably said it most appropriately. It's freaking awesome. Even watching it here from a distance with the narration, it was still pretty, to quote you, freaking awesome to watch all of that. And I think really the big takeaway here, Ben, though, is this is what our Marines do on a daily basis. And even though the technology has increased, the mission has been the same for the last 250 years.
Yeah, we got to witness something that most civilians never get to see. You know, you'll see combat videos, you'll see military in action, but to see it coordinated in an example like we got to see today, all of these different types of technology, all of these different vehicles, and the manpower, the strategies, the way they take the beach in waves, and how which group takes the beach when, and how that clears the way for the next group. You know, I mean, if the coolest part to me was definitely the artillery, to watch those go off, and they're at least probably 2 miles away from where I'm standing right now, and then to get that first wave of the concussion, and then the second wave, it was just, I mean, it really is incredible. And then to see the aircraft carriers, then the hovercrafts, and the hovercrafts coming in at this distance, and then as they came on shore, it is truly powerful thing to witness. And as you mentioned, this is what our war fighters train for every single day. They train for not situations like this. This just gives them an opportunity to show off. But really, they train for this as a real world situation, because they know they're going into life-threatening situations, and ultimately they want to be as prepared, equipped, and ready as possible to deal hell on the enemy. And that's what we saw today. If you're an enemy of America, man, just go home. Don't even try.
Exactly. It's better to be a friend than an enemy of America, I'll tell you that. Ben, as we're kind of watching the Vice President's motorcade make its way back to the main area, back to the area where the rest of the Marines are assembled, obviously you were within eyesight of the Vice President as all of this was playing out, but it's my understanding that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was also close to all of this. Were you able to see him and kind of watch as he's taking all of this in?
Yeah, no, it's actually he's leaving right as we speak. Right now, he's in a. Turn the camera real quick. I just want to show what Pete Hegseth is riding in. Maybe see if we can get him rolling out over here real quick. Let me move that out around. So this is a different type of motorcade. So VP Vance just went across. This is what Pete Hegseth. He's in the second vehicle there. Yeah, I got to watch him. I was actually going back and forth. I was looking at one stage and then looking back at the other one, and they were just as excited, I think, as we were. I mean, these guys are war fighters themselves, but to be here to witness it, you know, obviously they have more experience in this than I do. But I basically kept turning back and forth, because part of it was you didn't know where things were coming from. You didn't know where the aircraft was coming from. Obviously they did. I didn't. And so I look up at Pete Hegseth, and he was watching, and he had his, looks like some family members there with him. And then you look back at JD Vance and his wife, they're there. And I mean, we were in the coolest spot you can possibly imagine as they head out. It's just, awesome experience here. And just to give you a perspective, so they're right there, I'm right here, so Secretary Hegseth was right there, VP Vance was right there, and we got hovercraft on the beaches right behind me. We had and I don't know what was cool, the artillery, or actually witnessing Navy SEALs swim onto the beach and then take their positions. The Marine Corps, the recon coming in, and you talk about stealthy, we didn't even see them coming. They cleared the houses, the kill houses, and then they moved. It was like you think of synchronized swimming. It was synchronized Marines coming on to take the ground over here, and then they got down on the ground and they disappeared. I mean, it truly, I mean, the whole thing is just, I keep going back to freaking awesome. It's awesome.
The kid in Ben Bergquam just came out, and we appreciate it. Ben, before I let you go, it seems to me that this was just an example, and we've been saying this really all day, that this is patriotism on full display, showing the capabilities of our military. In this particular case, the Marines is another way to express that patriotism and that pride that we all feel when we see men and women in uniform.
That's exactly right. And all I can say is, as we started the show, thank God we have our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump, in office. I can only imagine what this would have been if it was the alternative that had been voted into office. Our leadership matters. And because all of those decisions come from the top. You've got our Commander-in-Chief. Now, we the people are the bosses of those leaders, but they get to make the decisions. And all of that emotion, all of that energy, all of that mindset comes from the top down. And man, you talk about a night and day difference between where we were a year ago to where we are today. This is the direction that our military needs to go if we're going to continue to be the world's superpower, the greatest superpower that has ever existed on the planet. And that's what we saw on full display today. I'm going to be actually leaving this location as soon as we get the go-ahead. We're on lockdown now until Secret Service has moved Vice President Vance away. Amanda Head, we're going to be moving over to the main stage. I'll be joining them over there. But man, just what a cool opportunity today to see America's power unleashed.
Ben, that was going to be my last question, but the more you talk and the more I'm kind of taking in what we just witnessed, just leads to more questions. And one of the things that just occurred to me, Ben, during the Biden years, recruitment for our Army, the Air Force, the Marines was down. That recruitment is back up. And I would point to what we just witnessed. I can't imagine any high school kid watching that and saying, you know what? Yeah, that's not for me. Like, that's the kind of thing that makes you want to go to the recruiting office tomorrow and say, sign me up. I want some of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just witnessed the best recruiting video firsthand you'll ever get to see. When you get to watch Navy SEALs drop out of helicopters, then swim on shore, then Marine Recon parachute down and come on. Then you got the amphibious vehicles coming up, dropping off the next wave of Marines. They come through, guns, boom, boom, explosions, munitions going off everywhere. They clear the objective, and then they get to go shake the Vice President's hand. Yeah. There's a reason why you've got recruiting numbers through the roof today, and they were dismal previously. And part of that also is the appreciation that we have. We're not trying to transgender the military anymore. We're trying to weaponize and give them the strength and the tools that they need to go fight these battles. Because today was a demonstration, but every single day that these men and women wake up is a day that they may have to go and actually put this training into practice. It's a day that may be their last. And so what you need to bring those people back is for them to understand that the Commander-in-Chief has their back, and that the Secretary of War has their back. And if they're going to be sent in to harm's way for this nation, that they know that they have every tool, capability possible, and they have the backing of their leadership. And that goes back to what we've seen in the past. You didn't know, were they going to have my back or were they going to be on the side of the enemy? Clearly, this administration is on the side of we the people, and in particular, the war fighters that go before us.
Absolutely. Ben Bergquam, it's been so good to spend this last hour with you and kind of watch you take it all in. I'm taking it all in as well. You have the quote of the day. It was freaking awesome. Absolutely, Ben. Good to see you, my friend. We'll let you break down and get on over to the other stage. We'll check back with you here in just a little bit. But folks, want to just remind you that there are so many choices out there when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones that are popping up pretty much all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that would be Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who have made the switch and are now supporting causes that they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever these days. You can activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home, and you can keep your number, or you can keep your phone, or an upgrade if you decide. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. All you have to do is call 972-PATRIOT today. Or you can go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA. Use the promo code SaveUSA for a free month of service. Go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. All right, folks, we're going to take a very brief break. Let you get something to drink and take in what all you've seen, and then we'll get you back here to Camp Pendleton as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps.
We'll be right back with more Marine 250 from sea to shore, only on Real America's Voice.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. For 250 years, the United States Marine Corps has stood as the world's most formidable fighting force. From the founding at Tun Tavern to the battlefields of today, their legacy is one of sacrifice, courage, and uncommon valor. Today, we honor that legacy with a historic salute. Marine 250, from sea to shore, starts right now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice special coverage of the 250th anniversary, of the Marine Corps' founding. There's a special program going on at Camp Pendleton. Vice President J.D. Vance is there. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is also there. We'll take you to the stage in short order so you can hear some of the speakers. But first, I want to welcome in Marine Corps veteran and contributor for Real Clear Politics, John Waters. John, good to see you. As I was telling you in the break, I almost called you former Marine, but once a Marine, always a Marine, so I will give you that respect and simply say Marine Corps veteran. We appreciate your service and appreciate you being here, John.
Thanks, Terrence, very much. Happy to be with you.
So put into context for us what this 250th anniversary means for you as a Marine veteran, a Marine Corps veteran. When you see your brothers in arms, either past or present, celebrating, what does this mean?
Surviving and thriving. The Marine Corps goes back 250 years, like you said, but it's always kind of under threat or perhaps being abolished, as it's been in its history. In 1783, I think, after the Revolutionary War, we abolished the Marine Corps in this country, brought it back in 1798, fought in the Barbary Wars in Tripoli, to the shores of Tripoli, ended up in the Marine Corps hymn as a result. But it's been a difficult history, despite the esprit de corps, despite the combat capability you saw on display today. President Andrew Jackson wanted to abolish the Marine Corps. Presidents Truman, President Eisenhower, also skeptical of keeping the Marine Corps in the time period after World War II. There was some talk of integrating the Marine Corps into the Army and the Navy until codified in 1947 in the National Security Act that the Marine Corps would continue to exist and have a mission. So it's great to see 250 years of the Marine Corps thriving.
John, as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking of the Marine Corps' slogan, Semper Fidelis, always faithful, forever faithful. How do you carry that with you even once you leave the Marine Corps? Because that's an ideal, that's a lifestyle. It's not just a saying, I would imagine.
A lifestyle it is. You're absolutely right. Semper Fi. I was at my son's wrestling practice a couple of weeks ago. He's just a little guy. He started wrestling, and I saw another father in the room. And I look at tattoos these days. I've seen enough in the Marine Corps. I know they mean something. Mm-hmm. And on his forearm, it said Semper Fi. And I went and I said hello to him, and we served on Camp Lejeune at the same time. He was with a different unit than I was. We never overlapped, never knew each other, but every day since then, we've had a conversation. There's a bond, not just in saying sort of faithful to the Marine Corps and what we learned, but to one another in the days after we take the uniform off for the final time.
You know, and I want to expand that. Yes, it's a faithfulness, it's an allegiance to the Marine Corps, but I think if you expand that, I suspect it's also a faithfulness to the American way of life, to upholding our American standard, is it not?
Totally is. I agree so much with what you just said, Terrence. I feel like we must love our country to keep our country, to keep it strong, but to keep its character. And in the Marine Corps, I knew some people, Marines, who love the country more than anyone I've known outside of my family. And that feeling kind of stays with you. It stays with you in combat. It stays with you when you're under pressure, or even afraid. It stays with you when you get out and you have hard times. And you wonder if you can make it to the next day or the next week. You stay kind of loyal to each other, and you have faith in your country. So I think what you learn in the Marine Corps is a sense of faith in America, that it will also continue to thrive.
You mentioned the gentleman that you met at your son's wrestling, kind of the other father, who also happened to be Marine. Has the conversation arisen yet between the two of you about the Marine Corps today versus how it has been over the past administration, the Biden administration, and just the service, kind of the willingness to serve and to get in whatever armed branch of the armed force it is, kind of how the Trump administration has redefined service to one's country? Has that conversation come up, I wonder?
It has come up, actually, with the father that I met in wrestling, but in other Marines I served with, too. There's a renewed sense of pride since seeing President Trump retake office, become commander-in-chief again at the start of this year. He's reinvigorated not just the country, but I think it starts with the military. And maybe the military, it starts with the Marine Corps. You saw everything on display today, the Marine Air Ground Task Force. You saw projection of power from the sea. You saw ships, jets, helicopters, ground troops, everything on display. The Marine Corps is kind of this little microcosm of the Marine Corps, the military. It's the most powerful punch, I think, the shock troops, the 911 force. And President Trump has reinvigorated, I think, that force. And he's reinvigorated those of us who served in the military, maybe in Afghanistan, maybe who witnessed in 2021 when there was a horrible withdrawal from that country, where the country did not take the sort of care that everyday Marines took on patrol through more than 20 years of combat. President Trump has brought back pride, a sense of power, patriotism, and character to the military, and certainly the Marine Corps, too.
Okay, so now I kind of want to have a sociological conversation, because you said the word microcosm, which immediately took me to Sociology 101. It seems to me that the Marine Corps is also a microcosm of this country. You've got black, white, man, woman, working together for one common goal, and that is to make this country better, to allow Americans to live the values and the Constitution, if not you will. And it seems to me that is something that we all should aspire to, be it in a small microcosm like our own neighborhoods, but by example, we can simply look to the Marine Corps as an example of that, no?
It's a shining example. It is an example. It's a symbol of the country. It's a symbol of teamwork. It's a symbol of mission orientation, what we can accomplish together, which is anything, which is raising the flag on Mount Suribachi in 1945 after weeks of hard fighting. at Iwo Jima. It's years of hard fighting in the Pacific Theater, 1941, 42, and forward. I think that the Marine Corps is out there as an example, not just to young people who may join or enlist, but to the entire country of what we can do when we come together for a common mission. And the Marine Corps, to speak historically, has done an outstanding job of preserving its central character, dating back to 1775, Tun Tavern in Philadelphia, when the first 300 Marines were raised by order of the Second Continental Congress. Every year, we find a way in the Marine Corps of preserving our integrity. Semper Fidelis, the Mameluke sword out of Presley O'Bannon's 500-mile-plus jaunt across the desert in Libya to Tripoli. In our Marine Corps hymn, where we managed to commemorate and capture some of our most historic moments. We memorialize our achievements in the Marine Corps. We share them with the next generation, and we say, you have to live up to this. And young people like that. I liked that. My friends liked that. And I keep that with me, and it's the stories I tell my children today.
It's honorable, John. It's absolutely honorable. All right, I want to get personal. Do you still have your Marine Class A's, and do they fit? I guess that's the better question. Do they still fit?
I would be ashamed of myself if they didn't. I keep them around. I do wear them sometimes. But I think you said it's something to stay faithful even after you leave the Marine Corps. Once a Marine, always a Marine. And that means kind of keeping your mind sharp, keeping your fitness sharp, staying in touch with the Marines you served with. I think it's a way of life. It never leaves you. And so if I didn't fit into those, I would be ashamed of myself, Terrence.
All right, well, I'm glad you do. I didn't serve, but I must say I'm jealous because I think the Marine Class A is the sharpest of all of the military dress gear. That Marine uniform and that Class A is just, it's spiffy, it's sharp, and it makes a statement. Everybody stops and look when a Marine walks in his Class A.
I agree with you. It is a sharp uniform, and I'm so proud that I have it and that I served as a Marine.
Hey, well, look, we want to thank you for your service, and thanks for being here with us today as we celebrate this 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marines. Continue to do what you do and continue to stay faithful. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you as well.
All right, we'll talk soon. All right, folks, well, listen up. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization that you really want to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and, of course, our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and much more. Plus, you get valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells you the truth that the mainstream media won't. It's incredibly affordable. You can become a one-year member for just $1. That's right, a year for $1. So don't wait. Go to amac.us/marine and join the movement to save America today. That's amac.us/marine. Join the movement to save America. All right, I'm looking on the screen here, and it looks like we've got some speakers at the main. Looks like we've got some speakers here at the main stage there as we celebrate the 250th anniversary. Let's listen in real quick, and then we'll go from there.
One of my other SEALs in Ramadi, who was shot in the face, was gravely wounded, and who later died of his wounds. His brother, Aaron Job. He was a Marine. And finally, Michael Mansour, another SEAL with us in Ramadi, who jumped on a grenade and sacrificed his life to save 3 of our other teammates, who was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Well, Mikey Mansour's father, George, was a Marine who served in Vietnam. And Mikey's 2 brothers, both of his brothers, Joe and Jim, they're also Marines. And that is why it is an honor to be here today. That is why it is an honor to call you all my brothers. And that is also why I know I know that despite all the people that fear the rise of evil in the world, despite all the people that are concerned about the future of freedom, and despite all the people that are concerned about the fate of our great nation, I can tell you this: I am not concerned at all. Because I know that no matter what happens, there are some men, there are a few good men and women called Marines. And I know that you will never back down. I know that you will never surrender. I know that you will uphold the ideals of this blessed country. And I know that with fire and steel and sweat and blood, you, every one of you, will uphold the heroic ideals of the United States Marine Corps. And that's what I got, Devil Dogs. Happy birthday, guns up, Semper Fi!
A lot of spirited speakers there on the ground in Camp Pendleton as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our U.S. Marine Corps. Amanda Head is on the ground there by the stage, keeping an eye on things for her. We're going to check in with her here momentarily as we await Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. They are en route here to this arena and will address the crowd of Marines who are assembled there. Amanda, can you hear me? Are you up and ready to go?
Hi, Terrence. Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well, Amanda. It's always good to see you. Always good to spend a Saturday with you. So look, I just heard that speaker, and I don't know about you, but I'm ready to run through a wall. I'm ready to go sign up for the Marines as we speak and run through a wall. And I would imagine that's really been a lot of what you've heard from the speakers there, really kind of encouraging, almost like a pep rally for the Marines.
Yes, it definitely makes me want to. However, I know my limitations, and I would not even make it through one day of basic training. You look at the men and women around here, and they are tough as nails. They are exactly what these speakers have been describing: the best of the best, the toughest of the toughest, and the most resilient of what America has to offer as far as resilience. And I was saying this earlier. I feel so safe here. We've got thousands of men and women who would not only take up arms for their country, but for their brothers and sisters, and that's what Jocko was talking about. That sibling relationship that they feel, that camaraderie that is bred within our nation's military, that camaraderie along with tradition, along with patriotism. And it's been such an honor to be here. The air show was incredible, and as I understand it, there's going to be a little bit more later as well. But at this point, this is a video that they created to commemorate the 250th birthday of the United States Marines. But of course, Vice President J.D. Vance is going to be stepping in soon to speak to this crowd, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And let me just tell you, when these speakers were up here talking about those two men for unique reasons. Obviously, Vice President Vance, because he served as a Marine. I think I heard he retired at the rank of E4. So he has a unique relationship with the men and women here, but also Secretary Hegseth, who did not serve in the Marines, but of course served his nation valiantly and with bravery. So both of these men just have a tremendous amount of respect from this crowd, and you're going to see it on display when they head up there. I know that the what were they, C-35s and FA-18s, they were loud, but I imagine this crowd is going to get even louder when those men take the stage.
And the fact that you mentioned the Vice President, J.D. Vance, he's a Marine. As I was talking with our last guest, once a Marine, always a Marine. It's got to send a message, a strong message to the crowd there that you can rise through the ranks and eventually be Vice President. Heck, you can be President.
any other branch of service.
Absolutely. And when you think about the values that the military teaches, you know, that discipline, again, the love of country, tenacity, a willingness to stand by the side of your brothers and sisters, of course, bravery and courage. Those are exactly the types of qualities that you would want in someone who is leading our country. So there's just a lot of crossover between the skills required to make it through, to become a Marine and to get that far. And I think that he's an inspiration to the people here. I think that they look up to him for reasons other than that. You know, he's also a family man, but you look at his background. I mean, my goodness, someone who came up from nothing, someone who has faced so much adversity in his early years on this earth, someone who put himself through Ivy League school and, you know, ran for office, went up to the United States Senate, and then became vice president. That is a rags to riches story of epic proportions. And I know that the men and women who, not necessarily here in this crowd, but people who, you know, young men and women in their teenage years as they are rising up and going through high school and considering what to do when they graduate from high school, I imagine the military is looking a whole lot more attractive, especially under Vice President J.D. Vance and, of course, President Donald Trump.
No, absolutely. One of the things that struck me in talking to you a little bit earlier, the crowd there behind you, it's not just Marines. You've got Marines there, you've got family members there with them. This really is a family celebration.
Yes, it is. I mean, you are seeing every age demographic. I'm just sitting here looking at some of the kids here, the spouses of these service members, and it has become a family affair. And we were talking about this earlier. You know, my parents still have glasses from the sesquicentennial. Was that the 200? My parents have those glasses from when I think they were just barely married, because that was 1971. And the glasses are still in their cupboard in our kitchen, the glasses that commemorate the 200. So I told my husband, I'm like, look, we have way too much glassware in our kitchen, but we are definitely going to be going out and purchasing the 250 glasses because it has become a family tradition for us. And, you know, that's what these folks are celebrating. They are celebrating 250 years of the United States Marines, a group of men who were so integral to the founding of this country, to the defending of this country's divorce from Great Britain. And one of the speakers was up there talking about the greatest fighting force at the time, Great Britain, and going up against that might, especially the British Navy. You know, that you look at what the Marines do, and you were talking about it's not just Marines in this audience, it's their family members, it's also members of the United States Navy, because there's so much close coordination. You know, Jocko was a Navy SEAL, and he said he considers the people here brothers because they have such a close relationship and so much close coordination between the United States Navy and the United States Marines. It's truly unique, and that's not to leave the Air Force or the Army out of it, but especially between these two branches of our armed services, there's a ton of coordination and a ton of unity, and you can see the respect between them.
And the Marines, of course, overseen by the U.S. Secretary of the Navy. It's technically a branch of the Navy, so I think that explains a lot of what you just described. Stand by. We are going to get back to you, but I want to watch this video a little bit. We're hearing it behind you, and I think we're kind of doing our viewers a little bit of a disservice, so let's listen into this video.
By still upholding those standards as a Marine, by celebrating them, by telling their stories and giving the next generation some legacy to live up to.
Cream rises to the top. And that's what we have in the Marine Corps today. The Marine Corps is the operational Marine Corps. But there's another aspect of the Marine Corps. It's the former Marines or former active duty who are out there in all walks of life. It's amazing when you think of it.
Being in service was a privilege. It was the best time of our lives, but it was a sacrifice, and your family is part of that sacrifice. And Marine wives or Marine spouses, they deserve a lot of credit as well. The kids being uprooted, moving, it's a sacrifice to serve our country.
Without the support of their loved ones and their immediate family, it's hard for them to complete their job. So again, it's so important for military families and Marine Corps families to understand that their role and the role that they play in supporting their loved one while serving is just as important.
250 years, we have proven there is no better friend and no worse enemy than a U.S. Marine.
For those people who wish evil upon the greater good, David Bellavia said it best, somebody else will raise your children.
To the enemies of our nation, don't get comfortable. Whether you're in the air, at sea, or on the ground. We adapt. We always have, and we always will.
If it comes down to one-on-one, mano-a-mano, and you turn us loose, I can promise you this, you're not going to survive.
From our first amphibious landing at Nassau to the black sands of Iwo Jima to urban combat in Fallujah, our Corps has come a long way since Samuel Nichols first took command of 2 battalions at Tun Tavern. Though weapons, platforms, and technology continue to evolve, our individual Marines' grit, discipline, resolve remain our decisive advantage.
For 2.5 centuries, Marines have preserved our legacy as America's premier expeditionary force because we are forward, ready, and lethal. From the moment a Marine earns their Eagle Globe and Anchor, they inherit a rich tradition of honor, courage, and commitment, a legacy that is etched on our souls forever. Our history is one of winning our nation's battle, and make no mistake, we will be called to fight again. We will be ready, and we will win.
Since our foundation, we have fought in every climb and place, upholding our oath and preserving who we are, the few and the proud. But we cannot break stride. We must continue to train for the next fight, because victory will go to those who seize the initiative, impose their will, and never yield. The pursuit of excellence in the profession of arms is our heritage, forged by an unbreakable fighting spirit. The memorial behind us stands as a testament to that fact. We stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us. We must not fail them. The challenge is on all of us every day to uphold the standard that the title Marine demands. Happy 250th birthday, Marines. Semper Fidelis.
If you're just joining us, you are watching coverage of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps celebration, which is happening at Camp Pendleton in California. You just missed, again, if you're just joining us, you missed a real show in which the Marines really showed kind of all of what they do, both in the air, on the ground, and in the water. It truly was a rollout of all of the various skills that it takes to be a Marine and just how effective U.S. Marines are. It definitely was a sight to see. We're now waiting for Vice President J.D. Vance, along with the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to arrive and to speak to the troops who are assembled, the Marines who are assembled. We, of course, will take you there live. In the meantime, I can tell you that gold is up around 60% this year. That's not speculation, it's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're really missing the boat. And that's definitely appropriate since we're celebrating the Marines. Here's the fact. Inflation is still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold, and they are the ones who are driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group. You can get in the door right now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't have to pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. So what else can you say other than text the word America to the number 989898. Do so right now and claim your free information kit on gold. That's America. Text that to the number 989898 and protect your future today with the Birch Gold Group. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you out to Camp Pendleton as we await the arrival of Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and we continue to take you to the program celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Marine 250, from sea to shore, right here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice special coverage of Marine 250. We are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. A special celebration happening right now at Camp Pendleton. We are awaiting the arrival in the area you just saw there of the Vice President, J.D. Vance, along with the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. As you can see here, paratroopers are en route into the arena. They've jumped out of a plane, and now they're gliding on down into the arena in advance of the Vice President and Secretary of War's arrival. Our Amanda Head is also there on the ground, keeping us apprised of what's going on. Amanda, good afternoon to you. I imagine that you're also seeing these paragliders come down here. It looks like everybody behind you is kind of looking to the sky, kind of have this, okay, there they are. So describe the atmosphere there.
Yeah, I hope you guys are carrying a split screen. So we've got two up here above me, and I don't know if you saw when you were talking, there was one, at least one that I saw that was landing behind me. So we've got these two that are coming overhead, and they're kind of crisscrossing, but it's actually very quiet here. Oh, whoa! Oh, that was really cool. So I don't know if they released an American flag. There's now an American flag that's flying towards the earth, or drifting towards the earth, I guess I should say. I'm trying to hear what the announcer's saying. So the two paratroopers, three. They've got parachutes that say Navy, and they are landing. Hopefully you can see that in the shot. They're landing over here, and the American flag is still drifting above. Very, very cool. I hope you guys have a split screen of this because it's amazing. It's really beautiful. It's actually, again, it's very quiet here because everyone's got their phones out. Everyone's filming it.
Yeah, we're watching kind of as you are as well. And again, I think this really goes back to the patriotic nature of this celebration. It really is. Yeah, celebrating the U.S. Marine Corps. But I think even once you broaden the lens, broaden the scope of all of this, this is a celebration of American excellence.
It is, and you consider the skills that these men and women have, these paratroopers. I'm kind of a thrill seeker myself. If there's not risk of death or dismemberment, it doesn't really interest me. So I've done skydiving plenty, but reaching terminal velocity at 120 miles per hour. Oh, I think we're the anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Guard, guard! Carry! Guard! Ready! Good! Guard, guard! Right turn! March! Forward! March!
Hurry! Pass!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Daryl Caudle.
I've got that lightning inside me, so
Well, good afternoon, Camp Pendleton. It is an honor to be here with the warfighters who make Southern California the front line of building, training, and delivering our maritime combat power. We just had a greatest opportunity ever, returning from a world life experience of exceptional amphibious demonstration off the coast. And let me tell you, your Navy Marine Corps team absolutely crushed it. Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining us today, witnessing firsthand the integrated strength of integrated sea power. I'm sure this brought back some vivid memories of your time in uniform. It's great to welcome you back among your Marines. Secretary of War Hegseth, thank you for your steadfast support of our men and women in uniform and your focus on uncompromising standards. You continue to be a tireless champion of the warfighter and the ethos required to win in combat. Secretary Phelan, as always, sir, a pleasure to be your wingman. Thank you for your leadership and partnership. From robust ship-to-shore operations to close-in air support to seamless handoffs between blue and green forces, what we witnessed today was not just a demo, but a textbook execution of integrated all-domain warfare. That kind of performance doesn't just happen. It's forged through discipline, training, and a unified commitment to mission success. No other maritime force on Earth can generate and project combat power with this level of speed, scale, and synchronization. Let's give a round of applause to the men and women who made this happen. As your Chief of Naval Operations, I couldn't be more proud to represent this extraordinary team. You embody what it means to be forward, focused, and lethal. Whether you're on the bridge, in the cockpit, in the whale deck, or on the beach, we're all part of a single integrated fight. For over 250 years, it's been this unity between sailors and Marines that has given our nation the decisive edge. From the shores of Tripoli to the waters off the Red Sea. And today, as then, we stand the watch together, delivering maritime dominance and extending America power from sea to shore. In January, the President gave us a clear charge: defend the homeland, deter aggression, project strength through an all-domain integrated force. And that's exactly what we've been doing day in and day out. Across every ocean and every contested region, our Navy Marine Corps team is leading from the front, reassuring allies, restoring deterrence, and responding with precision and resolve when called. And you have just shown the world that American sea power is not just a concept, it's an unmatched capability. And you, all of you, our sailors and Marines, are the competitive edge, the enduring advantage that no adversary can match. Today, we were able to get a glimpse into why the Navy and Marine Corps team operates as a joint force all to itself. You showcase why our amphibious forces remain vital to winning future conflicts. And this is just the beginning of what we can become. We are the operational overmatch. Agile, persistent, and expeditionary, we bring unrivaled combat flexibility, delivering force and options from sea to the fight on our terms and on our timeline. I want to close by thanking all of you and your families for your service, your sacrifice, and your commitment. You make our team what it is. It is an honor to serve with you. Thank you, and Semper Fortis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps, General Eric Smith.
American soldier and American, beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take the stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front lines, sleep in peace tonight.
Hoorah, Marines! Get some! Hoorah! That never gets old, does it? That never gets old. Good afternoon, Marines, sailors, family, friends, Vice President Vance, Secretary of War Hegseth, Secretary of the Navy Phelan, my shipmate, the CNO, elected officials, distinguished guests, far too many to name. What a day. What a perfect amphibious day. And what a sight to behold. What I'm talking about is you. Not talking about the equipment, not talking about the ships, I'm talking about you, the Marines, because that's who we are. That's what we're all about. We're about the individual Marine, because that's who wins battles. That's who wins wars. Before I begin, I want to thank those who made today's demonstration possible, especially the phenomenal team here at Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton and the Marines and sailors of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force and the 3rd Fleet. From the first aircraft overhead to the final wave on the beach, you showed what American amphibious strength looks like in action. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that bunch of ass whooping. You do not. If you're an adversary, hoorah. If you're an adversary and you want to have your butt kicked, then mess with the Marine Corps, because we'll do it. We'll do it for you. I also want to thank our many distinguished guests and civic leaders for joining us in the celebration this afternoon. You know, if you go to Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina, or if you go to Marine Corps Air Station New River, it says, "Pardon our noise, that's the sound of freedom." Well, pardon our noise today, that's the sound and look of freedom. That's what it takes to get you free. Thanks as well to our national leadership for standing alongside your Marine Corps as we mark this historic milestone, 250 years young. The first 250. The next 250 are going to be even tougher than the first 250, and there's going to be more fights ahead, but we'll overcome all obstacles because we're Marines. That's what we do. We don't know how to fail. Finally, thank you to our military families whose strength, patience, and sacrifice make everything we do possible. You serve this nation alongside your Marines and sailors, and your support is the foundation of our readiness. For 250 years, our Corps has fought and won our nation's battles. Again, we don't know how to lose. We're Marines. Founded even before our formal independence as a country, we were created as an expeditionary force in readiness, always faithful to the nation we serve. From muskets to missiles, wooden ships to amphibious combat vehicles, and signal flags to satellites, the tools of our trade have changed, but their purpose has not. We remain America's naval expeditionary force, ready to respond and ready to win. Today, we witness the power of the Navy and Marine Corps team through our premier force offering, the Amphibious Ready Group and Marine Expeditionary Unit, employing combined arms to deliver decisive effects and compel the enemy to do our will, to do what we want to have happen, not what they want to have happen. But none of what you saw, the precision fires, the air assault, the seamless integration of firepower, none of that means a thing without the Marine behind it, without the Marine behind his M4, without the Marine sitting in the vehicle, driving it, without the pilot flying the aircraft. It is all about the Marine. It's all about you. The strength of the MAGTF lies in its Marines. Their warrior ethos and core values strengthen us and sustain us during difficult times. It is the Marine, resolute beneath our nation's flag, who carries the day every time. Honor, courage, and commitment are the living code of a Corps that endures because of uncompromising standards. Standards that guide us in our purpose, unite us in battle, and bind us across generations. From Bellawood to Iwo Jima to Ramadi and Fallujah and Helmand Province, we're still the same. We're a Corps of Marines. We are a band of warriors dedicated to the defense of this nation. The Marines here today are cut from the same cloth as those who seized Tarawa, withstood the cold of Korea, and fought through the streets of Iraq and the mountains of Afghanistan.
and the next fight is coming. Trust me, it's coming. Across battlefields, our character has never wavered. Just as the nature of war, the clash of wills, the test of fortitude, the demand for discipline remains the same. To our Marines here today and around the world, I could not be more proud of you. Sergeant Major Ruiz and I have the easiest jobs in the Marine Corps. We get thanked every day, and yet you do all the work. Our jobs are easy. Your jobs are hard. We don't pay you enough. You don't have all the equipment that you need, but you still get the job done. Why? Because we're Marines. That's what we do. That's all we do. We do war fighting. We do America's war fighting. You remind us that our power is not found in steel or armaments, but in the faith we keep with one another. You are our most valuable asset. No modernized ship, vehicle, or weapon system can replace the sheer will, determination, or grit of a U.S. Marine. It is you who will close with and destroy the enemy. To locate, close with, and destroy the enemy, or repel the enemy's assault by fire and close combat. Close combat. That's what we do. It is you who will seize the objective and seize the day. It is you who will win our nation's battles. This is why I have absolute confidence in the future of our Corps, today, tomorrow, and for the next 250 years. When the next fight comes, and sadly it will come, Marines will be ready. Ready to fight, ready to win, because that is who we are. That is what we do. It is all that we do. We're warriors. That's all that we do. We are America's crisis response force. We're the 911 force. We're the people who go out the door at 0:30 to get our mission done, to accomplish it on behalf of the American people, to stick a bayonet in the heart of our adversaries, just like we did at Belleau Wood, just like we did at Bladensburg and Chapultepec and Iwo Jima and Eniwetok and Kwajalein and Quezon and Ramadi and Fallujah. That is who we are as a Corps. Never forget that. Never forget that it is up to you to pass on the Marine Corps to the next generation of Marines who are currently in high school or middle school or grade school or just being born. We owe it to them to pass on our heritage and our legacy, unvarnished, untarnished, and sharp as a razor. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. That's who we will always be. We are America's crisis response force. Don't ever forget that, Marines. Be proud of that Eagle Globe and Anchor that you wear tattooed onto your chest. You earned it. Only you can own it. Only a few, a very few, are capable of earning the title Marine. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for stepping up to serve when so many couldn't or wouldn't. Thanks for being Marines. Hoorah, Semper Fidelis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the United States Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This is an incredible sight. I can't think of anything better than being here with thousands of Marines, sailors, and their families here on Red Beach, celebrating 250 years of the United States Marine Corps, the world's premier expeditionary force. Add to that what we just witnessed, an awesome display of maritime power It really doesn't get any better. Thank you and well done to every single Marine, sailor, civilian, and partner who made this amphibious demonstration possible. Let's give them a hand. On behalf of President Trump and the Department of the Navy, I want to thank every Marine and sailor across the globe for standing in defense of our nation with honor, courage, and commitment. You carry forward a legacy that began in Tun Tavern in 1775, when a few tough men decided this nation needed a corps of warriors who would always be the first to fight. 2.5 centuries later, that decision still echoes across every battlefield and beachhead where freedom has been tested. Mr. Vice President, thank you for your faithful service and your continued leadership, proving always that once a Marine, always a Marine. Secretary of War Hegseth, thank you for your continued service and for your unwavering advocacy for our sailors and Marines. Thank you as well to the Commandant, CNO, and to our senior Navy and Marine Corps leaders. And to members of Congress, state and local leaders, and distinguished guests, thank you for joining us today and for your continuous support. It is the privilege of my lifetime to stand with you as the 79th Secretary of the Navy, celebrating 2.5 centuries of the United States Marine Corps, the world's finest fighting force. From the frozen hills of Korea to Tripoli, from Belleau Wood to Fallujah, Marines have always been raised for the hardest jobs and entrusted with the most consequential fights. From the beginning, the Corps was built on conviction, on the belief that courage and character are the true measure of a warrior. As Major Doug Zembeck said, be a man of principle, fight for what you believe in, live with integrity, lead from the front, be valorous on the field of battle, and take responsibility for your actions. That is what it means to be a Marine, to live by a code that endures long after the battle ends, to serve with honor, and to stand firm when others falter. For 2.5 centuries, that spirit has carried the Marine Corps through every test and every generation, upholding a promise that when freedom is threatened, America will send its very best. And as Secretary of the Navy, I can tell you that promise is alive and strong. The Navy and Marine Corps team remains unmatched, a global force for peace through strength, ready for any challenge, anytime, anywhere. This legacy begins on the yellow footprints at Parris Island, right here in San Diego, and Quantico. That is where discipline takes root, pride is earned, and character is forged. Those qualities are why when the nation calls, Marines answer. They are why allies trust us and adversaries fear us. The line from those footprints to today's formations is unbroken. Marines carry the same courage forged at Guadalcanal, where the 1st Marine Division, hungry and exhausted, refused to quit and proved that grit and discipline win battles. When others said it could not be done, Marines said, watch us. Every generation of Marines has found new ways to fight and new tools to wield. Innovation is not a break from tradition, it is the continuation of it. The character of war is changing rapidly, but the character of Marines remains unshakable. The initiative, ingenuity, and grit that carried this force through every battle must drive innovation in every formation. The future belongs to those who adapt faster than the challenge before them. This is a challenge our Marine Corps and Navy team will win. Lieutenant General Victor Krulak once wrote, Americans believe when trouble comes to our country, there will be Marines, and that when Marines go to war, they invariably turn in performance that is dramatically successful, not most of the time, but always. That trust was earned through action on every battlefield in every era by Marines who proved that excellence is not a slogan, but a standard. That conviction has carried Marines through 250 years of hardship and victory. And what we have seen here today proves it still burns bright. The Corps continues to deliver on its promise to the American people, standing as both the ideal and the standard to which the next generations of Americans can aspire. Because when it matters most, it is not technology or equipment that wins the day, but the dependability, decisiveness, and character of the Marine or sailor who wields it. One of our greatest weapons has always been and will always be the United States Marine. As we celebrate 250 years of the United States Marine Corps, we look forward as much as we look back. We honor not just the Marine Corps history, but its spirit, the unbreakable will that defines every Marine who has ever worn the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. The next chapter will be written by Marines, just like you, who fight in new domains, face new challenges, and counter new threats. To every Marine here today, thank you for carrying a legacy 250 years strong. You are the embodiment of Semper Fidelis, always faithful to one another, to the Corps, and to the nation we serve. And behind every Marine is a family, a spouse, a parent, a child who stands the watch with you. They endure the deployments, the moves, the missed birthdays, the late night calls, and the endless goodbyes. They are the quiet strength of the Corps, and today we honor them too. To every Marine family here at Camp Pendleton and around the world, thank you. Your sacrifice makes this legacy possible. Bravo Zulu 3rd Fleet, Semper Fi 1 MEF, happy birthday, Marines. May God bless you. May God bless the United States Marine Corps and Navy team, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. I hope you have a great day today. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Hoorah, Marines! Man, that is beautiful. Let me just say, this might be one of the most beautiful sights I think I've ever seen. In fact, I'm not supposed to say this. I'm really not. But I think you guys might be my favorite. Don't tell anybody. Marines, it's great to see you. It's an honor to be here. Chief, Commandant, Secretary of the Navy, thank you. It's an honor to be at Camp Pendleton. And looking out at these Marines today and the Navy SEALs I had a chance to do PT with this morning. You know, I do PT all around the country now with the troops, and it's turned into smoke the secretary. It's clear to me why President Trump says all the time we're the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. Because you are that strength. You are that power. You are that lethality. And you are prepared. And President Trump's going to make sure it stays that way. Being here with you is the perfect way to mark 250 years of the beautiful and beloved United States Marine Corps. President Trump has made our mission clear. We needed clarity, and he provided it. America first, peace through strength, and common sense at every turn. We are the War Department, and you are warriors. The Marine Corps embodies the warrior ethos. You see, When other parts of the department wavered in years past, not anymore, in years past, the Marine Corps stood strong. When other parts of the department wanted to go woke, the Marine Corps stood strong. When other parts of the department wanted to lower standards, the Marine Corps stood strong. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the backbone of the United States military. You always have been, and that's why we're proud to honor you today. 250 years ago, Major Samuel Nichols formed the Continental Marines. The next year, the Marines won the Battle of Nassau, capturing 2 forts from the Brits. Since that day, the very mention of the Marine Corps stirred panic in the hearts of our enemies. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Marines have been the tip of the spear of our armed forces and the vanguard of the fight for freedom, just as they are right now in the Caribbean. Let's hope the wrong people don't FAFO around there. In the most critical battles our nation has ever faced, it is often Marines, forged by unique traditions and tough-as-nails training, who land first. And they volunteer to put themselves in harm's way. Thanks to the blood and sweat of men who came before you, every American knows the truth of the phrase. It's not just a phrase, it's a way of life for all of you. Semper Fidelis, always faithful. You see, because I look out at this crowd, I see a lot of different types of faces. The truth is, your diversity is not your strength. It never has been. Your strength is in your unity of purpose. It's in your shared mission. It's in your oath to the Constitution. It's the bond that turns individuals into single-minded fighting units. You see, you are set apart. You're not civilians. You're devil dogs, leathernecks, United States Marines. Hoorah! You are set apart for a distinct purpose. You kill bad guys and break things for a living. You close with and destroy the enemy for a living. And as we mark the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps, take a moment and remember where you are in the great American story. Everybody likes to talk about 1776, and that was a pretty important date, but we're not here without 1775. When Americans were willing to stand up and pick up a rifle and say, "We will live free." That spirit lives in all of you. That story includes heroes like Chesty Puller, Daniel Daly, and our own great Vice President and Marine, J.D. Vance. Take pride in that story and continue making yourselves worthy of that legacy. As the Commandant said so beautifully, standards, discipline, accountability, warfighting, lethality, they live in the Marine Corps. We get a chance to see our Commander-in-Chief fight for all of you every single day. I know because I see it. President Trump appreciates your dedication, your valor, your tenacity, the sacrifices you make and the sacrifices that all of your families make. We know no Marine serves alone. They serve alongside a family. Someone else who understands that is Vice President Vance, who is right there alongside President Trump, who he himself has made the same types of sacrifices that you have. Your Vice President enlisted after high school in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. Your Vice President knows and shares the dedication of this force, and he represents you always in Washington. I have the honor of getting a chance to watch Vice President Vance day in and day out live the values of the Marine Corps, speak up and tell the truth, have courage, stand alongside President Trump. It's an incredible thing to watch. And as I tell every warrior I meet, our president and vice president, they have your back. And I promise you, so do I. Support from the top is all I ever wanted when I was a young infantry lieutenant. in Iraq. Or in Afghanistan, where my boss actually happened to be a Marine. He was tough, he was brave, and a little bit crazy. But I loved him for it. And I knew he would do anything for me. So on behalf of the Department of War, thank you. Congratulations on 250 years of success. And here's to 250 more. I can say to you, we've got 7 little kids in our stead. Not so little anymore, a couple teenagers. Man, I would be proud as a dad if I ever saw one of them put on the uniform of a United States Marine. You serve your country. You make us proud. We have your back. God bless you, God bless our Marines, and may God bless our great republic. Godspeed. Thank you.
Back to this Real America's Voice special coverage of the anniversary of the Marines. It's 250 years. You just heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth addressing the Marine Corps members who are on site here. We're hearing that Vice President J.D. Vance is getting ready to address this group that you see here on your TV screen, but they're getting the podium ready for his arrival. I suspect that the entire area there is going to erupt in applause when J.D. Vance comes out. Not only is he the vice president, but he, of course, is also a U.S. Marine. So he is back home with his fellow Marines as he is set to address them on this 250th anniversary.
Please welcome the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Hoorah, Marines! I didn't hear you. Hoorah, Marines! God bless you, Marines. God bless you, Camp Pendleton. It is so much fun and such an honor to be out here to celebrate 250 years of United States Marines. Now, I gotta say, first of all, thank you to so many of the fine people who are here today who make this incredible event happen and who every day make our military the finest fighting force anywhere in the world. First of all,
our great Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who gave a hell of a speech, if I might say so. Pete, where are you at? Now, he is a soldier, but are we proud of our Secretary of War, Marine Corps? Now, I will say, I was talking to Pete about this speech and thinking about what I said, and I realized that over my 4 years in the United States Marine Corps, I probably learned about 100 jokes about United States Marines. And every single one of them, Marines, would mean the end of my political career if I told it up here today. I sent a few of them last night to my communications staff, and I said, can I tell this one? And they said, please no, sir. Please, please do not tell that one. We're also happy to be joined by our great Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. John, thank you so much for your leadership and service. I got to give a shout out to my beautiful wife, our great Second Lady, Usha Vance, with the Marine Corps hat. You know, I've been asked many times, why did I want to run for and become Vice President of the United States? And there's a lot of answers, of course, to that question. I wanted to serve our wonderful Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump, and I know we're proud of him. And of course, I wanted to serve the American people and make their lives better, but really, deep down, I wanted the Commandant of the Marine Corps to have to salute a member of the E4 Mafia, and now he has to. And Marines, we have a great Marine Corps Commandant in General Eric Smith. General, thank you so much for everything you do. We got General Daniel Taylor. Where is General Daniel Taylor? Apparently he was sick today. We have got Admiral Gavin Duff here. Admiral, thank you for your service, sir. We have got Colonel John Caldwell and General Michael Nakanizi. Did I pronounce that right, General? There we go. I did okay. I'm the Vice President, so you can't tell me I'm wrong. And of course, Marines, I bring greetings today from our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump, and he wanted me to tell each and every single one of you that he's proud of you, that he loves you, and that despite the Schumer shutdown, he is going to do everything he can to make sure you get paid exactly as you deserve. Now, I know we're here to talk about the Marine Corps, but I got to get just a little political because congressional Democrats seem to want to keep the government shut down, even though it would mean that a lot of you would not get your paycheck. But as I told the president just a couple of days ago, I said, sir, we have got to figure out how to pay these Marines, both for their sake, but also, of course, because if we don't pay our enlisted Marines, every bar in Southern California is going to go out of business, and we don't want that. Now, I've also got to give a special shout out to the incredible display that we saw earlier today. It made my heart sing as your Vice President, and it was a testament to the Corps' strength and unbeatable power. It reminded me why I am so proud to have worn the uniform, to be one among your ranks, and to be the very first Vice President to have been a United States Marine. Now, for us East Coast Marines, Camp Pendleton has always had a special place in our imagination. We heard the stories of the back-breaking hikes you all had to do, the West Coast Marines had to do in Camp Pendleton. You know it? Us East Coast Marines, we had the sand fleas and you all had the hills. I don't know which was worse. These guys behind me have opinions. So let's give some credit to the amazing Marine units who pulled this off. First of all, to the incredible Marines of this base and the Marine Corps Forces West who put on this display. Let's give a round of applause to the incredible job they did. And I want to talk about some of those units because you all made me so proud. I know we must have some Marines from the 1st Marine Division. Where are you? You all did a hell of a job. How about the Marines from the 3rd Marine Air Wing? I know we have some Marines from the 1st Marine Logistics Group, the lifeblood of the fight. Where are you all at? We've also got Marines from the 1st Meth Information Group, the brain of the fight. Where are you all at? And we've also got, of course, men and women from Marine Corps Installations West, the folks who keep the home front. Where are you, Marine Corps Installations West? There we go. Now, I know you all know we cannot leave out our brothers and sisters of the sea, so we're proud to have all the sailors of the Navy's 3rd Fleet here to celebrate 250 years of Marines. Thank you. These sailors who go to war with us, they fight over the horizon. They stand shoulder to shoulder with Marines wherever the fight takes us. And if any group shares in the glory of the Marines' 250th birthday, it is our beloved Navy Corpsmen. Let's give a shout out to the Navy Corpsmen out there. We love them. And I know every Marine has had the story of walking into a corpsman's office, barely alive, suffering the most severe illness you've suffered in your entire life, and they'll say, just go home, hydrate, and take 2 Motrin, and it'll work out just fine. So thank you to the corpsmen for taking care of us, but also toughening us up. And that's right, and a change of socks. A bottle of water, a change of socks, and 2 Motrin will fix any illness. So we are grateful, Marines, to be graced with the presence of some very special guests, people whose very lives contribute to the incredible Marine Corps legacy. Earlier, we all heard from Sergeant Dakota Meyer, who received the Medal of Honor in 2011 for extraordinary heroism in 2009. Are we proud of Sergeant Dakota Meyer? Yes, we are. And despite the constant rain of enemy fire, then Corporal Meyer made multiple runs across an ambush zone that day, saving the lives of 36 American and Afghan troops. Dakota Meyer, we love you. We're proud of you. You're the very best of the Marine Corps and the very best of this country. We are also honored to be joined by American hero Charles Cram, who was a Navy corpsman attached to the 5th Marine Division when it landed at Iwo Jima. Now, as part of that force, this American hero watched the Stars and Stripes raised over Mount Suribachi before being wounded on the 7th day of battle while tending to a Marine. For his valor, he was awarded the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, and the Purple Heart. Sir, we love you. Thank you for your service. The Marines love their corpsmen, and that's one of the very best. Another living legend we have with us today is Elmer Royce Williams, a naval aviator who, while on combat patrol in the Korean War, suddenly found himself up against 7 Soviet MiGs. Sir, thank you so much. God bless you, and thank you. Now we're going to let the brave lieutenant take a seat, but I got to talk a little bit about him. I got to brag on him. Because despite the odds, Lieutenant Williams took down 4 of them in a single 35-minute dogfight, the longest dogfight in naval history, a record I believe that still stands to this day. Hoorah. Now, not only did he take 4 MiGs down, he demolished the MiG's reputation as an unbeatable aircraft and secured his place among the legends of American military aviation. And if you notice, we just talked about a great Marine in ground combat, a great Marine in aviation combat, and a great Marine, or I should say a great Navy corpsman who helps out our Marines. In other words, Marines can kick ass in every theater of combat, and we do it every single day. And I finally got to give a shout out to my dear friend, recently retired Master Sergeant Charles McKelvey. Chase, where are you at, man? Love you. Oh, he's got a beard already. Look at that. He's been out of the Marine Corps for 3 months. He's already got a beard longer than what I got. Now, Master Sergeant McKelvey and I served together at Cherry Point when we were both very young Marines, and we've been good friends ever since. I call him Chase. Other Marines will tell you Chase is an extraordinary person. The smartest, kindest Marine you'll ever meet, and those are descriptions I can personally attest to. Now, he was supposed to join me at my inauguration to become the Vice President last January, but tragically he lost his wonderful, devoted wife, Jillian, to a terrible illness just days before. So I want to tell you, Chase, in front of all these Marines, we're proud of you. We're thankful for you. I'm sorry I couldn't see you in January, but I'm glad to see you today, my friend. I love you. Semper Fi. And finally, we are grateful to have all of you, whatever your rank, whatever your station in the Marine Corps, here at Camp Pendleton to commemorate this incredible 250th anniversary of our beloved Marine Corps. From these mountains and this water, Marines have deployed to every major fight of the last century, from island hopping across the Pacific to Vietnam's Hue City to Kuwait to Helmand and beyond. And standing here, you can feel the weight of that history. The generations upon generations of Americans who cut their teeth at this base before boarding ships and carrying the American flag into battle. But that's exactly what Marines do. For 2.5 centuries now, this beloved Corps has served as our nation's sharp edge, always forward deployed, always ready, and always faithful. My service in the Marine Corps was a huge part of my life. I would not be here today. I would not be the Vice President of the United States. I would not be the man I am today were it not for those 4 years that I served in the Marine Corps. Now, before I was enlisted, I was pretty terrified about the prospect of becoming a Marine. I'm sure that a lot of you can share that. I remember I had nightmares before I went to boot camp of drill instructors yelling at me, of being away from my family, of being constantly stretched well beyond my own physical limits. It's daunting stuff, as all of you know. And as anyone who survived boot camp can tell you, it's all real. But my cousin Rachel, in particular, one last shout out to a former Marine. In particular, she pushed me to do it. A veteran of the Corps herself, she got it. She understood what joining does for a young man or a young woman. So she pushed me to go and talk to a recruiter, which I did, and I will never forget that conversation. Because at no point did he try to sell me on the United States Marine Corps. He warned me, said, you don't enlist in the Marine Corps to make money, and you all know that's exactly right. He said you might even go to war. This was back in 2003, right after we invaded Iraq. But what he did tell me is that enlisting in the Marines would teach me many things, including discipline and the virtue of leadership. And that was appealing to me, and I know it's appealing to Marines today and for every year of our 250-year history. Hoorah! But over the days that followed, what further dawned on me was that I needed to do this not just for me, but for the nation. My country needed me just as sure as the country needs each and every one of you today. The September 11th attacks had occurred barely a year earlier. And as I weighed what enlisting would mean, the crisis in Iraq was becoming a full-out war. So I made the call. As an 18-year-old senior in the state of Ohio, it was one of the first times in my life that I recall feeling like the country actually needed me. And when I realized I had a responsibility to something so much greater than myself or even my family, and I had an obligation to act on that feeling of duty. And I know that's something that animates every single one of you, whether you're a private or a general. That spirit of service has been the spirit of the Marine Corps for 2.5 centuries. So I just wanted to say, from the bottom of my heart, from one Marine to another, from the Vice President of the United States to the whole Marine Corps, thank you for your service. We are proud of you and proud of your service. And I'm here today because I want to talk a little bit about the great Marine Corps tradition, 250 years of it. I want to talk about the tradition that all of us standing under this bright California sun, and man, it is bright, we all chose, however many years ago, to adopt that Marine Corps tradition as our own. A tradition in that just 3 short weeks will reach its 250th year. Now, as many of you in this audience know, the Corps found its origins in the autumn of 1775. And a venue may be familiar to you, a bar in Philadelphia called Tun Tavern. The very first bar in the United States of America that would come to regret serving United States Marines. So here we are in Tun Tavern almost 250 years ago. And what we did in that moment was we answered the call of service. Because even before we had a Declaration of Independence, the Continental Congress organized an army and a navy to fight the British, but they recognized they needed something a little bit extra. They needed a force that could fight just as comfortably on land as it could on sea, that was able to move fast, strike hard, and hold its ground. So on November 10th, 1775, Congress resolved to raise 2 battalions of Continental Marines. Captain Samuel Nicholas established that first recruitment drive at Tun Tavern in Philadelphia in search of a few good men. He was seeking young, able-bodied citizens, men who relished the opportunity to fight tyrants, yes, but more importantly, who were eager to answer that first call of duty of a young nation. Just a few months later, Captain Nicholas was personally leading those Marines in a daring raid on New Providence, receiving British forts and supplies in the Bahamas. And 2 short years later, the Marines joined forces with the legendary John Paul Jones, the father of the American Navy, beginning a great tradition that has survived the entire term of our Marine Corps, that when the Marines and the Navy go to war together, they always fight well and they always win. The War of Independence set a blueprint that Marines follow to this day. Boldness in action, unity in purpose, and a lightning readiness to go wherever the nation required. In battle after battle, the United States Marine Corps has broken the backs of empires. You've toppled tyrants. You've hanged pirates and hunted down America's foes across the 7 seas. And Pete, turns out we're hunting some pirates today, aren't we? From Tripoli to the halls of Montezuma, from Belleau Wood to Iwo Jima, and from Chosin Reservoir to Khe Sanh, we Marines have repeatedly earned our reputation as the first to fight and the last to leave. And as all of you know, that legacy only grew stronger after 9/11. within weeks after the attack, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 15th MEU, already forward deployed on September the 11th, helped launch the most ambitious amphibious assault in the history of the United States of America. And that's just how Marines are wired. No matter where, no matter when, the Corps will always uphold its reputation for discipline and for unshakable focus. Now, I always think back to what Army Major General Frank Lowe had to say this about the Corps in 1952. The safest place in Korea was right behind a platoon of Marines. Lord, how they could fight, and what a great testament to the United States Marine Corps. Because while the world keeps changing, new weapons, new threats, and new ways in which we wage war, the nation will forever need the United States Marine Corps. And in the Trump administration, we know that the work you do, protecting our country, putting your lives on the line to defend our way of life, is at the heart of Marine Corps service. Now, when officials try to shift focus to mandating diversity quotas, or they try to inject partisan politics into the American armed forces, they impede the Marine Corps' ability to do its best work. And that's why the Secretary of War and the President of the United States have stood so firmly against that crap. Because when you can't operate at your best on the battlefield, it puts everybody's lives at risk. And it's why we're recentering the focus of all of our military, including the Marine Corps, on those timeless values of discipline, readiness, and faith in one another. Now, I remember when I was a young recruit in boot camp talking about how politically correct things got maybe over the last few years, and I compare it to my time in the Marine Corps. I remember I was lining up as a young recruit to go to church one Sunday morning, and back then there were two lines. There was the Catholic line, and there was the Protestant line. And I remember we all get into our lines, and there's one recruit who's just kind of standing there by himself. And, you know, the folks watching on TV may not realize that Marines refer to themselves in the third person when they're in recruit training, because you haven't earned the title of United States Marine, and so you have to say this recruit instead of I. And so you've got this one recruit standing out there by himself, and the drill instructor says, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And the recruit says, "This recruit is an atheist." And the drill instructor says, "Bullshit, get in the Catholic line." That didn't work in the Biden administration, Pete. That didn't work in the Biden administration. But now we recognize that it is not our diversity that makes us stronger. It is our common purpose. It is our common mission. And it is the fact that every single person here bleeds Marine Corps green. And I think that all of you should realize that from the President of the United States on down, this government is proud of you. It's proud of the tradition of the Marine Corps, and it's proud of the fact that that great tradition has custodians in each and every single person here, each and every single Marine who is serving today. And I hope that the proud Marine Corps tradition, you heard Pete talk about this, Chesty Puller, Dan Daly, John Basilone, all of these great Marine Corps heroes, they should inspire you through their action to be the very best Marine in the future that you can be. Now, I remember so many people who made my Marine Corps journey and made the country better in the process. I remember a gunnery sergeant who saved me from financial ruin. I was a young Lance Corporal, and I was going to go to an off-base car dealership and buy a used car with a low dealer-provided interest rate of 22%. These Marines mind me, you aren't supposed to nod your head at that part, guys. No 22% interest rate. So I had a gunny who was like, "Look, stop being a dipshit and go to Navy Federal Credit Union, get a better interest rate, and then go and buy a car. And that's exactly what I did. I remember that gunny, and I remember a young Marine who was younger than I was. Chase knows who I'm talking about. A Puerto Rican Marine who grew up in New York City. You too, huh? A man I thought I had nothing in common with, but who I learned bled Marine Corps green just like I did, and who came to my inauguration as Vice President of the United States. I remember a Marine I served with, a guy whose political beliefs you might call far left, but despite the craziness of our politics today, remains one of my best friends and is a man I would trust with my life. I remember the Marines raising the flag over Iwo Jima, etching in American memory the importance of respecting and honoring our beautiful national symbol. I remember all my friends from the Marines, men and women, some of whom retired and some of whom made the Marine Corps proud in the civilian world. I remember General Chuck Krulak, who I met at my cousin's boot camp graduation. He was the 31st Commandant of the Marine Corps, and I was probably 14 years old, and I was taller than he was. But he was tough as nails. I met him as Vice President, by the way, just a few months ago. He's still very short, and he's still tough as nails, and he still loves the Marine Corps as much as he did on his first day of service. Now, he had a phrase, I'm sure you guys have heard it. He said that the most important thing the Marine Corps does for this nation is to win battles and to make United States Marines. Today, we remember a fallen Marine from the 3rd Marine Air Wing who died not far from here on a training mission. He died so recently, as a matter of fact, I can't even say his name publicly, but I want all of us to know and send a message to his family that we remember them and we know that his Marine Corps service was not in vain. Let's give a new hurrah for that fallen Marine. I know that all of us remember the friends who went off to war, and we particularly remember the ones who were mangled in combat or who never came home at all. Every single one of you has memories like this. Every single one of you is lucky enough to have friends like mine. Within each of you is your own Marine Corps legacy burning every single day. And because of that, every one of our fellow Marines lives on. As Gunnery Sergeant Hartman in Full Metal Jacket, we like Full Metal Jacket, Marines? He said, but the Marine Corps lives on forever, and that means you live forever. Our motto, Marines, is Semper Fidelis, which means in Latin, always faithful. Though the shape of the battlefield will change, our nation will be just fine, so long as fellow Marines just like you remain faithful to that great Marine Corps legacy. My fellow Marines, you have the watch now. You honor that legacy by how you carry yourself in public. You honor it by how you treat your friends and family. You honor it by how you contribute to your communities, and most importantly, you honor it in how you fight and win the nation's battles. So from one Vice President to an incredible United States Marine Corps, keep kicking ass, keep taking names. Semper Fidelis, Marines. Happy 250th birthday. God bless you.
Just heard Vice President J.D. Vance celebrating the Marine Corps' 250th anniversary along with his fellow Marines. Of course, the Vice President famously served in the Marines. He said he served for 4 years before getting out and then, of course, moving on to do great things, including becoming our Vice President. All of this is happening at Camp Pendleton in California. This is all part of the Marine Corps' 250th anniversary celebration there at Camp Pendleton. It really has been a very full day. You, of course, heard from the Vice President and Secretary of War, and now it looks like there's a flyover happening. Let's see if we can listen in. in Camp Pendleton, or at Camp Pendleton, as we celebrate this 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. Amanda, wow, so much to take in. Let's just start kind of broad with your takeaways from what we just experienced.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, patriotism reigns supreme today. Pride not only in the United States Marine Corps, but as I was saying earlier, you know, the 250th birthday of our country coming up next July. And, you know, this July, I heard a lot of people saying that the celebration was going to begin because there was going to be a year-long lead-up all the way to our nation's 250th. And we have seen that. We've seen it from the military branches, obviously, the United States Army taking place in Washington, D.C., the Navy, which our network also covers, and now this. The Air Force obviously came along much later because of the sheer, you know, the equipment that they use obviously did not come around until later. Absolutely. So it's wonderful to see all of these folks. And J.D. Vance made a few comments about Southern California and what he dealt with his basic training versus what they deal with here with the hills that they have to traverse in their basic training. So J.D. Vance, the Vice President, continues to show an extreme amount of love for these men and women. I think that his speech ran a little longer than what I had heard was going to take place. Oh my goodness! I love it so much, man. Oh man, I really hope that our audience gets to go to something like this. And if you've never seen, you know, if you've never been to see the Blue Angels or some type of Air Force air show, I encourage you all to go and see that. I mean, it is just, it will bring tears to your eyes to see what our country is capable of. But as I was saying, you know, there is this year-long lead up until next July 4th. Next July 4th is going to be off the walls. It's going to be wonderful. I was just at Mount Vernon a few weeks ago, Washington's home, right there on the Potomac River in Virginia, and they are preparing big time for next year. They actually, and I know I'm kind of going off on a rabbit trail, but they found termites in the foundation of Mount Vernon, and this was a few years ago, and they knew that next year, being the 250th birthday, oh my goodness, amazing. They knew that there were going to be hundreds of thousands of people coming through Mount Vernon next year, more so than any other year. So the last few times I've been to Mount Vernon, they only had 1 or 2 rooms open because they are having to do this, you know, a very, very surgeon precise restoration of that foundation, because obviously that property is so precious. But it speaks to the preciousness of our country and what happened at our founding and how unique it was and how much it is worthy of celebration. It's amazing to be here. I'm so glad that Real America's Voice has provided this coverage, because I don't know if any other network has really dedicated this much time to each of these events.
You mentioned the word restoration, and that brings to mind what President Trump and the Trump administration is doing for our armed forces. As we celebrate the Marines today, I think it's appropriate to say that President Trump and the Trump administration as a whole have really restored pride in our military, in our armed forces, and in our Department of War.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm seeing everyone pointing cameras over at the corner, so I'm wondering, oh my goodness, that is, I believe that's an FA-18. Just doing somersaults in the sky. Just, can you imagine, oh my goodness, and a complete 90-degree upward trajectory. This is just amazing. How can you imagine having the ability and being in the cockpit of something that you can literally just do somersaults in the sky like that? It's just incredible. I definitely miss my calling, except I don't have perfect vision, and as I understand it, you have to have perfect vision. Anyway,
I am with you on that one. If I could just add, I am with you on that. I can barely see the teleprompter, which is 3 feet in front of me, much less be up in an airplane and see the controls. So I'm with you, sister. Go ahead. You were saying.
I think you're doing perfectly fine, Terrence, because I've been on air with people who I had to share a teleprompter with that I swear the letters were 4 inches tall on that teleprompter. And yeah, so I get exactly what you're saying. And by the way, if there's anyone in our audience who can arrange for a fighter jet ride for me, it's been a lifelong dream of mine. Just a shameless plug for my thrill-seeking ways. But yeah, you know, when we were talking about restoration, I also think of the restoration that is happening in this country. And that was something that was thematic emblematic throughout all of the speeches today, but especially for Secretary Hegseth and Vice President J.D. Vance, talking about the restoration of that fighting mentality. And it's, make no mistake, this is not a warring mentality where they are champing at the bit to go to war. This is a mentality where they want to keep peace. And the only way that you can keep peace is, the method that we have been talking about for a very long time, especially with respect to President Trump, and that is peace through strength. That unified message that President Trump from the top down disseminates throughout his entire administration and throughout all the men and women of the armed forces. And the message resonates. It resonates with the men and women here, and it resonates with both our allies and our foes.
Absolutely. Amanda, stand by because we want to bring in Ben Bergquam. He is also there at Camp Pendleton with you, just at a different location. Ben, Amanda just said something that I think really was emblematic of today. These war fighters aren't necessarily chomping at the bit to go to war, but should it happen, they are ready. And anybody who they're up against is going to FAFO.
Terrence, you're going to have to repeat the question because the jets are so stinking loud.
I got you. I was saying that Amanda just brought up the point, which I think has been somewhat emblematic of what we've seen today, is that while our war fighters don't necessarily want to go to the war, should it happen, they are ready. And anybody they're up against, to quote a term that I think we've heard recently quite a bit, they can FAFO, mess around and find out. I've kind of paraphrased.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Is even the motto "Semper Fidelis," always faithful. This is, that's the motto of the Marine Corps. It's always ready to go into any fight, no matter what the numbers are. These guys are willing to lay their lives down for this country. And you come onto a base like this. If you've never been onto a base, a Marine Corps base or any U.S. military base, you don't realize it's really just it's a city, and it's a city of patriots that have sworn an oath to put their lives on the line for our country. And there's something incredibly special about that. As a guy on the outside looking in, I mentioned Dave Bray USA, my brother-in-law Jack. I think of Kevin Abelbeck, my friends. So many of these Marines that have that same connection. They don't even have to be here right now, but there's a brotherhood, there's a family that you feel here, and that's what that family is for. And you heard, I mean, it's just so cool. I can't not turn around. Sorry, Terrence. But you heard Pete Hegseth say this. You guys are designed to kill people and break things. And that's what every single person in here is trained for. And that may sound harsh, but that's what you have to have in order to have a secure country. You have to have the men and women that'll go out into the darkness, into the worst of the worst, into the evil of this age and this generation, and say, I'm willing to put my life on the line to do what needs to be done to stop that evil from getting to your family. And so, a lot of times we sit back and enjoy the fruits of that effort of these Marines and of our military members. But we have to remember that freedom that we have, that safety that we feel, comes from from people who are willing to go out and kill bad people and break things. You have to have those warriors on the front lines, or else you don't have a nation. So I just say thank God for them.
We often talk about, and I want to bring back in Amanda as well, when we talk about our armed forces, we also often talk about morale. And I'd like each of you to weigh in terms of how far today's anniversary, today's celebration goes in continuing to build that morale. Amanda, we'll start with you, and then Ben, I'd like you to chime in as well.
Yeah, Terrence, I think that there is something to being a part of a group that is celebrated, and not only celebrated by your family and friends and the rest of your company, but celebrated by the President of the United States and by the Vice President and by the Secretary of War. I mean, you think about what that could have looked like under a different administration. Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, whoever, Hillary Clinton. You look at the level of appreciation that President Trump has for these troops, and I don't think you would have seen that this time for the 250th birthday, something that is an incredible achievement. As one of the speakers was talking about tonight, 250 years is the average length of an empire, and she said, I'm trying to remember exactly what she said because I wanted to tell you guys. She said, I have to admit there were a few times over the last 4 years And, you know, she didn't mention Joe Biden by name, but everybody knew exactly who she was talking about and exactly what she was talking about. So when you talk about morale, the morale for these men and women who know that the president has their six, that the vice president and the secretary, and frankly, that is a mentality that filters down, right? This is not any different from any type of company corporate America. That attitude and that mentality filters down from the top. And when you have folks at the top who love what you do, respect what you do, and have your back, you're going to feel that. And I think that was on full display here today.
Ben?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, it's the difference between having your priorities right and your priorities wrong. It's, you think about the Marines, what they had to go through for 4 years when it was DEI and it was transgenderism. And I just imagine what the scene would have looked like if it was Kamala Harris instead of President Trump. You'd have had rainbow flags and transgenders on stage. And now it's like getting back to what war fighters, and in particular the Marines, the Devil Dogs, these guys, you want fighters. You don't need any of that other garbage. You want to train the best of the best warriors to go into battle. You don't need all that other nonsense. For one thing, it's a distraction, but it does absolutely nothing to help us win wars. And you listen to Pete Hegseth and you listen to J.D. Vance, and you hear it. They get it. They totally understand the purpose, their purpose, and the purpose of the men and women who are standing around us today, and the men and women who are bringing that incredible equipment onto shore just a couple miles away from where we are now. It's a difference of mindset, and having somebody who understands it is critical to morale.
Well, look, guys, we've only got about 3 minutes left in the broadcast. My last one, really probably the biggest impression I have, is Ben saying this is freaking awesome. That's going to be my big memory of today. So, Ben, give us your final takeaway, and then, Amanda, if you'll have the last word, I'd appreciate it. It's freaking awesome. That's my last word. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, after I said it was freaking awesome, I got to hump down this little canyon up over to where the kill boxes were, and I go around the corner, and we got SEAL Team 1 over there. They were still standing around. I got to take a picture with SEAL Team 1. Wow. That was freaking awesome. So you haven't seen that yet. I'm going to post that a little bit later. Of course, they've got their identities covered. But, man, just what an absolutely incredibly epic day.
Your big takeaway, Amanda?
My big takeaway is next time I get assigned to an event like this, I'm going to make sure Ben Bergquam is on the stage and I'm out there on the beach where all of those guys are. What a thrilling experience. And I second what Ben said. What a freaking awesome day to see all of this military might and technology and innovation on display. I mean, and listen, it's all about love for America, and it is all about what we are seeing from the top down, reinstilling that love for country and duty and courage in our United States Armed Forces. President Trump, I know, has been watching this broadcast. I know he's been watching what's been happening here from Mar-a-Lago, and I can't wait until we do another one of these. And I know that next year we're going to have incredible coverage of everything leading up to 250.
Amanda Head, Ben Bergquam, thank you to both of you for being here all day. Also, thank you to Steve Bannon early this morning on our coverage, and Steve Gruber also helping guide the ship as we celebrate this 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. You're looking at some of the visuals from today's program. This was a program that showed the examples of the sorts of work our Marine Corps members put in, both in the air, on land, and at sea. And of course, we heard from Vice President J.D. Vance, who is a Marine, talking to his Marine Corps brothers. Also, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth joining him there at Camp Pendleton for this 250th anniversary celebration of the U.S. Marine Corps. That's going to do it for our coverage here on Real America's Voice. We really appreciate you being here with us. We're going to get you to Law and Border here momentarily, but we leave you with these pictures of today's celebration.
right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. We link back up with reporter Aaron Ibarra on the streets of Culiacan.
The militia in general, I mean, Guardia Nacional, La Marina, Sedena, started to be more aggressive here in Sinaloa since February 18, just the day when Donald Trump announces these extraditions. We're talking about like maybe 300 narco labs have been secured.
Wow.
About 300.
Just here in Culiacan?
Between Culiacan and Cozalá. Cozalá, it's another municipio south from here. It's one of the most famous here in narco culture because of its mountains.
The difficult terrain.
Yeah. And
somewhere you and I wouldn't go. Would it be safe for us to go or no?
Right here, no.
And you as a journalist, like you're saying, you've got to be very careful. How concerned are you for your own life, for your own safety, even communicating about this?
Well, I don't feel like exposed or in danger. That being the cartel, I mean, Mark, no? I am afraid, or maybe some kind of fear, I don't know, being in the middle of a crossfire. I've been experienced that twice in my life. Maybe I just ran out of luck. I don't want to know. Check this out. The holes.
On the wall?
Uh-huh.
It's all bullet holes?
Yeah. This area, we're like under siege. Lots of gunshots. I mean...
So this is all is this like different factions of narco here?
Yeah, here's like Narco City. So we're paralyzed like, I don't know.
Yeah, I love this. We got the electrified fencing.
Yeah.
They got beautiful walls. We talk about this in Juarez. You know, they talk about the wall on their southern border. They don't want that. But all the cartels have walls. They all have weapons. They all have protection. But they don't want us to have it. So do you think you're talking about Trump, the extradition, do you think Trump's approach has given Mexico more boldness in going after them?
Yeah, I think the local government felt like maybe forced to do that. If you remember that bulletin from the White House, Department of State of the United States of America, they say we are not going to tolerate this government being what's the word, como que son cómplices.
Yeah, accomplices.
Yeah, the complicity between authorities and organized crime. That's an accusation. I mean,
and it's clearly true, though, right?
Yeah.
Every level of government is corrupted by the cartel.
Let me put it this way. One day, you capture this kingpin or 2 kingpins or 10 kingpins, and nothing is solved. I mean, there's still being people running the cartel. No?
Right.
But there is 0 politicians behind bars. I mean, isn't that strange?
Because you know they're all getting paid off.
Of course.
But we could prove that if we followed the money.
Yeah.
If you got the bankers.
Yeah. And they are not following it. They're just making this arrest, the small arrests.
So it's all for show.
Yeah. Omar Garcia Harfuch were one of the closest students of Genaro Garcia Luna, who is now in jail there in the U.S. So maybe in these walls we managed to see these bullet holes.
Where are the most of the killings happening now?
It's the rural zone, la zona rural, ¿cómo lo diría?
¿Así?
Sí, okay, the rural areas, and within the city at the south and east side.
Can Mexico be saved? From the corruption, from the violence, from the...
I really think that it's a little from what I was trying to explain a few moments ago about why there is no politicians behind the bars, arrested, convicted. I don't know.
Or judges, or...
That's the real cartel.
No, indeed. Those, because you try to remove these people from like El Chapo, Mayo, Zambada, name it. It's okay. You're gonna put them behind. You're gonna put them in prison. That's okay. But what else? The media where I work at, Mayo said that if I'm behind the bars, it's not gonna change nothing. If another people are going to take over the business, and another and another and another, so we are not doing anything different from back then. I mean, since the last century, maybe the 80s and 90s, it's the same. They captured Rosa Arellano, Miguel Ángel, Felix Gallardo, and so much names, and we still...
It's worse.
Yeah, fighting against this war. So in all this area, there was this gunfight in 2019, and another colleagues and I were just trying to seek cover because of the gunshots. I mean, they're like... So
the levels of impact.
Yeah,
it impacts every level. You just can't.
This is one of the most important plazas. It's not even like is 40% of its capacity. I mean, look at the parking lot.
Yeah,
it's not full.
So it destroys your economy.
Yeah.
So the rich are the politicians, the district attorneys, the judges. They're all getting rich from drugs and human trafficking. And the people actually trying to make a legitimate living are screwed.
Yeah, are suffering. Yeah, we are talking about like almost 7 months in a constant war. I mean, there's not even one day we haven't been like, oh man, this is going to over now. There's no gunfights, there's nothing, but no.
Every day.
Every day. Wow. It doesn't matter to them, it's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually looking at them.
Yeah.
Coming up, we head to where the cartel bosses are celebrated, even in death. And then we'll join with the families whose loved ones have been kidnapped by the cartels, often never to be heard from again, and with zero response from the government. And only a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here.
All that and more when Law and Border returns right after this.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Law and Border is back, and you won't believe what we see next.
So just went through this, the Maya Gardens, it's the cemetery, that's the translation in English, right across the street from me. Too dangerous to get out there and actually film, but this is a cemetery dedicated to the cartel bosses. It is incredible. We're driving down through here, and they look like houses. I mean, it truly is. It's shocking to see. They have built these monuments honoring the leaders of the cartels. The amount of money that has gone into these cemeteries, it just shows you the power that the cartels have. Look at these facilities. I mean, when we drove in here, I saw a couple. I thought, oh my gosh, the farther you drive back here, it is absolutely shocking. These are the size of houses, some of these, and they are simply monuments to the cartel. Some of the most evil people that have ever existed on our planet, the terrorist organizations, the leaders of these terrorist organizations, glorified in this cemetery in Culiacan, Sinaloa.
Early this morning, about 5 a.m., we had an execution from a man at Colonia Lázaro Cárdenas. That's a place south side of the city. It wasn't even the daylight. In some spots from that side of the city, we have reports from gunshots. We're heading to the cathedral. There's this protest because of the disappearance of a woman police. She was a police. She is now retired, but she has been taken with his 2 children. So that's another tragedy.
Do we know who took her?
No, we don't, but we can assume that it was a cartel.
So when they do that, they don't claim responsibility necessarily?
Not necessarily. I was just talking to Oscar about that. It's like the situation is this. The cartel, one of the factions, may assume that you are working with the other party. So how can you prove it?
Right.
You cannot prove it. They're criminals.
So they kill you anyways.
Yeah. It's just doesn't matter to them. It's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually working with them.
Yeah.
So they'll kill you even if you're not.
The Law and Border team heads to the Justice Department building, where a protest for the missing police officer and her family is underway. Unfortunately, she's just one of thousands that go missing each and every year.
This is actually happening around the whole country. This is part of the missing people, the missing problem that we are having right now, the massive kidnappings, the massive, missing people that's happening not only in the north part of our country, but in the south part of our country. Continuous kidnappings to innocent people and also to innocent children. These kind of protests are all over our country right now.
This is a visual representation of what a country controlled by the cartels looks like. All of these ribbons represent people missing, over 1,000 just in this area last year. Missing with 0% accountability for the cartels. This is what happens when you support the cartels. No politicians have been arrested yet, and there's corruption at every level of government.
There's people missing. We have what we call here the word taken. Taken is a translation that put Ed Mead is a researcher from California, and he has translated a book of Javier Valdez that talks about people that are missing. Cartel, we say it in Spanish, levantón, which is like they took you by the force and disappear you. Like ribbons hanging off the tree, they also have names of the people that are taken.
Wow. So
as you can see, it's a lot of people.
Mexico.
Just in Sinaloa, last year we have 1,600 people that are missing, and 0 people are behind bars or in jail because of those crimes.
So 0% punishment. Wow.
And despite their petitions for safety and accountability, they receive practically no response from the government.
All of these represent missing people by the cartels. They've been up here so long, some of them, the names have bleached off. Can't even hardly read them anymore.
Burlan de la sociedad, se burlan. Están los niños desaparecidos y nadie dice nada.
They're at the Fiscal General's office here. Looks like they're blocking it into the building. Sure. Tell me again.
The picture, this woman, she was taken or kidnapped with her daughter and her 2 grandchildren. These 2 boys are the sons of this girl, and they're both, they all are missing. It's the date, March 22. I mean, about almost 2 weeks ago. Now they're going to talk with the General Attorney, Claudia Zulema Sánchez Condo.
Mi madre es diabética y todos los días usa insulina y hasta ahorita no sabemos nada de eso.
¿No han aparecido entonces?
No.
Me molesta que se esté cerrando una puerta, se llevaron a 2 niños.
Que salga la fiscal.
Say that it's unfair that cartel are murdering and killing kids, child. It's not fair. They should be at school, not missing, not taken.
When Law and Border returns, we'll expose the demons that are driving the cartels.
That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there.
And we'll visit the communities that have borne the brunt of the cartel war, where professional musicians perform on the streets because the venues have been shut down and body parts are left by the cartels as a warning.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that.
And later, we'll visit the scene of one of the brutal shootouts where 2 National Guardsmen were killed.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes in this building, all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty. This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. You want to see what's driving the cartels? Look no further than the shrines to Santa Muerte.
On the way out of Culiacan to the Chapitos headquarters, you've got this, and this is what you see everywhere you go where you've got the cartel in operation, these shrines to Santa Muerte. Basically, they pray to the devil, they put their candles out here, send their prayers to the devil for the actions that they're committing.
The patron saint of death. We leave the Shrine of Death and head deeper into the Chapitos territory to one of the communities that was, until recently, the center of the cartel war. A once vibrant vacation town with hot springs, delicious foods, and village shops, Imala is now nothing more than a ghost town, where even most locals are still scared to venture outside.
This is like the main entrance of this little town called Imala. It's one of the eldest from Culiacan, even from this side of the country. This place is notorious because of his food, and it's like a holiday place where people come. So people stop coming because this danger from the criminal groups and these convoys. And last Saturday 29, local government tried to reactivate these activities and organize these events. So people try to come back and recover this side of the city.
The Law and Border team visits a local Catholic church that sits at the center of the once thriving city, but is now ghostly quiet. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see firsthand what can happen to a country when it replaces the goodness of God and life with the worship of evil, death, and the devil.
The cartel originally came in and took over the hot springs, and now the...
No, not actually the hot springs, but the town. The hot springs is within the town. So because of these confrontations, these gunfights, military came and tried to keep the peace. So they need to have a camp. So they took the hot springs. The Mayos came to fight with the Chapitos. So this were a town in conflict, constant conflict.
And this place, you can see what a cool place it would be, but it still really hasn't recovered at all.
Yeah, it's still, this past Saturday, they make this big party. They have these puppets and clowns and everything, and music. But this is a place where this should be working even today, that is Tuesday, but it's not.
The Law and Border team enters the hot springs to get a closer look at the military outpost.
Well, they got all their tents set up over there too. So did he say this is in operation still or no?
No, it's not operating because of the army. They're camping here. You see those tents?
So this part of this was the war zone.
War zone. So we're trying to find these traces of the gunshots. But I don't see nothing yet. Maybe further.
Yeah, but they would definitely use these walls as cover.
Yeah.
They got big troop presence out here. That's a lot.
It's like maybe 100, 150.
This small town of Imala, we just came out. Beautiful town, known for its hot springs. People come out here on the holiday and on weekends to hang out and relax. Got taken over by the cartels, became part of the cartel wars, and now the hot springs are shut down to the public, but they've been taken over by the military, which is a good thing for the town. It's protection for the town. Not the best, because this was the draw. These hot springs were the draw, but at least they're not having gunfights anymore. Bottom line is cartels aren't good for anybody. We've got little fobs set up over here. You've got tents from all the military down here. They got a couple different stations, but you just see the military presence. All these guys set up over here, another spot on the other side, all set up over there as well, just to bring peace to this little town. And it's like this all over the country. Where the cartels are, there is no peace. You know, sadly, everywhere you go across Mexico is like this, where you have these potential locations, opportunity. You look at a country like this where it could be such a great country, but because of violence, because of criminal activity, also, and because of the corruption, they never break out. There's that beautiful water park yesterday where the checkpoint was. That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there. Nobody was going to it, so you're never going to have a resolution to it. It's a very big problem, layers and layers deep.
Back in Culiacan, we visit the governmental palace. And there, the governor of Sinaloa is holed up and being protected from the cartel wars that he helped to instigate. And meanwhile, his citizens live in constant fear for their lives.
Behind us, we have the governmental administrative office. You've got the governor hiding out in there. What does that mean to you? Talk to us about that. And in particular, you're just showing me an article from Proceso about the president and the hypocrisy, what's actually happening here.
It's the issue of October of the last year. This is a magazine and also a website. We published these investigation reports. So we had these informed from Sedena. Sedena is Secretaría de Defensa Nacional, the Army of Mexico, which are investigating Governor Rubén Rocha Moya because of his links with Los Chapitos. Since this war began, he has been appointed like a collaborator with Los Chapitos, and the Sedena knows about that. They are investigating him. So he managed to not go back to his house because this is my opinion, I think he is afraid to come back to his house because of the heat of the city. And he just lives up there on the third floor, tercer piso, of these administrative offices that he actually lives in within the night. I mean, he is not going back to his house until this is over.
So he's protected while the citizens have to live in the violence that he's helped create.
That's the point. Public act. He's going with all his guards, bodyguards, and the army, and the Guardia Nacional, etc. So the people, we are not moving like that. We just move and make a wish to be able to go back home.
Coming up next on Law and Border, it's more of the city under siege.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
What you get when a government is completely corrupted from the top to the bottom, and the citizens are left stuck in the middle.
You can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card. Oh no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty. How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to Law and Border.
This is the gas station where 2 National Guardsmen were gunned down. In fact, the 2 vehicles you're seeing in this video, one was here and one was here, both cartel vehicles. National Guard came up. They tried to approach them. They were firing back, and the 2 guys died right here where I'm standing. You can actually see bullet holes in the building over here where the gunfire went. Large caliber rounds. This whole building got shot up. All of these buildings got shot up here. But this is right in the middle of the city. And this is the level of violence that every day can and does happen. It just kind of shifts. Right now it's a little further north, but every day they're having killings out here. They just dropped a body this morning. They killed 2 others yesterday morning. On the road we were driving down yesterday, right after we got done with our hits, where there was a kidnapping on the road. And right here you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here. But there was a kidnapping as we were driving home yesterday on the same road we were driving on just minutes before we got there. And the crazy thing was, we didn't even know about it till we got back to our hotel, saw the video. We drove past it. There was no police presence. There was no people out in the street saying there was a kidnapping here. The people live in such fear. It's like living with Stockholm Syndrome. They live in such fear that they don't say anything. And it's no wonder. This is nuts. We were talking to Aaron, our guide here and local reporter, and there were, just to put it in perspective, there's been over 1,600 kidnappings this year in Sinaloa. 0 prosecutions. 0. So if you see a kidnapping, you don't say anything, because you know there's going to be no punishment for the people that were doing the kidnapping. The only thing that can happen is something bad to you. That's what the people live with, the fear of kidnapping and death. And the crazy thing, talking to Aaron, it's death isn't the biggest fear. A bigger fear is the fear of going missing and nobody knowing what's happened to you. And there are thousands of those cases here in Sinaloa and across Mexico. And that's the people that the Democrats are supporting. All of these idiots out there protesting President Trump. All of these guys are protesting in support of the cartels. And this whole facade has been repainted because of the shootout. But you can see, this was the camera that captured the footage of the shootout and the National Guardsmen being killed. And even still, there's bullet holes in the building over there, but even on this building right here, there's still bullet holes up on the side of that building.
And even though their nation is overrun with corruption, there are still heroes in Mexico who are doing their best to save their country. So please pray, if you will, for the families of these 2 National Guardsmen who gave their lives up in defense of their country. And every aspect of life is impacted when you allow the criminals to run your country.
So it's not just the drugs, it's not just the human trafficking, it's even small business. These guys are musicians, how to make a living. They're out here on the middle of the streets doing their music because the places they used to play aren't open now because the level of violence here in Culiacan. Right across from the street corner where these guys are playing their music was where the human head was left from the cartels who chopped this guy's head off while he was still alive.
When he got murdered, they left his head within this narco mensaje, a narco message, where they were accusing him for being part from Los Chapitos. And so this was what's going to happen to all Los Chapitos. Wow. And in that sign, it's like a threat. If you work with Los Chapitos, you're gonna get your head chopped off.
Where the head was left and where the guys are playing music is right down there at that intersection. Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here. That's how insecure this city is. And this is one of the nicer parts of town. I came up here, I was like, oh, great hotel. Little did you know that a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that. Imagine raising your kids not knowing if there was going to be a human head left out on the sidewalk in the morning when you walked out.
The Law and Border team leaves Culiacan and heads back to the border at Juarez, Mexico. And before they even cross into the United States, they find more of President Trump's policies in action. Looking back, it's quite obvious that Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed this invasion of illegals into our country. But now, President Trump is forcing Mexico to have checkpoints in their own country before the vehicles even approach our border.
Mexico side in Juarez, they've actually got National Guard set up. The first time I've seen this, we've got National Guard set up before you cross over the port of entry. Trump effect in action, at least here. Now, whether or not it's for show or they're actually going to do some drug interdiction, we don't have the statistics on how much they've actually apprehended yet, but first time I've ever seen this. This did not happen under Joe Biden.
Even the trains are being inspected. It's amazing what happens when you have a president and an administration that put America first. Now, if we can only get rid of the traitors in our country who do the opposite.
As we were coming back to our vehicle, noticed this guy with his canine out here at the railroad tracks and spoke to him. He confirmed he's out here. He's actually private security, working with the National Guard, checking the trains for drugs and illegals going across. And he confirmed this was not done under Joe Biden. This is new because of Trump's pressure on the Mexican government. So they're checking the trains now for drugs and people before they enter. Now, obviously, when they enter the United States, we're checking as well. But you're getting double layers of security on the Mexico side. Again, all due to President Trump's threat of tariffs on the Mexican government. That's the Trump effect, in effect. With all the attacks on law enforcement recently, you may not have heard about the tragedy last week in York County, Pennsylvania. Dave Bray's hometown, 3 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty. 2 others were injured. This week, we honor Mark Baker, Cody Becker, and Isaiah Emmenheiser. God bless all of our law enforcement officers. Pray for their families. Pray for this country.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the families for allowing me this graceful opportunity to be able to sing a song for you today. You know, from someone who sits outside of the family of law enforcement, looking in, but still somehow being allowed into this fold, truly means the world to me. And with that, I'm going to say a few words about this thing that we call the thin blue line. You know, astronauts often go up into space and they look back into the Earth and they say, my God, our atmosphere, so small, paper thin and blue. And each one of them comes back with the same exact thought in their hearts. The fragility of our humanity and our relationship to this earth is one that we don't really see. We don't know it because we look up through it. We use and consume its services and what it provides for us in the protection from the rest of the chaos in the universe. These brothers in blue who paid the ultimate price for that thin blue line, they know about its fragility, and they know about the relationship, but the people outside don't always see the service and the protection that our thin blue line that stands in this room gives and offers every single day. So for the few words that I have from many around this country and, of course, in York County for your service and for your protection and for being that thin blue line between civility and chaos. I'd like to say thank you. The song is called Hallelujah. And if you'd like to sing along, I think the families would like that.
Protect us all, but you don't know about this badge now, do you? Well, it stands for justice, hope and truth, and warning faith by those in blue who answer the ancient call of hallelujah. Stand. You pledged your life as you raised your hand, but you don't think that you're a hero, do you? As you're holding up that thin blue line through the longest days, the darkest nights, the bullets fly, the screams that go right through you. Silent war in every town that nobody sees because you're around, and they'll never know how much they truly need you. It's the lion's roar that keeps us safe, the badge that shines and lights the way so we can sleep in peace the whole night through. Part of every day is seeing the innocent lives betrayed and holding back what you really want to do, yeah. When evil lurks outside the door, the lion's heart begins to roar, a righteous and a holy hallelujah. After all the sirens and all the lights, you never got to say goodnight to the ones at home who were always waiting for you. 'Cause you chose the badge and you wore